What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the first part of a story where Izuku was adopted by Miruko. Izuku was alone in the world. Abandoned by the ones he called his family and left to his own accord. But thanks to a chance encounter with the rabbit hero Miruko, Izuku had survived and is now prepared to become the greatest hero ever. His dream is to become the world's strongest hero and make lots of friends along the way. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Stillwell03 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Miruko Pav. It's been over a few months since I became a pro and was able to make my own agency. Most of the class became sidekicks or something after graduating before becoming real pros. Today, I was asked by my friend Ryuko to do a patrol together in the city of Mustafa. Damn, this is boring. Can't someone rob a bank or hold someone hostage? This patrol is weak. Patience, Miruko. Not every patrol needs action. The fact it's so calm is proof that crime is low in the city. Yeah. We keep walking with nothing really happening. There could at least be some kind of action or something to liven the mood. While talking, I hear some kind of whimper nearby. You hear that? Ryuko tries to listen closely for not hearing it. Oh yeah, enhanced hearing sucks when you can only hear it. I begin jumping to the area, finally getting some kind of excitement today. Once I get to where it is, I see nothing in an alley to start looking around. I know I heard it in here. Maybe my ears need a cleaning or something. I start putting my pinky into my ear to pull some wax out before seeing a bag of trash move. Looking over, I notice what looked like a kid that couldn't be over 5 years old in the trash. Hey kid, you okay? I walk over to see him crying with some weird stuff covering his right eye. The hell is this? Miruko, you should be more patient. Ryuko comes over to see the kid as I start wiping whatever the hell was on his face. Miruko, don't. Huh? I slightly touch it for whatever it was to rip off. Ah. The kid started to scream in pain as his face started bleeding. What the hell? That isn't dirt, it's infection. We need to take him to a hospital now. I take a little towel I had to cover where his face opened and ran as fast as I could to the nearest hospital. Once there, I ran directly into the emergency room section, scared how bad the kid's face was. My name's Miruko, the rabbit hero. This kid's really hurt and needs help right now. I almost shouted this through pants as a doctor came over to pull the kid out of my chest to show the infection on his face pull off some more in my panic. His face was now covered in his own blood, with his one eye open to almost look demonic from this. Holy crap. Thank you, we'll take it from here. The doctor took the kid deep in the hospital for me to finally look down and see all the blood that came off of him on me. The top part of my costume was completely stained red with some black chunks of what was on his eye on me. I've beaten villains to a bloody pulp before, but this was something that scared me. This wasn't someone that deserved it, this was a kid, for God's sake. I began to walk to the waiting room thinking about everything that happened so far. Jackass. Why didn't you take a closer look before ripping the damn infection off? The kid was crying for a reason. I kept smacking my head while calling myself an idiot before Ryuko came in. How's the kid? The doctors are taking care of him now, but he was bleeding a lot after we got here. Ryuko's eyes widened seeing the kid's blood on me. I began to sit down while holding my head, making such a rookie mistake. I should have known that would have happened. You didn't know. If you did, you would have never touched his face and brought him right here. This isn't your fault, Rumi. I know, bud. It's just not right. He's a kid. I know. But when is the world always right? We sat there for what felt like forever trying to wait for some light for the kid to show up. Few hours later. A doctor came over to us with a clipboard in his hands. Are one of you two the pro that found the boy? I am. I stood up when he asked this. Is the kid gonna be alright? It's too early to say. We were able to get the outer infection pulled off and sterilize the cut on his face. However, he's running a very high fever due to his body trying to fight it. We're keeping him on some antibiotics for now and reducing his fever. We're gonna watch him for a few days so his body reacts positively to the antibiotics. But if the infection doesn't subside, we may need to pull the skin off where the cut is and remove his eye. Is there any other way besides that if the infection doesn't subside? Ryuko speaks up hearing this. Sadly, no. If he does react well, he will suffer some slight blindness in his right eye due to this. The doctor gave us some papers after saying this. From what we were also able to look up from blood records, the boy's name is Izuku Midoriya and is 6 years old. We also discovered he was suffering from malnutrition and severe dehydration to a state he's very lucky you found him when you did, or he may have not lived to see another day. He walks away with both me and Ryuko looking at the papers. Says here his quirk something called pack leader. Can use the quirks of people who are deemed his friends. We looked at the residence of the kid and that his parents are still around. I wonder why he was on the streets. Ryukyu, you want to talk to the kid's parents with me? I think that would be necessary. They should have noticed something if the infection on his eye was this bad. We began to walk out of the hospital in the direction of the address we were given. At the Midoriya residence. Once we found our way to the door, we began to knock to have it opened to a man with green hair and stubble. Can I help you? Mr. Midoriya, I presume? Yeah. It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Ryukyu, and this is my friend Miruko. Earlier today, we found your son in an alleyway with a very bad infection to a point he needed medical help. We aren't here to judge, but we were wondering how it would have gotten so bad without being professionally looked at. He looked at us blankly before answering. I don't have a son. He tried to shut the door in our faces before I grabbed it to push open. Look, sir, we were gonna do this the easy way and not cause a problem. But if this is how you're gonna act, then we'll do this the hard way. He gets at this point we're not going away and allows us in. We walk into the house to see a woman in the house with green hair and eyes. I'm sorry for intruding, but we found your son in an alley with a very bad cut on his face that was infected to a state it needed medical treatment quickly. We wanted to know why it had gotten so bad under your watch. The woman looked at us like we were crazy. How are we supposed to know? What? My husband threw the useless brat out 2 years ago when we found out what his quirk was. Why? Ryuko asked this a little irritated with the guy answering. He needs to rely on people for his strength, it's useless. Hearing this enraged me. So you threw him out because of it? What else were we gonna do? The kid's nothing but a useless brat that should have given us easy money. But he had to get a useless quirk that needs others to look at him favorably for no apparent raise. I shut him up after grabbing his neck. Listen here, you fucking shitrags. That kid is fighting for his right to live, and all you can think about is him not giving you an easy life. That's bullshit. I was floored at them. They not only threw their kid out, but they show absolutely no emotion to him when he was in a hospital. I start walking over to the mother to glare her down. How can you just throw a kid you had away like he was some piece of garbage? He has as much of a right to live a happy life as you or me. Simple. We just tossed him out the door and locked it until he accepted it and left. I punch her in the face with this comment, no longer able to hold how pissed I was back. I don't care what happens after. But if that kid doesn't manage to pull through with the best outcome, I say the next part with as much menace as I could. I'm coming for you too and making you suffer the same fate he would. I walk to the door before turning around. Ryukyu, we're done here. She follows me out as we walk out of the area. That threat was too much for me. What if they press charges on you? You could lose your hero license because of it. I'm fine with that, but I'm not fine with what they did to this kid. She sighs at this before saying the next thing. He'll be in foster care if this is the case. I'd avoid doing anything to make things worse for him going forward. I thought on this while she said this. Is there any way he won't be in an orphanage? The only way is if someone adopts him before that. Chances of that happening though are very unlikely. 2 weeks later. As the days passed, I regularly visited the hospital to see how the kid was doing. Fortunately, he was getting better. The problem was the blindness that the doctor mentioned. He's gonna have a hard life going forward. Today though, the doctor allowed me to visit him. I brought some food that Ryuko made herself since I can't cook to save my life, and she thought a home-cooked meal would liven his spirits a little. As I opened the door, he looked at me with his unbandaged eye with fear. WW, who are you? It's okay, my name's Miruko. I was the hero that found you and wanted to know if you were okay. I held out the small container of food to also show him. A friend of mine made this for you. She's a good cook, so it should taste a lot better than what the hospital's given you. He was hesitant before his stomach growled. Going hungry isn't good when you're recovering. Eat and you'll feel better. I brought the food over with some plastic utensils for him to go directly into the food with his hands. Snort. I like your style, kid. Straight to the point when doing something. He didn't get it with food all over his face, and his cheeks puffed with his mouth full. I grabbed a small paper towel Ryuko packed thinking this might happen to wipe his face. Your name's Izuku, right? He looks at me and nods. You're 6, right? He nods again with it seeming like he's trusting me with a bit. Where do you live? He holds his head down while swallowing what's in his mouth to answer. And nowhere. This broke my heart hearing him say this. Can you tell me why your parents did what they did? They said my quirk is worthless and threw me out. Sniffle. I didn't mean to have a bad quirk. It just happened. He started to cry a little at this. Why did I have to say this? I did a little research on your quirk. It sounds really cool. It's not. Heck yeah, it is. You can be a one-man army if you have a lot of friends. I actually envy your quirk. He looked at me confused for a second. Why you envy my quirk? Yeah, it's awesome. All my quirk does is let me hop around and gives me rabbit ears and a tail. I turned around to show the cotton ball of a tail I have. I was kinda picked on because of this when I was your age. One of the more prominent names I had was Petra Cottontail, like Peter Cottontail. How did you become a pro though? I trained hard and got better with it to a point I couldn't lose. Now my feet are registered villain death threats. I do a karate kick pose to make the kid laugh a little. I sat back down to try and talk to him a little more. How did you get the cut on your eye? He held his hand over his face. I was looking for food in the garbage and some mean guy cut my eye with a broken bottle. When did this happen? He thought on it before shrugging his shoulders. It was before snow was falling, but it was cold. Then sometime in autumn. Wait, you rummaged through garbage for food? He nodded. I found a lot of food people throw away. Not very tasty, but I wasn't hungry anymore. I was kinda impressed how far this kid went to survive for 2 years. What's gonna happen to me now? He looks at me concerned. 2 options. The first is you go to an orphanage. I can't tell you what will happen after that, but it's gotta be better than on the streets. He began to cry a little at this. Or we go with the second option. It's a little hard of a decision and one I can't guarantee is better. He stares at me uneasy with the answer. Sigh. Option 2 is I take you in. By law, I'd be your legal guardian. But I really don't know how to be a parent yet, so I can't tell you I'll be a good option. But I will try and will tell you for a fact I'll make mistakes. He was crying again while looking at me. Why, you'll take care of me? You won't kick me out, will you? I shook hearing this. No, I won't. I may make mistakes, but I will never do that. I will promise you that. He reached to hug me while crying in my chest. Please, please let me live with you. This act made me cry a little. Knowing he'll want to live with me even though I will without a doubt screw something up made me happy. I hugged him back before we both glowed white for some reason. When he let go, I noticed he had rabbit ears and a little green tail popping out where mine would. What just happened? I have ears and a tail like you. Must be your quirk. This just proves I want to help you. He started to smile at me with a warm-hearted smile. Thank you, mama. Hearing this made it feel like an arrow went through my chest. That's gonna need some getting used to. As the weeks went by, I was able to legalize everything with Izuku and introduce him to Ryuko, who agreed to help as his aunt with a similar light happening to her. This time though, it was yellow with Izuku turning into a 10-feet dragon after. To say we were spooked a bit by this was an understatement, but we learned to accept this quickly. Once he was released from the hospital, I brought him to my home with him looking around to familiarize himself. Bathroom's the first door on the left, my room's the next one down, and yours is the one across from mine. I brought him over to the rooms to show with him hugging me the second he saw his room. That night, we ordered a little takeout before I gave him the medicine the hospital prescribed for any lingering infection and for his lack of nutrients. Once we were done, we both got ready for bed with me tucking him in. Good night, Izuku. Mama. Can you sleep with me tonight? The feeling of being skewered in my heart again came back seeing Izuku's scared face. Oh okay, but let's not make this a habit. He nods as I get in his bed with him. He hugs me. As I get comfy. Good night, Izuku. Good night, mama. He quickly fell asleep with me looking at the roof. This is gonna really take some getting used to. Miruko Pav. Alright, finally done. Once breakfast was done for Izuku, I went to make sure he was up. Izuku, breakfast is ready. I glanced into his room to not see him. Maybe he's in the bathroom. I went to the bathroom next to see him on a stepping stool looking into the mirror. He was looking at the scar that his eye had from the cut rather intently. Poor kid. He should have never had to get that scar. About 2 months passed with Izuku coming to live with me with the cut on his eye healing enough where all that was left was a scar. He does have problems seeing through his eye a little, but the scar was what bothered him the most. To be honest, Ryuko had to keep me from going back to the Midoriyas and slashing their eyes to match Izuku's. But I was calm and didn't. They're lucky though I didn't have charges pressed on them for endangering a child. The only reason they're getting away with it is because neither me or Ryuko think Izuku can mentally handle that. To be honest, I don't think that would make Izuku feel better either. It may make him feel worse about the scar, seeing as it caused so much trouble for him and others. Izuku. He immediately stopped looking in the mirror to see me in the doorframe. Breakfast is ready. Hurry or you're gonna be late for your first day of school. Yes, mama. He climbed off the stepping stool and put it away before walking into the kitchen with me behind him. It isn't Aunt Ryu's, but it's edible at least. I placed a plate of eggs and bacon in front of Izuku that were kinda burned. He took a bite with a face being made. Should have tried for cereal since it doesn't take me 5 times to make something that doesn't set off smoke alarms. It tastes great. Izuku smiles as he holds down my crappy cooking. So are you excited to start school today? He shakes at this telling me just how scared he was. It's okay bud, the first day is always the hardest. You've been through rougher scrapes. I guess. At the school. As we get near the school, I turn to Izuku to tell him goodbye. Well, this is where we part ways. Be good and try to make a friend today. He starts to shake again and second guesses himself. What if people don't like me? Kids are bound to like you. You got brains, friendly when you try to be, and you're freaking adorable. But what if they make fun of my eye? Then they don't deserve you as a friend. He was really worried with this after living the way he did for so long. Sigh. Look bud, I can't help you in what will come next. All I can do is support you from the sidelines here. All I can say is that if you don't take a leap of faith, you may regret this for the rest of your life. You're gonna go in, you're gonna at least make one friend, and you're gonna be a normal kid like you should have been. But how do you know this is gonna happen? I rub his head and smile. Because I have faith in you. Izuku heard these words to smack his cheeks a bit and gain a bit of a confident look on himself. Oh okay. I don't have confidence in myself, but I'll do this if you think it's the best. That a boy. Now give your mama a hug and kiss goodbye before you enjoy your day. He does this and walks into the school looking back at me nervous with me just smiling at him. When he got in and was escorted by a teacher, I dropped my facade and took a deep exhale. Holy crap, that was hard. The ball's in your court, Izuku, make a friend and be a normal little kid for once. I turned to the direction of my agency, still worried about Izuku. Izuku Pav. Alright everyone, settle down. We have a new student joining us today. I'd like you all to give a warm welcome to Izuku Usagiyama. I stood in front of everyone with their stares starting to scare me. Would you like to say a little about yourself, sweetie? I started shaking with the teacher seeing this and letting me take a seat. I find a spot near the corner away from people. This kid is weird. Look at his eye. I know, scary. I put my head down scared to say or do anything. I should have stayed home. I don't like it here. People are saying things about my eye, they talk about me when they think I'm not listening, I just want to go home. I started to cry a little as class started. Please let this be the hardest part of the day. Few hours later, Miruko Pav. I sat on a bench looking at the sky worried about Izuku. Here. I glance over to see Ryuko hand me a lunch she made. Thanks. She sat down next to me as we began eating. How was it with Izuku this morning? He was scared, but I was able to get him to go to school. I looked at some of the food and felt bad for Izuku having to fight this alone. We didn't push him too fast. Did we? Rumi, he needs to make friends his own age. We can't always be there for him, and he was able to get back to the standard for his age and beyond it in a snap. I had to admit, Izuku was able to pick up grammar and math like it was second nature to him when we brought him to get some tutoring. We thought it was cause of his quirk that his brain was able to process this better, since it works very differently than most. But even if he's smarter than kids his age, he's more fragile than others. But was it right to send him now? He may have survived, but that eye of his makes him very sensitive to what happened to him. I'm scared this is gonna ruin the success we worked hard to get with Izuku after everything that's happened to him. He'll be okay. Izuku is a lot tougher than we give him credit for. Any kid that survives on the streets for 2 years at the age of 4 deserves respect in my book. Right now, all he needs is confidence, and that is only obtained through these acts where his will is tested. The sooner he gets back into normal life, the better for him, and the sooner the real recovery begins. I held my chopsticks in my mouth thinking this and agreed. I just hope he holds out for the day. Kids are a little hard to predict what they'll do. Time skipped to recess. Izuku Pav. The day was finally almost over with everyone going to the playground. I stayed by the sandbox which was in the far corner away from everyone. I was scared and wanted to be alone, but I wanted to be able to talk to the other kids. I didn't get it, so I just kept away from everyone. Hi. I look up to see 2 people in front of me. One was a girl with brown hair that almost covered her eyes that had X in them, and another girl with black hair and matching eyes that was avoiding looking at me. I'm Kanoko, but everybody calls me Kinofo Shode. This is Yui. She doesn't talk much, but she's a good person. The girl called Yui avoided staring at me and sat next to me. Do you want to play W with us? I couldn't answer, I was so happy. Somebody wants to play with me? I started to cry a little before nodding. You. Don't cry. You look happy when you smile. I wiped my eyes before nodding. What do you want to play? Let's make sand castles. Kanoko said this as we sat down to make little castles. As we were almost finished, some other kids came over to step on Yui's and Kanoko's. If it isn't the quiet girl and the mushroom girl. Hanging out with a new kid cause you can't make better friends. A kid came over that was bigger than us to make Yui hide behind me in fear. That was mean. Apologize to Yui right now. And what are you gonna do about it, Pipsqueak? The kid pushed Kanoko into the sandbox with 2 other kids getting ready to fight. Where'd that courage you had go? Did it come out when you fell back? This kid was now making me mad. You know something, the weird new kid belongs with you 3. Just look at that eye of his, you're nothing but losers that will never be heroes. They started laughing with Yui shaking behind me. That's not true. Izuku is nice. Nicer than you at least. If you want to find who the real losers are, look at yourselves. Everyone was silent as Yui says this. You're done for, quiet girl. The bigger kid started making his hands into rock with Yui scared as anything for what's happening. I couldn't take much more of this, so I stood up. You stepping out of the way, new kid. Smart mo. I punch him in the face for him to walk backwards. What the? Bad move, new guy, get him. I started to use my quirk a little to how I can use it. Remember mama's quirk and how it works. I felt my ears turn into rabbit ears and a tail behind me. When they came after me, I jumped up and landed on this guy with his fingers turning into rubber. He fell into the dirt as the others came at me. The next to attack me was a kid with lizard scales. I tried to kick him for it to not do much. I was then punched by the boy with rock hands to fall to the ground. That the best you got, new kid. My cheek hurt and I tasted blood. I wasn't happy with this taste. Since it reminded me of what happened to me. I got up into a kneeling position to jump at the lizard skin guy like mama does before jumping up to stomp on him. He stopped fighting after this with only the big kid left. He was punching with me, dodging every one of them. Is running all you can do, you jerk. Fight me like the weakling you are. When he tried to tackle me, I got out of the way to jump kick him into the dirt. He didn't move after that with me breathing heavy in and out. Kino, you okay? I ran over to Kanoko to make sure she wasn't hurt. Sniffle. Oh wee. He made me scrape my knee. I looked at her knee to see a little blood coming from it. What just happened? A teacher came out to see the three bullies on the ground and Kanoko crying. It was him, teacher, he hurt us when we did nothing. That didn't happen. Yui tried to say this with the bullies making faces at us behind the teacher's back. I don't know and don't care what happened, all of you are coming with me and your parents will be called. You can take it up with them for your punishment. The teacher looked behind her at the three. That means all of you. But we didn't do anything. Then how do you explain Komori in the dirt over there? That was the new kid. The teacher didn't agree with them and just pulled them by their arms inside with her asking us to come with her. The rest of the day was spent inside the classroom sitting for our parents to come. Few hours later mama walked in to see me sitting with Kanoko and Yui. Care to explain why you're picking fights with kids on your first day? Mama looked at me angry with Aunt Ryu in the door. It wasn't my fault, mama. The mean kid was trying to hurt Kino and Yui. Mama looked at the teacher who shook a little. You only told me it was a fight, you didn't tell me it was in defense of someone else. I didn't know. Did you ask? Our policy is to take the kids that are causing trouble away until the parents get it. So if one is only defending their self, they get punished. We didn't know. And you probably wouldn't have known because you didn't ask. Aunt Ryu comes in a little angry as well. If this is the best you can do to teach children discipline, find another job. If you're disciplining both kids the same way for something they have two different parts in, that is not right. We will make sure Izuku understands his part and this was wrong and what he should have done. Have a good day, miss. Mama came up to me and stared at me without saying anything. In a quick moment, she hit me in the head hard enough that it hurt. Oh. Next time go find a teacher. You hurt 3 kids today doing what you did today. Though in defense for 2 other kids, you should have thought this out a little better. Sniffle. Sorry, mama. I held my head where she hit me before she hugged me. But I'm proud you know how to stand up for others. For that, I give it an 84 today. Let's go home. As we walked out, Kino and Yui were there. Parents came out to say goodbye to me. Thank you for helping us, Izuku. Thank you, Izuku. I smiled at them as I nodded. It's what a hero and my mama would do, so I can't look away when people need help. They hugged me as this happened with the feeling of this making me happy. See you, Tomo. Kino shouted this with Yui waving goodbye with only her eyes showing above her mom's shoulder. Before they left, I felt my body go tingly like it did when I got Mama's and Aunt Ryu's quirk to start growing mushrooms on my head and grow some pebbles next to me into big rocks. Whoa. What happened to you? I think someone made 2 friends today. I looked at what happened and looked back at the way Kino and Yui went to smile. Thank you for being my friends. Alright, that 80's an 85 now. Let's go, we got someone waiting at home for you to meet. Mama picks me up and puts me on her shoulders as we made our way home. Once there, some big guy was hanging out outside eating. How you two been? Why is lard butt in front of my house? I told you before, Miruko, Izuku needs a male role model, so I asked Toyomitsu to come here. Mama let me down to walk up to the big man. Hello little guy, what's your name? Izuku Usagi Yamadati wiped his hand with a napkin he had before holding it out. It's nice to meet you. I'm the BMI hero Fatgum. But you can just call me Toshiro if you want. I shake his hand and start to smile. So you're a pro hero like Mama and Aunt Ryu too? That's right. I start to smile seeing another pro. So this is the kid you wanted me to see, Ryuko? Yes, Izuku needs a male role model in his life. After much consideration, I thought you would be a great person to fit that job description. Ryuko Pav. Rumi led us inside to where I explained Izuku's situation to Toyomitsu. When I was done, he looked at Izuku, understanding why he needs a male role model more. Coming out of something like that isn't easy. The kid's got a lot of guts, trusting you both enough to live with Miruko. Having to rely on your own reserves of strength at such a young age is insane. But I can tell he's becoming a normal kid again. Toyomitsu gets up to kneel in front of Izuku. So Izuku, how about I hang out with you and watch you on some occasions? If you'd like, I know some good places to eat and I can teach you a little about being a hero. Izuku smiled from ear to ear and nodded. Can you really teach me to be a hero like Mama and Aunt Ryu? Of course. Toyomitsu smiled before Izuku started to glow a tan yellow. So that's how his quirk works. Pretty much. He'll be able to use your quirk after this. Izuku smiled as he went to hug Toyomitsu. It warmed both mine and Rumi's heart to see Izuku happy. He truly deserves this. Izuku. Age 14, Pav. Today started out as any other in the house me and Mom share. I started breakfast for us with everything almost done. Alright, now just a little longer until. Good morning, Izuku. Mom came at me with a jump kick. To my head. As she did this, I grabbed her and pinned her to the ground while holding the spatula in my hand. Mom, you know that we shouldn't fight over the stove. Just making sure that your reflexes are at their max. She started laughing while I sighed and got off her to pour her and me a cup of coffee. Breakfast is almost ready, take a seat and I'll have it done in a minute. She does so as I place our plates on the table to start eating. Damn Izuku, you definitely know how to cook. Well, I needed to, since the last time you did, you nearly burned the house down. Not true. I had everything under control. Mom pouts while I state how her having everything under control was really. So having the fire department come here with black smoke coming out of the window is under control. She flinches at this while I keep eating. Fortunately for me, I was able to learn from Aunt Ryu on how to cook. If I didn't, I may have starved to death years ago. I glanced down to see a text from Kino saying her and Yui will be outside in a few minutes. Sorry to eat and run, but Yui and Kino are gonna be here soon. I finish eating and put my plate in the dishwasher before grabbing my bag and guitar. You're still playing? Yeah, it helps me out a lot with anxiety a bit. Mom smiles before getting up to hug me. You know, it's not too late to ask Yui or Kanoko to be your girlfriend. I'm sure they could help you out with that too. What do they have to do with this? We're just friends. I start to panic as this was said to go run out the door. I'll see you later. Later. Miruko Pav. As Izuku left, I grabbed my phone to send a text to Kanoko and Yui to strike today. You don't know it, Izuku, but you're very liked. Kanoko and Yui want to be with you, Najira is starting to like you. I also want to say that some pros that you met even have a thing for you. I get up to start the dishwasher before heading out to work. Please do something with this, you two. This kid is denser than a brick wall. Izuku Pav. As I walked outside, I was met by Kino and Yui running up to me. Izuku. Kino hugs me immediately with Yui coming over and smiling. You brought your guitar. Yeah, I was thinking of strumming a little today after school if you two want to join me. Heck yeah, Shroom. We would love to. They answer as we start walking. While we do, I remember of how my life has changed since 8 years ago when Mom first found me. I had gone without trusting anyone for 2 years, then suddenly having a family of my own. Kino and Yui have been my best friends for years and we share everything with each other. Mom also helps us train a bit since she knows we want to get into UA. And become heroes like her. She also offered me a recommendation since I don't do so well with crowds, but I turned her down. I wanted to prove I could get this myself and not have to rely on Mom more than I should. She already did so much for me that I wanted to give her reason why I was worth it. All. So Izuku, when's the next time we get to train with Najira Shroom? That may be a while, she said that her and Tamaki are busy with their hero internships this round and wanted to get stronger. Yui smiles at this. They really are hard workers. Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat wouldn't allow them in their agencies if they weren't. About a year and a half back, Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat had introduced 2 people that they were doing a work study with to me. I learned them to be Najira Hato and Tamaki Amajiki. When they were told about me and how I got my scar, they felt horrible with Najira hugging me there. I panicked a bit before calming down into the hug. Since then, they occasionally come over to talk and help me with my quirk training. Things are a little uneasy with me and Najira since I had noticed her womanly features, if you can call that a reason. I still care for her a lot, but this is something I have problems with. Fortunately, Tamaki took a liking to me rather quickly as well, and we talk about ways to handle crowds together. These 2 were also the ones that helped me pick up the guitar. In a matter of days, I was strumming like a pro has done it for years. We should probably hurry up. We're going to be late. Right. At school. As we sat in the classroom, the teacher came in with a stack of papers big enough to overshadow his head before getting to his desk. Alright everyone. You're 3rd years, so I need you to take these applications and fill out career futures. He tosses them in the air though and smiles. But who am I kidding, you all want to become heroes. Everyone cheered and started using their quirk. The only ones that didn't were me, Kino, and Yui. Yes, I know you all have amazing quirks. But it's against the rules to use them on school grounds, so please stop. The teacher glanced at a folder he had and held a shocked face. It seems Kadai, Komori, and Usajiyama are applying for UA. Everyone stopped and looked at us. Ahahaha. Komori and Kadai. Usajiyama may get in cause of his weird family, but those two are gonna fail miserably. I heard this and turned to the two. They were ignoring this and minding their own business. The only time they made eye contact with anyone was when they felt me stare at them. I gave them a worried look from the mocking with their faces giving a smile, saying they were fine. I turned my head back with everyone done laughing at this point. School went on as normal with everyone going home after school. Once we got out of school, Yui and Kino pulled me to our normal hangout spot so I can start playing. So what do you two want to hear today? Maybe something nice sounding? Something that shows your baddestness room. Since I started playing guitar, Kino and Yui have always wanted me to play for them. They say it makes them feel special and I was happy to oblige. When we got to the cafe, the manager smiled and told us that the corner we normally sit in is ours. Once we sat down, I pulled out my guitar and put it in tune before we started. Okay, so I want to do two songs today. One's an acoustic that you'd be a fan of Yui, and another is a parody of a baddest character Kino. I took a deep breath before starting the acoustic. When I was strumming, Yui smiled hearing her favorite band. My mind started remembering our training together with Yui getting very discouraged with me giving her help when she needed it. Memories like these made me happy that I was alive. It made me look at everything and say, I made a difference with someone. Near the end of the song, I started to hear clapping to the beat with everyone in the cafe tuning with the song. When I finished, everyone clapped with Yui smiling at me. Okay, so Kino, you wanna hear yours? Yes. Okay, ahem. As I played, Kino knew immediately what I was playing and smiled. I want that well with rapping yet, but I gave it my best try here and did what I thought was the best I could. When it was over, I put my guitar away with everyone clapping again. Okay, so here's your usuals and thank you again kid for your help. My pleasure ma'am. When we first came here, I was strumming a bit outside with the manager coming out to hear. She said she was gonna tell me to stop, but had second thoughts and asked if I could strum a bit inside whenever I'm there as entertainment. I didn't mind it since I liked their tea and I was able to play. Nobody seemed to mind it either since it was live entertainment that sounded nice. After we relaxed a bit and paid, we started walking home with Yui and Kino stopping in front of me. Hey Izuku, can we ask you a question shroom? Sure. They started to blush a bit before Yui asks a question. W what do you think of me and Kinoko? A as in, our relationship wise. I thought for a second before answering. I really like you both. They looked at me straight-faced as I realized what they meant. Why you mean like dating relationship, don't you? They nod. I don't think I can answer that easily. You both are very precious to me. Kino, you're confident, happy, and always holds their head up. Yui, you're compassionate, caring, and supportive when someone needs it. If told to pick which of you I wanted to be with, I can't choose between either of you. I'm sorry. I held my head down as they started to laugh. What's so funny? You. They answered together with me completely confused. We knew you would never be able to choose between us shroom, so we made a pact that we would be fine with an open relationship. Huh. Kino's right. We talked about it with your mom, and she was cool with you having a harem. Damn it mom, what did you put in their heads? Wait, I'm pretty sure a harem would consist of more than just 2 girls. We know. We're saying we're fine with you bringing more girls in our relationship since we're pretty sure Najire likes you. But we have one condition, we are above everyone and are your number ones. I smile at them before walking up to hug them. I don't see a problem with that. They both kiss my cheek to make me go red from this. How about we head home before it gets too late to train? Sure. As we walked home, we passed a crowd of people who were watching an one-way street. What's going on shroom? Let's check it out. We find our way to the front to see a villain made of slime and a wildfire with several pros trying to stop it. Sue. I dart my eyes over to a brown-haired girl being held back by a pro. Let go Ogmi. That's my friend in there. I look at the sludge villain to see a girl inside crying as she's being held hostage. She's gonna suffocate if she doesn't get help soon. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth before instinctively jumping in to try and save the girl. Kid. Get back here. I ignored the pro-death arms and threw my bag at the villain's eyes. Jai. When he's stunned, I use Manifest to wrap tentacles around the girl to pull her out and put her to the side near her friend. Good thing I had a little takoyaki today during lunch. You brat. I dodge him and jump into the air. This may be a pain later, but I'm gonna have to do this. packed combo move. Lunar ring wave. I spiraled down at the villain, kicking him and adding more force with Najair's shockwave quirk. When I got to the ground, I stood tall with the villain in a puddle of slime below me. I held my right arm up as a resemblance to All Might and smiled. When I was done, I ran over to the two girls to make sure they were okay. Is she okay? I think. She's breathing, so that's a good sign. Cough. Cough. Thank you. Both girls look at me and smile. I just did what anyone would if they could. What were you thinking, kid? Death Arms shouted at me while grabbing my shoulder. I helped someone that was in danger. I brushed his arm off to walk back to Kino and Yui. He grabbed my wrist to stop me. You aren't going anywhere. You broke the law, now come with me or. I'm sorry, but you're criticizing me for breaking a law. If it wasn't for me, this girl would have suffocated because you chose to do nothing. I started pointing at heroes that actually did things. He put out fires. He was rescuing civilians even though his quirk was a bad match in this. The 40 feet woman behind you was more useful in this than you keeping civilians out of the area, yet you dare criticize someone for stepping in and doing the right thing that was also your job. Yes, I technically did possibly break a law or two. But in the end, I used my quirk in self-defense of another, and after the villain used his quirk to attack me. I used the same type of close-range quirk you have, so don't give me the BS your quirk wasn't suited. Now if you don't mind, I'll take my leave before you get embarrassed more in front of these people. I walk away enraged with everyone clearing a way for me. Third person Pav. As Izuku walked away with Kinoko and Yui following behind, a skinny blonde man had watched the entire scene play out. The kid may have broken a law, but he did it to save someone. He even jumped headfirst into the fight and held a leveled head to save the hostage before anything else. The blonde man thinks on this before remembering the move he shouted before defeating the sludge villain. The move sounded a lot like the pro Miruko's. Maybe I'll start my search there and have him and Young Tagada meet before I make a decision. The man walks away taking out his phone to call a contact called Night Eye. From what I saw, this boy could be an amazing successor. But what is his quirk? An hour later Izuku Pav. You idiot. Mom kicks me in the head to send me into the ground the second me and the girls walk in the door. I get a call from Ryuko to look on the news, and what do I see? You getting into trouble. I get up to hold my head down. I'm sorry, but I couldn't stand by and watch someone die because a pro chose not to intervene. Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat tried to calm Mom down after I said this. You honestly can't blame him for standing up for what is right. You raised him to do that, so you have to accept this as a result. Ryuko's right, Rumi, he did this smart as well. I found the feed online, and it showed him only using his quirk to fight after the villain used his. I also found him getting criticized by a hero who did nothing with the pro getting criticized back with valid points. I get he shouldn't get into a habit of doing this, but he did do everything right as to a pro's standard. Mom heard this and groaned. I guess you did help someone, so I'll be easier on your punishment. Starting now, you'll be doing all the laundry, dishes without the dishwasher's help, and a few other chores for the next month. I'd make it more than that, but you did save the girl and stop the villain while doing everything right. I lift my head up and nod before starting with the laundry. By the way, we're gonna be making your training a lot harder tomorrow, so be prepared. Understood. I grabbed the basket from Mom's room before putting it in the washer. At least she isn't that mad. Izuku Pav. It's been a few months since the attack from the sludge villain with me, Yui, and Kino training for UA. That the best you got. Show me your iron will. Today, Mom thought it would be best for us to train against her in a 1-on-3 match. We've done coordinated moves before, but nothing quite like this. Yui, now. I shout for Yui to throw a few ball bearings to turn into the size of boulders. You think that's gonna work? Too easy. Mom dodges with her not noticing me and Kino on 2 of the 4 that she threw. I use wave motion to try and pin her down with Kino using her mushrooms to do the same. When she seems to be down, I came in with Mom's quirk to do an axe kick to her head. Too simple. Unfortunately for me, she sees this and grabs my leg to slam me into Kino before being thrown into Yui. We laid on top of each other with our heads spinning from. What just happened? Not bad, you 3. If I wasn't a pro, you would have gotten me. Did you have to throw me into Yui and Kino? I'll admit that the throw was a little much, but you're gonna be fine. We stay in this position with Mom grabbing us to put us inside on the couch. I guess I did go a little overboard on you 3. I'll get something to drink while you 3 recover. Thanks. We all answer with Mom leaving the room. While she was gone, Yui leaned on my shoulder to put her head in my neck. You okay? Yes, I just want to snuggle a bit. Me too. I glanced down to see Kino hugging my waist smiling from ear to ear. I simply smiled at them as I wrapped an arm around each of them. Since the confession, me, Kino, and Yui have gotten closer than ever. We've regularly gone on dates that we mix up quite a bit on occasion. One of the more recent, we went to the beach that I went to while I was little. This broke my heart though, seeing the beach was now an illegal dumping site. This angered me to no end, so me and the girls made a pact that we would clean this place up to restore its beauty. We were already 3/4 of a way done in a month, thanks to my dragon form, taking the bigger pieces out and dropping them into the dump. Thanks to the sudden change as well, people began to visit the beach to make it a nice little hangout for couples and families alike. We also began heading there often during dates when it's nice out to enjoy the fruits of our hard work. Knock. Knock. Hey Izuku, can you get that? On it. I get up from my comfy spot and start heading to the door. When I open it, I see a man that looked like a walking blonde skeleton close to my height. Can I help you? I smiled at the man while he stared at me. Isn't Izuku Usagiyama here? That's me, but who are you? He looked around before asking. Would you mind if we take this conversation indoors? Sure. I let the man in with mom walking into the living room. Who's the walking pile of bones? That's what I'm trying to find out. He sits in an open seat while me and mom sit with the girls. My name is Toshinori Yagi, and I have a proposition for young Izuku. Look man, if you're wanting to say you're gay for him then you're out of luck. I already have 2 possible daughters-in-law and a third one when the 3 of them talk about it. Mom laughed as she said this with the man spitting out blood at her comment. Holy crap. Shroom. We all shouted as the man wipes his face of blood before explaining himself. That's not why I'm here. I'd like to offer Izuku a power I carry. But you'll probably understand better when I'm in this form. The man gets up and starts to flex a bit. When he did, his body transformed into one that we knew rather well. Hello. PFFFT. Mom spit her drink out of her mouth at the symbol of peace when she saw the skinny bag of bones as she called him turn into the one man nobody can beat. Holy shit. The man went back into his smaller form as. He explains why he came. Now that you've seen that, I'd like to explain my proposition. The power I have is not a normal power. It was created by the combination of a stockpile and a quirk that can pass down other quirks. With it, I was able to become the symbol of peace as the 8th holder of this power. Now I'm looking for a successor like your son Miruko. Someone who is strong and willing to put their life on the line. The makings of what a true hero should be. We all were speechless at this. However, there is a second option. I wanted the both of you to meet first and understand the other before I make a decision. So who's the second choice? All Might looked at mom before answering. Let's head to UA to meet him. We agreed with him and began our trek to UA. At UA. As we came up on the school, Kino and Yui were taken back by its massive size. Wow, it's huge shroom. I agree. Let's get a move on. We follow mom and All Might in the school with a mouse, dog, bear, something standing in our path. Why hello All Might and Miruko. It is nice to see the 2 of you again. Hello Principal Nezu, how are you? Sup teach. Mom and All Might greet the man now known as Principal Nezu in front of us with him noticing us. Why hello, and who might you 3 be? We immediately bow to him while greeting. Hello sir, my name is Izuku Usagiyama. I'm Kanoko Komori Shroom. And I am Yui Kadai. Usagiyama. I was not informed Ms. Miruko had a child. It's a long story. Mom rubs the back of her head while I hold my eye a little with him understanding a bit. Very well, I will lead you to Mr. Tagada All Might if you follow me. Ms. Hato and Mr. Amajiki are there as well with some pro heroes. Be cautious on what you say please. Principal Nezu leads us to a training ground with a name catching my ear. Tagada. Does he mean the guy Najire and Tamaki were talking about? When we got to our destination, I was able to see Najire, Tamaki, Uncle Fat, and Aunt Ryu in the area with 2 others I didn't know. Izuku. Najire noticed me and ran to hug me. I began to feel a little smothered while she did this to turn my face completely red. What are you doing here? Are you here to watch how me and Amajiki train? Who's the skinny guy? I also heard that you, Kanoko, and Yui are in a relationship, is that true? What type of relationship is it? Do you 3 kiss? How do dates war? Najire, let Izuku go and give him time to answer. Tamaki says this while I start to see swirls in my eyes from what felt like soft marshmallows. Stop thinking those thoughts Izuku. Those are bad thoughts. Once I was recompassed, a man with glasses and another that looked like a character from Fallout came over to me. Hey there. You must be Usagiyama. Mirio Tagada, nice to meet you in person. The blonde man holds his hand out with it being confusing for me. Nice to meet you Tagada sir. Just Mirio's fine. Do you mind if I just call you Izuku? His atmosphere was very calm. And peppy that it made me feel like he was a great person to be around. Sure. So you're the second opinion All Might chose. The suited man looked down at me with distant eyes that made me feel kinda small towards him. Night Eye, do not scare the boy. I've seen his worth and can prove he's worth a shot. The man known as Night Eye looked back at me before going over to the side of the gym. So why did you want me to meet Mirio? To have you 2 spar. We all looked at him confused. Come again. When people fight, it allows the other to understand the emotions they feel and connects their hearts. I would like you both to spar and see what the other can do. Once we're done, I will explain to you both what will happen. We nod before going to the training area. So your quirk is pack leader, right? A really cool quirk from what I heard. Wait, when did you? Najira and Tamaki talk about you a lot. They also told me a lot of your struggles. I glance at them with Najira having 2 flags with one of our faces painted on each. Tamaki was also watching with his head not glued to the wall to make things interesting. It's not as special as you want to believe. I need to rely on others to be strong. That isn't what I found cool about it, it's the part where you can tell just how close you and those you hold dear think of the other. You can tell if someone at least looks at you as a friend. It's amazing and can tell what people really think of you. It does come with drawbacks though. Nothing doesn't have its fair share. Now, let's see what you're made of. I smiled before getting into a fighting stance. When Mom said to start, I charged at Mirko with Rabbit to try and kick him in the stomach. When I did though, I went right through him while he only smiles at me. I know I hit him, so what happened? Guess I should explain my quirk since you explained yours. Mine's called permeation. I can phase through anything that isn't me. The only reason my clothes aren't is because they're made out of my own hair. Gross, but cool. I stood up to see him begin to run at me. When he did, he phased under the floor. Where did he? What's up? I looked behind me to barely catch a punch that was millimeters away from my stomach. That was close. Good reflexes. Thank you. We smiled as I tried to kick his face to have it phase through. He immediately went under again for it to be impossible for me to see him again. Think Izuku. He can phase through anything, but there has to be some way to catch him. He jumps up behind me to punch my back. When he did though, his fist met a hardened shell on it to make him get hurt. I pulled my shirt up to show a hard shell of a clams on it. And you said drinking clam juice was a dumb idea. I smiled at Mom who smirked at my quick thinking. So I'm wrong, big whoop. I knew this was a good defense, but I had no idea how to attack or dodge. Just stay calm. Remember what Mom said about situations like these. Remain calm and keep focused. I held my head down and focused only on hearing. Najira waving the flag, Night Eye pushing his glasses up, All Might coughing up blood. I can hear it all. I start to hear something behind me that sounded like someone taking a calm deep breath. Got you. I turn as fast as I can to point my hand at him. Packed move. Najira wave. I send a shockwave at Mirko for him to get pushed back a little. Amazing, you found out where I was gonna jump up and countered it with Najira's attack. That's impressive. If he's up, that must mean something's tangible. Packed combo move. Chimera wave. I created tentacles with Tamaki's manifest quirk and made each one of them shoot a shockwave out at Mirko. He drops down before it lands with my ears, focusing on where he's gonna move next. When your opponent drops down, predict his next move. He jumps behind me as I slide kick him diagonal. Something's gotta be tangible when you pop up, so let's see if I can hit it. I succeed in hitting his ankle to send Mirko back on the ground. He pops back up to smile with this. Now I see why you're so cool to Tamaki and Najira. That took some brains. We prepare for another attack before All Might gets between us. That should be enough. We walk over to the pro with him smiling at the two of us. I can see how you two have worked hard. Nicely done on both your parts, but this next conversation should be behind closed doors. We walk over to Nezu who leads us to an empty room. The only ones he allows in are me, All Might, Mirko, Sir Night Eye, and Mom. When we sat, All Might glanced at the two of us. You both are acceptable people that deserve the respect from your hard work. The fighting you both had just demonstrated proves it. However, the main reason I wanted to have you both here is to see who is worthy of succeeding me. He pulls up his shirt to show a giant scar. All of our eyes grow wide when seeing it. I got this some years back while fighting a villain. He took my stomach and most of my respiratory system in the process. Now the muscle form you all see me in is something I can only hold for a total of 3 hours. The rest of the day, I'm this. When I saw his scar, I felt disgusted that another human being can do such damage. I covered my eye remembering the things I've had to do just to survive. I looked at both your files. You worked to the limit to become the best young Tagata. You were even in dead last when it came to training not that long ago before becoming the strongest in UA, so you are the shining example that hard work and dedication do amount to something. Meanwhile, young Isagayama has seen the darkness this world can be. You got that scar some time ago along with many personal issues, and you're still trying your best to be the hero you want to be. Your life wasn't easy when you first obtained your quirk, but you survived and found some people to stand by you, and are now on your way to become a hero. All Might looked at the two of us before he glanced at Mirko. Young Mirko Tagata, would you please accept my quirk? Nah, I'm good. We all stopped to look at him. I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be amazing to have it. But I feel like Izuku would be one to find a better use for it. I stood up to shout at him. Are you an idiot? You have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to obtain something so great and you just say you're good. I shouldn't even be here for an offer, but you're willing to say no just like that. I started to cry a little. I'm not strong or anything like you. I'm weak, I can't do anything without anyone else. I would have died by now in some pile of garbage if mom didn't find me. So why give it up? Mirko looked at me and smiled. Because I think you deserve it more than me. I couldn't believe this. Mirko was willing to give up an amazing quirk because he thought I deserved it more. But Mirko, you could be a light that shines as brighter than All Might himself. Night I argued with him as well with Mirko just laughing. I don't need a flashy power, I already have my own. Izuku here thinks a lot with that fancy quirk of his and has to work even harder than me, so of course he's the better pick. Heck, I wouldn't even want the power if I was offered it and a second option wasn't there. We were all taken back by this. All Might took a deep breath before speaking. You do realize that I cannot give this quirk to you if you change your mind, right? I'm completely fine with it. All Might nodded before looking at me. Young Izuku Usagiyama, would you please accept my quirk? I looked at Mom and then to Mirko before looking at All Might. I will. All Might smiled as he went to his buff form. He pulled a hair out of his head to hold it in front of me. Now, eat this. He wants me to eat hair, not the worst thing I could eat, since I know what garbage tastes like, but in all honesty, what the fuck? Izuku Pav. Months passed after the meeting with All Might and obtaining his quirk. In that time, I had also gained Mirko's quirk when he said he truly respects me and wants to help whenever he can. Knowing he was there for me along with Najira and Tamaki really made me feel happy. Not long after this speech though, I phased right through the floor and wound up naked in the process. This wouldn't be as bad if mom didn't bust a gut laughing at me. I tried to save face by asking All Might a little about his quirk, to which he helped me a little with training with it. Thanks to some heavy thinking, I'm able to hold 7% in my entire body. After months of brutal training, me, Kino, and Yui stood in front of the building of UA. Today's the day, Hushroom. Agreed. We were on edge with me walking in first. Unfortunately, I nearly tripped and fell before something wet grabbed me. I looked down to see a tongue. Good to see you three again. We looked behind us to see the two from the sludge villain attack. Thanks for the save. Kinda bad luck if I fell. Here. I smile at them while Kino gets in front of us for introductions. Nice to meet you again, Shroom. My name is Kanoko Komori, this is Yui Kadai, and our boyfriend Izuku Usagiyama. They looked at us strangely when Kino said their boyfriend. It's nice to meet you. My name's Ichako Uraraka, and this is my friend Sayu Asui. Call me Tsu. I smiled at both of them before saying anything. It's nice to meet you both. Hate to cut this short, but we should get inside. Wish you two the best of luck. Thanks. We ran in with Kino and Yui smirking at me. I never like when they have these faces on. I'm suddenly scared. Time skipped to the examination room. What's up, folks? Today is your entrance exams for UA, can I get a yeah? Everyone was quiet as President Mick shouted this. Wow, tough crowd. Alright, here's how things are going to be. Mick explained that this was going to be a fake villain point system, with points varying from 1 to 3 for the robot. That's funny. He's talking about 3 robots, but the pamphlet says 4. Is it a typo? Maybe it's got some secret meaning, Shroom. We tried to wrap our heads around this as some blue-haired guy with glasses stood up. Excuse me, but on the pamphlet you have provided it tells of 4 robots instead of 3. If this is a typo, then this is very unbecoming of UA. And you 3 up there. The guy glared at us to send a shiver down my spine. If all you are going to do is talk, then please leave. You are a distraction to everyone here. I started to hide in my seat as the guy started to really scare me. Confrontation with words really isn't my strong suit. At the training ground as I stood in the area, I felt so out of place with everyone and began shaking. Oh snap. A lot of people. I started to shut down in fear with my head being to a wall like Tamaki would. I can't handle this. It's too scary. I start to remember what mom always said about confidence at this point. Stay confident, Izuku. As mom says, only the weak-hearted have the privilege to lack courage. I glance at everyone again with them all staring at me. Stop staring at me. You're making me self-conscious. I held my head on the wall again with many people kinda looking at me like if I'm for real. I should have come here. Sniffle. I just want to go home. Hey Usagiyama. I glance over to see Uraraka running over. Oh, hello. I guess we're in the same testing site. Yeah, what luck to be in the same testing site. She seemed to be really happy with an aura that lifted my spirits up a bit. So were you kinda nervous? I saw you with your head on the wall and was wondering if you were okay. Why yeah, I just don't handle large crowds so well. That and the nervousness of doing well are kinda getting to me. I get it. I'm a little nervous as well. But I do feel a lot better knowing a friend's here. Why you think of me as a friend? She nods to make me feel really happy at that moment. She thinks of me as a friend. As this was said, I started to glow pink with weird pads on my fingertips. What was that? It was my quirk. It kinda works with me using other quirks of people that are my friends. That's so cool. I smiled as she admired my quirk with the door opening up. ANND, go. When Mick said this, I used one for all in my body to run as fast as I could inside before anyone could know what's happening. There's no warning in real life. Follow that kid. Everyone followed after me before coming into contact with some 2-pointers. Packed move. Luna ring. They shatter on impact with a few 3-pointers coming at me next. I dodge one while putting my hand on it to make it float in midair. So that's what your Raka's quirk can do. Some kind of floating quirk or something like that. I grab the robot with a tentacle from Tamaki's quirk to slam it into the other robots. Okay, anti-gravity. A little off, but still accurate enough. In the observation room, third-person POV. As the exam went on, many faculty were watching with some interest. So who should we keep an eye out for? A man with a mask known as Snipe says this with a man in a trench coat that goes by Ectoplasm answering. I say either the boy with the explosion quirk over there or the boy that seems to have more than one quirk. Everyone turned their attention to Izuku, who was taking down robots with Najire's quirk, then transferring to blowing mushroom spores, stopping robots, and sending small sewing needles enlarged to act like swords to dismantle some. Just what is this kid? Everyone watched in confusion as 3 people that wanted to see this spoke up. His quirk is called Pack Leader. To put it simply, he can use any quirk he wants so long as the person whose quirk he's using thinks of him as a mutual friend along with him. Tamaki stated this with everyone turning to the big 3. He's really going all out though. He's definitely gonna pass at this rate. Mirko smiled as he witnessed Izuku use his quirk to phase an attack about to hit his face through. He truly is a unique person. Let's see how he fares when placed in a real challenge. A small rodent-like creature states this while hitting a big red button. Everyone in the room waits patiently for this to happen with Najire starting to worry about Izuku. You're gonna be okay, right Izuku? On the field Izuku had taken out a horde of 1-pointers to make his total score reach 120. That should be more than enough to pass now. Suddenly, the ground started shaking with a giant robot coming out of the ground. Izuku looked up to see it was the 0-pointer that Mick warned them about earlier. This may be too much for me to handle. Izuku smiled while laughing at the ridiculous eyes. He was ready to run before hearing a shout. Help. He looked around to see a Chaco trapped under a set of rubble trying to get out. She seemed to be pinned down with a robot above her ready to stomp down. Uraraka. On instinct, Izuku ran at the villain ready to fight. Izuku urged one for all speed with Rabbit's dexterity to jump over as fast as he could. He slammed his foot into the debris holding a Chaco before jumping up to the giant mecha monster. Combo packed move. Manchester Luna Wave. Izuku maxed out his use of one for all while combining Rabbit and wave motion to give his kick even more force behind it. He came down like a buzzsaw slicing the giant robot in 2 before it exploded. Izuku came out from the blast with his leg broken and shaking from the act. He held his fist up to indicate he won with many people unable to comprehend what just happened. When he tried to walk however, Izuku fell to the pain in his leg and severe exhaustion from using wave motion a little too much with his stomach growling. Oh. Izuku was severely exhausted with a Chaco floating over with her quirk to him. You okay Isagiyama? That looked like it hurt. A drawback of a stockpile quirk I have and an energy-based quirk. If I go over the limit, I can break my bones or succumb to severe exhaustion. Ouch. Very. Izuku laid on the ground in too much pain to bear, but too exhausted to shout. At least Uraraka's safe. As he thought this, Najire came running on the field with an elderly woman not far behind. Izuku. She kneeled down to see Izuku badly broken and barely conscious. Are you okay? Speak to me. Izuku opened his eyes and immediately shut them. Can you move my head please? Najire didn't understand this, but did as Izuku asked not knowing he saw sky blue in his field of vision. Alright, settle down now. The elderly woman came up with Najire smiling at her. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right recovery girl? The lack of energy may cause problems, but I don't see how it would make me unable to heal him. The woman known as Recovery Girl looked down on Izuku before extending her lips to be a foot long to kiss his head. Everyone that watched who were examined were a little grossed out by this, with Izuku's legs starting to reform back to what it was. Most of it is healed, but he does have some burns on his leg. It shouldn't take long for him to heal though, he's young. Recovery Girl walked away with her helping everyone who was injured as well. Time skipped to after the exams at Chaco Pav. We walked out of the school with Isagiyama and his friends with the one blue-haired girl with us as well. She began explaining what happened to him to everyone while I held my head down at the embarrassment of what happened. After he broke the debris, Izuku jumped up and spin-kicked the robot in half. "That's so cool, Shroom." "It is." Tsu decided to poke fun at me while making a joke. "Sounds like you have a knight in shining armor, Ichako." It's not like that." I held a blush while Komori came over and made a proposition for me. "If Izuku wants to date you, I don't mind, Shroom." "Nor do I. We already told Najire that we're okay with her, so one more shouldn't be that painful." I started going pink at this with Tsu. Asking about this. "Can I join in as well, Ribbit?" "Sure. But you both have to call us by our first names though." "Deal." "Also, who's the girl that's carrying Isajiyama?" Tsu asks this with her finally introducing herself. "My name's Najire Hado, and I'm going to be a third year in UA. I knew Izuku since a work-study in my first year and kinda think he's really cute. When Kanoko and Yui came to me a little while ago saying they're fine with me dating Izuku, I kinda agreed to confess to him. I know he likes me and I sorta do too." She started blushing with Isajiyama groaning awake. What happened?" "Recovery girl healed you for the most part. I'm taking you home." He looked at Najire and smiled. I could easily tell he was out of it but didn't pay much mind to it. "Najire, you're so nice. If I can, I'd like to take you on a date as thank you." He was delirious from exhaustion and didn't know what he was saying. He then looked at me and Tsu and smiled. "I saved my new friend. Can I call you Ichako now?" I went red at this for some reason and nodded. "Can I call you Izuku?" He nodded and looked at Tsu. "You can call me that too, Tsu. We are friends, right?" She nodded with Izuku smiling before glowing green. We didn't see any change before his tongue fell out a length similar to Tsu's. "Well, that's new." We kept walking with Kanoko and Yui explaining the situation with us about his quirk before getting our numbers. I wonder if he'll remember anything about this talk. Few weeks later, Izuku Pav. After the exams, Kino and Yui have been bringing Ichako and Tsu over rather often. They explained what I did also while in a half-conscious state, to which I held my head in a corner with Ichako patting my shoulder. She said she didn't mind and that the dating thing will happen naturally. We started to learn a lot about each other with the days before the entrance exam results would come in. When they finally came in, I was on edge thinking about what will happen. I sat in the kitchen with Mom behind me looking at the letter. I began to take a deep breath and rip the letter open. As I did this, a small hologram projector came out to show All Might on it. "I am here." On a hologram. I glanced over to Mom, who held an unsure face before All Might continued. "Young Isajiyama. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm on a message from UA. Well, to put it simply, I will be part of the staff starting next spring. Now for your test results." I was on edge with Mom standing beside me giving a thumbs up. She supported me no matter what, and I wanted to pass this to make her proud. I took a deep breath before All Might spoke. "On the written test, you obtained a perfect score. While on the physical, you obtained 120 points to make you pass. However, there was a secret scoring for heroic actions that gave you more points for saving young Uraraka." The hologram showed me destroying the debris that held Ichako before jumping up and slicing the 0-pointer in two. Mom saw this and smiled at me while saying that I did the right thing there. "The panel of judges that watched this gave you an additional 60 points to bring your total up to 180. Congratulations, Isajiyama. You are not only accepted into UA, but also our first-year class representative. Welcome to your hero academia." The hologram stopped there with me looking at Mom. I began to cry and hug Mom. "Didn't I tell you you had nothing to worry about? You killed it and now you're the rep for your year." I smiled as this was said, remembering where I started from. "Mom, Dad, please. Get out of my house, you failure." I still feel the kick my birth father did to my stomach as he threw me out of the house at the age of 4. What use does a weakling that has to rely on others have? To me, you're better off quirkless. These were the last words spoken to me before getting a door slammed in my face. Those words still hurt today, but they're proof I worked hard to get to where I am. "Mom, thank you." I hugged Mom tighter with her smiling at me. "I didn't do anything with this, Izuku. It's all you." I shook my head at this. "It's not because of the exam, it's about everything else." Mom realized what I said and put her head on mine. "You're a good kid, Izuku, so don't forget who you are. I love you." I smiled at these words before answering back. "I love you too, Mom." Izuku Pav. The first day of UA had finally came and I was on edge. "Izuku, did you remember your tie?" I started frantically looking for my tie with it being nowhere. Mom came in to smile at me before pointing to the bottom of her neck. I looked down to see my tie already on. "Sorry." "Relax, man, you're more jumpy than I am after a villain thinks he can dupe me." I started covering my scar with my hair and my nervousness with Mom sighing. "Nobody is going to make fun of you cause of your eye. You're going to go to UA today, make a crapload friends, and enjoy your day doing it. After, you're going to meet with Kanoko and Yui to talk and spend a happy day with them, Ichako, Tsu, and Najire." I smiled at this before nodding. That a boy, now go show Yui what you can do. I start walking out of the house to see Kino and Yui. Hey Izuku, we were just on our way to walk with you to school shroom. Kino comes up and hugs me with Yui doing the same. I give them both a peck on the cheek before we head to the station. As we board, we meet Sue and Ichako who were a few stops down after us. We talked about what we might be doing until we got to our stop to see Yui in the distance. In an effort to get there as fast as we could, we decided to race each other. Kino though cheated and jumped on my back riding on my shoulders like I was her steed. When we finally got to Yui though, we had to part with Yui and Kino going to class 1B, well me, Ichako, and Sue head to class 1A. Whoa, this door is huge. I wonder if it's for people with size quirks. Ribbit, could be. Let's get inside before. Get your feet off that desk this instant. I opened the door to the scary guy from the exams yelling at someone. The argument seemed kinda dangerous to step into, so we just walked in without giving them mind. We walked over to a pink-haired girl to try and get the important bits for her to say the guy with glasses that said his name was Tenya Ida was trying to stop the blonde guy from putting his feet up. I took a glance at the blonde person before realizing something. Kachin. He glanced over to me and looked like he saw a ghost. Deku. He was about to say something before a guy with long black hair that looked like he needed a day or two of sleep crawled in while inside a sleeping bag. Everyone in your seats now. Everyone got into their seats with the person coming out of his sleeping bag to greet us. Hello, my name is Shota Izawa and I will be your homeroom teacher. He pulled out 20 uniforms for us from his sleeping bag before placing them on the podium. Put these on and meet me outside. We all grabbed one of the uniforms before heading to the changing rooms to get into the gym uniforms. As we were changing, Kachin kept staring at me to make it a little awkward. Just keep changing Izuku. The weirdness will stop when you're out of here. I was one of the first on the field with Mr. Izawa looking at me. You're Miruko's kid, aren't you? I nodded him before passing me a ball. You'll be in my demonstration when everyone comes here. Yes sir. I also took a look at your background. Why were you adopted by Miruko? I held my head down before answering. I don't want to talk about it. He stopped at that with everyone coming over. Today we will be doing 8 tests. Usagi-yama here will show a demonstration. How far did you throw a ball in middle school? 80 meters. Give or take. Try it now with your quirk. I got to the circle while touching the ball to use zero gravity on it. Well, it had no weight. I threw the ball as hard as I could for Mr. Izawa to show a score on his phone. Infinity. Is that even possible? I walked back over to Tsu and Ichako who were happy for me to get so far. Today, you will be taking 8 tests to determine where you stand. The one who gets last will be deemed to have no talent and be expelled on the spot. Ichako stood up and argued with this. You can't kick us out on the first day, that isn't fair. Neither is life. I'm sure the one next to you can vouch for that. He points at me to have everyone look at me. Why am I being targeted? Our job is to make you into the pros of tomorrow, not babysit you. Now remember our motto of going beyond, plus ultra. After the tests. Thanks to Najair's, Mom's, All Might's, and Tamaki's quirks, I was able to get first in virtually everything. The only ones that I didn't get first in were the ball throw that I tied with Ichako in, and the side step that some weird kid named Mineta got first in. Alright, above is your overall score. He showed us the scores with me getting first and smiling at it. Mineta, pack your bags. You're expelled. Nuo. He started running around to try and avoid leaving with him knocking me down. In the heat of the moment, I fell on a girl by the name of Jiro. When I realized what happened, I started panicking. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I quickly got up and helped her on her feet. It's cool man, it was an accident. I felt a little relief as she smiled at me with all of us heading to the school to change. After we were done, Ichako, Tsu, and I met up with Kino, Najair, and Yui. Hey you three, how was the first day for you all? Awesome shroom. It was okay, but why weren't you and your classmates at the orientation? We had our teacher bring us out to do a quirk apprehension test. He even expelled some guy during it. Scary. Sounds like Izawa. He does that. We started walking until I heard someone shout at me. Deku. I turn around to see Kachin. Hey Kachin, how you been? Don't how you beam. What the fuck happened to you? He walks up to me and grabs my shirt collar to lift me up. Hey what are you doing? Kino tried to stop him before she saw tears drop down. What happened to you? Why didn't you say anything? Do you know how long me and my family looked for you? Kachin started to tell me what happened when he found out about what my parents did when I was 4. About 10 years ago Katsuki Pav. Me and mom decided today to go to Aunt Inko and Uncle Hisashi's home to see if Deku was okay since he hasn't been in school for a few days. As we got to the door, we knocked on it for Aunt Inko to answer it. Hey Mitsuki, what brings you here? Hey Inko, Katsuki hasn't seen Izuku in a while and wanted to know if he was okay. Inko, can you help me with this? Aunt Inko lets us in while going over to help Uncle Hisashi with something. We get in to see a few garbage bags of stuff being brought downstairs. We sit in the living room until the two come back. So what can we do for you, Mitsuki? Uncle Hisashi asks with mom asking the question on her mind. We were just wondering if Izuku is okay. Kitsuki hasn't seen him at school for a few days and wanted to know if he was alright. Uncle looked at me and smiled. You must be a young prodigy, Kitsuki. You're certainly going to become an amazing hero with that quirk. Thanks, me and Deku are going to be heroes together. I smiled at him while they made weird faces. Inko, where's Izuku? Aunt Inko was not answering the question to make mom start to yell a bit. Where's Izuku? Why do you care for a failure? Uncle Hisashi shouted this with mom getting mad. What do you mean by that? You don't get how lucky you are, Mitsuki. You have a great family life, a son with a great quirk, you're set for life. But we got a defective son. Mom started to go pale a little. What did you do with him? He's gone. Aunt Inko said what we were trying to understand for a while now. Wait, you mean like at his grandparents or something? I didn't understand it, but mom knew. No, Kitsuki, Inko means we threw him out. When we found out his quirk was something pathetic and weak, we did what was necessary and threw him out. Mom punched Uncle Hisashi in the face to make him fall. You threw your own son out like garbage. Mitsuki, there's no reason to. Do you understand how fucked up that is, Inko? You threw a 4-year-old out on the streets for something he had no say in. What do you think is gonna happen to him? Reality came to me what happened and I didn't like it one bit. He'll die. Good riddance in my opinion. Aunt Inko said this with mom punching her next. He's 4. That's cruel and a death wish on him. Mom takes my hand and walks out. You better hope they don't find him dead somewhere. Because if they do, I'm coming back for you. We get out of the door and mom slams it shut. We walk back home without saying anything until we get into the door. As mom explains what happened to dad, I ask her trying to hold back tears. Mom, is Izuku going to be okay? Both mom and dad didn't know how to answer me. They gave me the best answer they could at the time. I don't know. I'm gonna go out and try to find Izuku. You and Kitsuki stay here. Dad left with mom walking into the kitchen to get a glass of water. As it was being filled, mom started crying. Damn it. She slams the glass on the sink to break and scares me a bit. I'm sorry, Kitsuki. She came up to hug me with what's going on breaking both our hearts. We'll find Izuku, I promise. After a few weeks, we were able to get permission to put papers up to help try and find Izuku. Dad regularly checked anywhere he could along with asking anyone if they saw Izuku. We even told our local school that asked all of us to keep our eyes open for Izuku or anyone that looks like him. But even after all this, we didn't find him. I felt ashamed of myself at this point. I wanted to be the greatest hero of all time, but I can't find and help my best friend. It wasn't right. When the 1.5 year mark came, everyone kinda gave up thinking that it was pointless. I still tried the best I could, but I never got the chance to find Izuku or even anything to help lead me to him. In the end, I started to think the same thing. I hated myself for never being able to save him and swore to be the hero we both wanted to be. A hero that saves people like All Might. Back to present Izuku Pav. I'm sorry, Izuku. I couldn't be there for you. Sniffle. I'm sorry. He let me go after some time with me hugging him. I'm sorry, Kachin. I should have told you that I was okay, but I didn't know how you would feel seeing me again. It's a horrible reason, but please forgive me. I didn't mean to hurt you like this. You damn nerd. I'm supposed to say I'm sorry here. He calmed down a bit as I explained to him what happened to me. So you were adopted by the rabbit hero and are now her son. Not only that, but you have these 5 as girlfriends and have the skills of all their quirks with some pros in you. I nod as he punches my chest a bit. At least you're okay and happy, that's what I give a fuck for. We started to laugh a bit at this to lighten the mood a bit. So we're still good. I hold my fist out to him as Kachin fist bumps me. Yeah, we're cool. I started to glow reddish orange a bit before it stopped. The fuck was that? I opened the palms of my hands a bit to see small explosions happen. To make it simple, I'm able to use your quirk now cause we both see each other as friends without doubt. So this is the power that your old folks threw you out for. Were they fucking stupid? Maybe. Also, how's auntie and uncle doing besides all the problems I gave them? Pretty good. We started walking away with Kino jumping on my shoulders, Yui and Ichako holding my side, and Tsu and Najire following behind us. Kitsuki Pav. After getting home, I noticed the old hag in the living room folding laundry. What took you so long to get here? I'd normally yell at her, but today was different. I met an old friend. Someone that I'm happy is okay after all these years. She didn't ask, but watched me go into my room. As I sat there, I felt a great weight get lifted off me knowing Deku was okay. So he was able to survive. The part of his story how he got the scar on his right eye scared me for his sake. He had to live through hell before things got better. To me, that wasn't right. I'm sorry that you had to grow up like that, Izuku, but I promise I'm gonna be by your side. It's the least I can do. Katsuki, dinner's ready. Get your ass down here. I'm coming, you old hag. You two are gonna freak when you realize Deku's okay. Izuku Pav. One more time. Right. I began to hold my hand out while concentrating on explosion. Ah boom, since I obtained Kachan's quirk yesterday, I began working my butt off getting good enough to use it as good as Kachan can. Alright, take a shower and get ready for school. Thanks mom. I ran in to clean myself off before going to get dressed. As I walked out of the bathroom though, Yui, Kino, Tsu, Achako, and Ajire were out in the living room waiting for me. Sadly, I only had a towel on for them to see the top half of my body without anything covering it. I was so ashamed of showing them something like that. Kino was having a nosebleed, Yui was red, Najira looked as if she couldn't process anything, Tsu froze, and Achako almost passed out where she sat. WWWW, what are you all doing in here? Haha. That is exactly what I was hoping to see. I glance over to see mom laughing at us. Mom, please don't do these things. I have enough problems as it is without you embarrassing me like this. Trust me Izuku, that body ain't something to be embarrassed about. I bet every girl here is thinking of what you look like without the towel on. Mom smirks while the girls go red before averting their eyes. I gotta get ready. I ran into my room to shut the door with what happened still fresh in my mind. Why didn't I bring my clothes in with me? I couldn't bring in my undershirt and boxers. I smacked myself in the head before walking over to my clothes to put them on. During lunch. As the morning classes went on, I began to see that they weren't as different in UA than any other school. However, our PE and any club activity that we might have were changed with heroics for the afternoon. Right now, I'm currently eating lunch with everyone waiting for Kino and Yui to come over. From what they said, a friend of theirs would like to meet me from what she's heard about me. Izuku. I glance over to see the two with a friend of theirs that had orange hair and green eyes. You must be Sagiyama. My name's Itsuka Kendo. She held her hand out to me to shake it. It's very nice to meet you. Also, you don't need to use my last name. Izuku is just fine. She seemed to be nice. I didn't want to let her stand, so I offered her a seat with her agreeing. So you're both are seriously dating Izuku, damn he's got game. Kendo seemed to be slightly impressed with Najira adding to this. He's also dating me, Achako, and Tsu so you know. Wow, you all really have an interesting relationship. We know. Everyone answers with a smile and a little pride in their decision. I began to smile at this before someone elbowed the back of my head. I glance over to see some blonde guy laughing uncontrollably while talking. I'm sorry, I must have not been able to get over that big head of yours. No problem friend. Nobody's hurt. I tried to smile at him while he said something just plain mean to me. What a pathetic person you are. And here I thought that scar on your eye would make you have more of a backbone. Is it possible that Class A is inferior to Class B? Ahahaha. I start to regress to hiding under the table after hearing this. Sniffle. I hate my scar. He kept laughing until I heard Yui and Kino jump up. What gave you the right to do that, Mana mushroom? I agree, Izuku has enough problems without you doing this. Oh, so the timid scar boy needs the members of my own class to protect. Hi. I hear silence before someone speaks. Something tells me I'm gonna have to do this often. Kendo came under the table to look at me on my right side. You okay? I couldn't make out so well what kind of face was making, so I adjusted my stare to see her face. It's not that bad. Have a little more confidence in yourself. I think it makes you look kinda cute. She spoke kindly to me with touching where the scar is. Thanks. I have some trouble seeing out of it sometimes. It also gave me a lot of problems growing up, so I kinda don't like it when people make fun of me. It's okay Izuku, Monoma was just picking a fight shroom. He's just a jerk. Kino says this with Yui nodding. Thanks. I started to get up again with seeing everyone smile at me. There we go. No need to be put down by words. Everyone has something they hate about themselves, so don't let it get to you. I started to smile while thanking Kendo. Thanks, I appreciate it. What are friends for? I smiled at this before my body started to glow orange. The heck? When it stopped, one of my hands grew to twice its size to make Kendo act a little surprised. It's Izuku's quirk. It's a little weird when you first see it, but it's a good way for you to know he thinks of you as a friend. Achako says this with me explaining the baselines for how my quirk works to Kendo. She seemed to get this with us talking a little more about things before it was time to head back to class. I gave Kino, Yui, and Najira a goodbye kiss before we started heading to class. As we sat in the class, Kirishima seemed to get curious over my quirk to ask. So Sagiyama, how does your quirk work to have more than one? Well Kirishima, let me explain it like this. Let's say I was able to use your quirk, I would need to have a baseline of at least mutual friendship with you. The relationship could be more, but friendship is the most important thing for that. Once it's done, both yours and my own physical capabilities hold the limit to your quirk. So as your quirk allows you to harden your body, I can harden at best the same amount as you can, and also for as long as you. Oh, so it's like you're borrowing our skills. Pretty cool. He smiled at me while I nodded. You know something, Midoriya, you're a pretty cool guy. Thanks. It's nice of you to say it. We're pals, man, so I'll tell you straight up. I smiled a bit before glowing red and hardening a bit. Whoa, this is kinda cool. I feel like my body is made of rock or something. So the glow is kinda like your self-explanation that the quirk is mimicking someone else's. For the most part, yes. The door started to open with the sound of a familiar pro walking in. I am coming through the door like a hero. All Might came through the door with all of us excited. He's wearing his Silver Age costume. So cool. Today, I shall be handling your first heroics training. This lesson shall help mold you into the bright young heroes of tomorrow. Today's lesson shall be battle training. All Might held up a card with the words on them before going for a remote to press a button. And what hero would be complete without their hero costumes? The button seemed to be connected to some kind of lever or something to release 20 cases with our seat numbers on them. Put these down and meet me at ground beta. We all grabbed our costumes and began heading to the changing area before heading to ground beta. At ground beta. Once we were changed, we all met down at ground beta with All Might explaining the way things will go. Hey Izuku, awesome costume. Achako and Tsu came over with me, starting to get a nosebleed at the fact they were wearing a skin-tight jumpsuit. I guess. I mean, it's a little tight in certain areas, so that may change how I could move around at the moment. Either way. Your costumes look really cool too. Thanks Ribbit. We started to quiet down for All Might to explain what was going on for this assignment. The simple way to explain is that this will be a 2-on-2 heroes versus villains fight. The lots are drawn randomly, with each team winning by either capturing the other team or completing their specific form of winning in the time given. Now that that's settled, let's begin drawing lots. Once they were drawn, I found myself with Achako with us going against Kachin and Iida for this fight, with us being the heroes. Before the villain team went inside to prepare, we were given a floor schematic with it seeming rather straightforward of a map. So you got an idea on how to win, Izuku? I began to think before and I opened a compartment with some dried meat in it. What's that? Bat jerky. I answered while taking a bite out of it. Trust me, this isn't the most disgusting thing I've eaten in my life. After eating the jerky, I used both Mom's and Tamaki's quirk together to use a bat sonar and listen a little better. They're on the 4th floor beginning to bicker. If they split up, you get Iida and I'll get Kachin. I always knew you were a little batty, Izuku. Achako held a thumbs up while I show some canines that I obtained by using Manifest. 3rd person POV. Hero team can enter now. Izuku and Achako heard this, with the green-haired teen pointing upwards to Achako. She understood what he meant with Izuku using Achako's zero-gravity quirk on her to float her onto the roof. The two entered in from the top and bottom, with Izuku making his way to the 4th floor. Before he could get past the 3rd floor, however, he was stopped by Bakugo. Guess it's time to see what you're made of, Izuku. They both got into a fighting stance, with Bakugo going for a right hook. His fist phased through Izuku, however, with him going through like it was nothing. Good thing I put in that request for a suit made of my hair fibers when I did. Don't feel like showing our classmates my boy parts yet. Bakugo got back up for him to try to blast Izuku. This time he dodged and was sticking to the wall thanks to Tsu's frog quirk with ears on his head. He began to jump around with the blonde unable to keep him down. Face me like a man, dammit. He started trying to hit Izuku with an explosion for him to tank it with Kirishima's hardening on a giant fist he made with Kendo's big fist quirk. Oh, fuck. Bakugo got the fist right to his face to send him through a wall. I gotta admit, that was kinda cool. What should I call that, boulder fist? The combinations I could do with these two quirks now are endless. While in thought, Bakugo tried to come back at Izuku for him to dodge and grab 2 pieces of wall. Take this. Bakugo came at him with a large explosion to only have 2 boulders come out of nowhere at him. The fuck? After using size on the pieces of wall, Izuku used Spore to shoot a breath of mushrooms at Bakugo to keep him down. Cough. Cough. What is this shit? Packed move. Shroom fake. By using Yui's quirk to make a blind spot in your line of sight, I was able to use Kino's to incapacitate you with mushroom spores. Simple, but very effective if you get someone when their mouth is open. Izuku put a water bottle down after tying up Bakugo in tape. If you drink a little water, the spores should make their way out of your system. Izuku ran up the steps with 5% full cowl to get to the door where the bomb was. He began to eat another dehydrated meat to hold a camouflage before entering. Chameleon meat is better than bat meat. Still not the most tasty though. He noticed Ochako was having a hard time getting the bomb with Iida's speed. Izuku made his eyes known to Ochako for her to smile. I wouldn't stand there if I were you, Iida. And why would that? Kachin says hi. Izuku held his hand to Iida's side before blasting an explosion at him for Ochako to touch the bomb and ensuring their victory. Hero team wins. Izuku and Ochako threw their fists in the air to punch it as a way to express their excitement. Before they headed out, Izuku gave Iida his hand to help him up and commending him on his efforts. Once they came to the monitor room, they found Bakugo pulling mushrooms off him while smirking at Izuku. You might have gotten me this time, but that's not gonna be for long. I look forward to seeing your efforts, Kachin. The two fist bumped before watching the other matches. The only more notable one Izuku had seen was Todoroki's, where he froze the area to make an easy victory for him and Shoji. The rest seemed to be rather normal, with Izuku taking notes on everyone's quirks and possible ways to help them grow. After class, he gave the offers to everyone, with them having some interest with how sensible the options were and how on the ball Izuku was on their quirks. Some started calling him a student teacher for them to make him blush uncontrollably. End of the day, Izuku Pav. As we started to walk out to meet Kino and Yui, Ashido and Kirishima decided to tag along to talk with us. So then I had them learn to dance and they became good friends. You serious? Ochako and Ashido started to talk about something that happened when Ashido was in middle school, with me, Kachin, and Kirishima talking about what we can do to get stronger. Hey you guys. Yui came up with Kino being placed on my shoulder. So what's on the agenda for this weekend, Izuku Shroom? Haven't thought of that. Maybe ask Najira if she wants to go on a date and head to the movies before getting lunch. Knowing mom, she'd want us to train our butts off on one of the days, so let's do training Sunday. Mind if we join you on that? Kirishima, Kachin, and Ashido asked, with me nodding. The more the merrier. While heading to the station, I began to get a call from mom. Hello? Izuku, I got a proposition for you. Okay. How would you like to hold a small party with everyone from the first year hero course at our house tomorrow night? I started to worry with the one guy from class B being there. I'll ask Kino and Yui to put in their group chat while putting it in our classes. Alright, text me if they're into it, and also say that there's gonna be an adult there if they're worried. If it's you, they still have worry. It's Ryuko, you little pain in the ass. She hung up before I turned to everyone. So anyone up for a party tomorrow night? They all glanced at me for a reason. Mom just asked if I wanted to hold one for everyone in the first year's hero course, with me saying I'll ask. Oh, heck yeah. I'm down for going to a house of one of the top pros to party. Ashido seemed to be very into the idea, with everyone else agreeing with her. Me, Kino, and Yui started putting in the group chat the idea, with them putting it in a different one than their full chat for some reason. After a few minutes, everyone seemed to answer that they were into the idea. We typed down the address and for everyone to come around 8 with something to sleep in for them to agree. Once this was done, I asked Kino and Yui a serious question. This may sound mean, and I'm sorry for asking this. But can we not have that one guy with blonde hair come to the party, please? We had intentions not to have him come. That's why we put it in a separate chat room. I didn't want to say I was happy about this, but I wasn't unhappy. You know mom's gonna have me train like a dog tomorrow to make up for that party, right? You won't suffer alone. Ochako says this with her Aunt Sue coming to the side of me. I'm down to train with the rabbit hero. Kirishima states this with us heading to the station before going our separate ways. Izuku Pav. Common. But the best you got. It was early in the morning, with me and mom doing an intense sparring match. Packed move. Oversized explosion. She wanted me to try out the new quirks I had to use with my others to try and think up ideas. One of the more interesting combinations I had was Kendo's big fist with Kachin's explosion. Since Kachin's sweat is combustible from the palm, I considered making my hand bigger to increase the amount and the strength of my hand to avoid problems with the drawback. This could be useful when I need firepower. Not good enough. Mom kicks me into a wall for it to break. Crap, you okay? I'm fine. Good thing Kirishima has a sturdy quirker that might have hurt. She walks over to give me a hand up while patting my head. Those reflexes are getting better. How's your training with one for all doing? Good. I'm starting to get better at using it. Right now, I think I'm at like 8% for how much I can use on average without hurting myself. Ever tried mixing it with the other quirks yet? Tried, did nothing. Maybe it's cause the quirk isn't actually mine and I'm just tapping into everyone else's that it can't work. I started to think into it before I began to float off the ground. Izuku, you're floating. In my own self-thought, I unintentionally used Ochako's quirk to make me weightless to have mom hold my shirt while I'm upside down. So I am. I held my hands together to release me to fall on the ground head first. Ow, that wasn't fun. Mom started to laugh while I got up. You might want to start moving some furniture for some room. Your party's tonight, so I suggest you get some food set up and maybe go to the store and get a few condoms. I start to blush at this while mom laughs. Then again, you're probably too much of a pussy to seal a deal with anyone. Hahaha. It's not like I'd not want to. I just want the G girls to be happy with me. That stuff comes later. Mom smacks my back before chucking a box at me. Trust me, you'd better be prepared if it does happen. I look at the box with a huge blush, knowing that my own mother gave me condoms, thinking I'd have sex tonight. Oh, and by the way, Najire said she was coming tonight. Something about wanting to see that you become a man or some crap like that. She said what? Time skipped to the evening. I looked over the house one last time to make sure everything was right. Alright, chips check, drinks check, music check, embarrassing kid photo albums in a locked drawer check, my room locked for now check. As I went over the list, a huge amount of people showed up to walk in. I assumed most were of Class B, since I could only make out Kendo, Yui, and Kino from the crowd. Not long after, Najire and everyone from Class A came in. Some brought food as a way to help add to the choices. Alright. Let's get this party jumping. Ashido started going to the radio to put on a bunch of music insanely loud for everyone to start doing their own thing. While this happened, I felt extremely out of place before getting hugged by Yui and Kino. So what do we do at these things? I asked both with an awkward laugh as they went over what goes on at these parties. Well, there's spin the bottle where people spin a bottle in a circle with the person it lands on and the person that spun it having to kiss. Truth or dare where people ask others what a truthful question is or some kind of dare for them to do. Looks like Ashido has a deck of card shroom. I wonder what she's doing. I follow her into the kitchen with a bunch of guys at the table with her shuffling the deck. Alright boys, rules are simple. The losers of each hand has to strip a layer of clothing off. Game ends when everyone but one is stark naked. I'm not getting involved with this game. Agreed. Hell no shroom. Half an hour passes with Ashido having the best luck out of everyone to win without losing a single piece of clothing. At the table, two guys I found out were Tetsu and Awase, Kirishima, Sato, and Aoyama were stripped naked keeping their privates from being shown. That classmate of yours is scary Izuku. Let's just slowly back away and pretend this never happened. We get out of the kitchen to be grabbed by Hagakure. Glad I finally found you Sagayama. We're just about to start spin the bottle. The invisible girl brings me over to sit between Najire and Kendo, with Kino and Yui sitting beside a girl with vines for hair and Jiru from class. Okay, rules are simple. Person the top of the bottle points to is the person you have to kiss if you spin. Girls and guys are included for whoever. Wait, I might have to kiss a guy. I looked around to see Ajiro, Shiro, Yaoi Rozu, and Kaminari in the set with Hagakure handing the bottle to Yui first. She spins the bottle for it to slow down and point at Kaminari. Oh yeah. Time for a little lip action. Yui kicks him in the lips with her foot while looking calm and collective doing it. I'm not kissing him. Count that as my turn for us to get a move on. Next person was Ajiro who spun it and had it land on Hagakure. He seemed a little embarrassed with our invisible friend coming over to plant a kiss on his lips. He passed out immediately for us to get a small laugh. Who's next? Jiru grabbed the bottle next to spin it while chanting silently please don't let it be stupid to herself. When it stopped, I looked down for it to point at me. No fair. He gets a bunch of chicks, why does he get to kiss a different girl? Remind me why you wanted to play this game again Kaminari. Shiro asks this while kinda not being surprised. Well I guess we go next. I was kinda nervous with Najire looking at us and chanting. Kiss. 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 I leaned in to give Jiru a small peck on the lips for both of us to go red after that. Yay. Alright, you're up Shiozaki. The girl with vines in her hair grabbed the bottle next for it to land on me again. Why am I being forced into this treatment? I think I will end this game here. Oh no you don't. You gotta go and give Usagiyama a big old smooch first. Hagakure pushed Shiozaki at me for our lips to meet. I started to taste fresh spring vegetables in my mouth to kinda like it. AHHH. Shiozaki runs through the house shrieking after this to hide in the bathroom. I think you broke our classmate Izuku. Kendo seemed kinda surprised by this with Yui and Kino pulling me to them and kissing me. That was for kissing another woman we didn't yet approve in front of us. Yeah, shroom. It wasn't my fault though. After a few more rounds and some embarrassing moments where Shiro and Kaminari kissed along with Kino and Najire kissing, I got up to see what else was going on. While doing so, I was pulled into a quiet room by Bakugo who had Ichako, Tsu, Ashido, Kirishima, Shoji, and a few of the Class B girls inside it. Goddamn. And I got this one. Kendo walks in with Shiozaki still red as anything with Kino and Yui behind her. So what's happening now? We're gonna play Truth or Dare. Ichako says this with Kendo introducing everyone. Izuku, these are some of our classmates from Class B. The blonde girl is Pony Tsunatori, the Black-haired girl is Satsuna Tokage, and the silver-haired girl is Ryuko Yanagi. I said hello to them with them saying hi back. Alright, let's get this going. Achako, truth or dare? Achako thought on this before answering. Truth. Have you ever fantasized about Usagi here? She went red while hiding her face to have a Shido laugh. My question is answered. You're next to Achako. She looked at everyone to see Kachin. Bakugu, truth or dare? Dare. I ain't no pussy. I dare you to go out in your boxers and dance in front of everyone outside. Easy. Kachin drops his pants to walk out and dance. Strangely enough, old-time rock and roll was playing for us all to laugh at this while he walks back in to put his pants on. And you called it a dare? Kachin looks over to see Tokage before asking. Lizard eyes, truth or dare? It's Itsuna Tokage. And dare. I dare you to pinch some guy in this room's ass. Piece of cake. Tokage pulled her hand off for it to walk behind us. What the? Hey. I said pinch, not grab my ass. Kachin pulled the hand off him to chuck back at Tokage for it to go back on like nothing happened. That was weird, but cool. So your quirk allows you to take off parts of your body or something like that? Pretty much. Pony, truth or dare? Dare to keep this fun. Tokage smiled evilly while pointing at me. I dare you to sit on Usagi lap. Center to be precise where. What? Both of us and the girls shouted for her to begin to get up to walk over to me. She immediately sat in my lap to make me feel something poking at my stomach. I'm sorry if my tail is a problem. I glanced down to see a tail on my stomach. No trouble. It reminds me of my tail when I grow it actually. She smiled at this while looking at Shiozaki. Shiozaki, truth or dare? Truth. Who do you think is the cutest guy in the room? Everyone started to grow silent as a huge blush came on her face. Mr. CC Cottontail. Everyone was silent as Kendo explains. She calls Izuku Mr. Cottontail after seeing him on TV that one time. She told me she's in love with you. I went red after hearing this for Shiozaki to hold her hands over her face. Ashido, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to kiss the person you think is the cutest in this room for 10 seconds. There was a silence as Ashido looked at Tsunatori. You might want to move for a second. She did as my pink classmate said for me to get tackled seconds later being kissed uncontrollably by Ashido. Go. Everyone started changing while I started to see spirals from this. Did anyone get the number of that piece of bubblegum? Right here cutie. Make sure to call me up if you want to show a little finesse to the girls here. She handed me her number while whispering in my ear. Also, call me Mina from now on. Cause I'm calling you Izu now baby. This comment made me think we may be a little more after that with my body glowing pink. Well that's strange. Most people saw me grow horns and make acid out of my hands. Liking the look Izu. Mina held her thumb up with a Chako handing me a mirror to see my eyes look like Mina's. Well this is a new look. Few more hours passed with everyone having some fun along the way. Eventually, Yui and Kino mentioned on how I can play with everyone chanting for me to play something for them. I grabbed my guitar and sat near a piano we had. Jiru, you know how to play guitar? Yeah. I passed her my guitar while showing her some notes on what we were playing. Here goes nothing. I began to play the piano with Jiru coming in with the guitar. Everyone was silent as anything as I played a song from someone on the internet. The sound of my voice sounding like I was screaming my soul out made everyone have shivers. Unintentionally, someone was videotaping us while watching us play to post it up on the internet. When we were about done, I looked up to the ceiling to reveal the scar over my eye and smile. I looked over to everyone who was clapping and cheering. You Izu, you mind doing a request? Mina came over to show me what she wanted to hear with me agreeing. I can only really do the acoustic if that's okay. She nodded with me starting up the song. While starting it up, everyone started to listen carefully as I began playing. People began bobbing their heads with me singing with the vocals. Jiru was a little surprised while hearing me with most of the people in the school having the same reaction. Finally, it came to the third verse with having everyone sing as best they could. When the song finally ended, I noticed Kaminari put a phone away with a smile. Kaminari, what did you just do? Make you a famous guy on social media. I sighed deeply before putting my guitar back in my room and grabbed a bottle of cold tea from the fridge. That was awesome Izuku. I'm so happy you kept playing guitar. Ribbit. Achako, Sue and Najire came over with Kino and Yui hugging me. So awesome Shroom. I never knew you could play piano as well. I'm not that good with it and I was a little worried about showing off my ability to everyone. Dude, that was killer. Jiru looked at me with her O chords up like they were giving me a thumbs up. T thanks. While your playing was really cool T2. And not surprised, since you kinda looked like someone that knows how to play an instrument very well. She came over and punched my arm slightly with a blush on her face. You're just trying to sweet talk me. That piano performance was beyond awesome. I started laughing while Mina came running out with something of mine. I found Izuku's photo album growing up. How did you find that? I hid it in my room. I glance at my room to see it wide open with her showing everyone my pictures growing up. Oh, look. He's got a rabbit tail like his mom. How cute. I felt the uncontrollable urge to die until someone found a picture of me in the hospital. What happened to you, man? I hid my scar while Shiozaki asked a question that was kinda invasive. Is this what happened to your eye to make that scar? Did someone do this to you? I wanted to die right there with Yaoi Rozu coming over to pat my head. There. It's not that bad of a scar. Liar. Everyone that I meet who see it gives me a face to know it's kinda bad. Dude, that scar is nothing compared to what your eye looks like in this photo. Have a little more pride in it knowing it's not as bad as it looks in this picture. Jiru gave me a smile while I started to stand up a little while still hiding my eye from everyone. I had a little problem and it turned into something bad. Until I was finally able to get to a hospital, I couldn't see out of my eye for some time without seeing my own blood. What happened, man? Sigh. People aren't always kind. I was living on the street since I was 4 until my mom found me 2 years later to adopt me. To be honest, the infection on my eye was pretty bad and I could have been in a lot worse shape. Fortunately I wasn't with only slight blindness in my eye. I pulled the album away with Kirishima and the Tetsutetsu guy crying. So sad. It's sad, but manly at the same time. I put the photo album away with Mina walking up to apologize. I didn't know. I'm really sorry. I placed the photo album away with patting Mina's head. You didn't know, so I don't blame you. We went back to the party to enjoy ourselves a little more before we started to drop and fall asleep. The next morning. I started to wake up to mom smacking me awake to look down at me. Enjoying your blankets? She smirked at me while pointing at Mina, Tsu, Achako, Najire, Yui, Kino, Shiozaki, and Kyoka. They got along to the point of first names later in the evening, using me as a pillow. Can you help me get up? Mom held her hand out to have me dragged out with everyone still sleeping. She motioned for me to walk out with her to see the sun start to rise. So the party went well. Yeah, I seem to have made some friends in the effort. Who did you make as a friend now? Well, there's this girl Tsunatori who has some kind of horn-based quirk, Kyoka who has O-chords for ears, Yaoi Rozu who has a quirk to create things, this guy Tetsutetsu who can harden his body like Kirishima, Kaminari who can make electricity, and this guy Awase that can weld things to stuff. Mom started to laugh while pulling out her phone. You also became an internet sensation overnight. What? She showed me the video of me playing on the piano for me to cover my scar. Kaminari. Mom kept laughing while I held a face that was a shade of red I couldn't even distinguish. Izuku Pav. The weekend seemed to come and go in an instant for all of us, with Monday seeming like it started right after Friday finished. Alright, so if I combine earphone jack with electrification, I'd be able to act as a stun gun in a sense to turn Kaminari's quirk into a more precise long range. Meanwhile, if I combined Tsunatori's horn cannon with Awase's weld, I could possibly make an attack that is similar to a boomerang or even a short sword maybe. I began thinking of possible combinations for every quirk my new friends had, along with mixing them with other ones. Now what should I combine creation with to get a better combo? Maybe use it as a way to increase ammo for Yui-Sai's quirk. Yeah, that works. I guess your muttering never left. I quickly stopped when Kachin said this, being a bit embarrassed. Sorry. It's fine, just kinda throws me back a bit to when we were kids. Kinda happy not everything changed. I start to see a smile grow on Kachin's face, while Siro tries to mock him. Is the mighty Bakugo smiling? I'll fucking kill you, soy sauce face. Alright, geez man. He glanced over to notice the immense amount of writing in the notebook I had with some combinations. Dang man, you really think of everything. Kinda. I try to think of ways to work with what I have to make it better for specific situations. I have the ability to use other quirks, so I might as well see what stacking them on top of each other can do. What you got on mine? Kachin became interested while showing what I had. Right now, I have oversized explosion by mixing yours and Kendo's to increase the amount of sweat my palms will produce to create a larger explosion. This worked rather well and can come in handy if I'm facing a large amount of people. I also have an idea to mix yours and Kirishima's together, since the drawback of explosion is you aren't resistant to the shock. Hardening absorbs shock and acts as a defensive layer over your body, so in short, I can absorb and keep using the quirk for almost, if not as long as you can. Badass. So what would you do with mine if you had it? I thought on this well before answering. Since your quirk turns the oils in your skin to the stickiness in your tape, I'd mix Kachin's or Mina's and replace the natural oil with the acid or sweat they produce. This would turn your moderate long-range support quirk and their close to mid-range offense quirks to one long-range offensive attack. That is cool. You really are someone that thinks outside the box, Usagiyama. I smile a bit while scratching the back of my head for Mr. Izawa to walk in. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Izawa. I went over the reports on the battle training. For the most part, nicely done for you all. He got near the podium for him to discuss what he needed to next. Now on to the business at hand. This next decision will determine your futures here. Everyone held their breath hoping it wasn't something that would expel one of us again. I started to panic a bit as well for him to bluntly stated. You need a class rep and vice rep. Thank goodness it's just normal school stuff. We all sighed in relief before jumping out of our seats to become our class rep. We need someone real manly to be the class rep. I wanna be it. Let me do it. People started to go nuts with me blurting out something nobody expected. I think Iida and Yayoi Rozu should be the class rep and vice rep. Everyone looked at me for a second while I explained. Iida prides himself on doing the right thing and has the brains to back it up. Yayoi Rozu also got in on recommendation and is immensely smart to use her quirk the way she does, so you can almost guarantee she has talent for this. Out of everyone here, I can't argue they are probably the best for this. Everyone stopped to think about it before agreeing with me. Izubro does have a point, they are smart and try to keep standards high. I'm down with it. I can see it. Everyone began to debate who was probably the best for the position, with us agreeing on Iida as the rep and Yayoi Rozu as the vice. Alright then, time for first period. Time skipped to lunch. While eating lunch with everyone, Iida came over to our table to ask about my suggestion in the classroom. Usagiyama, why did you wish for me to become the class rep? With a quirk like yours, you would without a doubt be a better fit to lead us. Maybe, but I'm too much of a pushover in some ways and need to get more of a backbone before I become someone like a leader. I held a smile on my face before continuing with what I was meaning. We all have our own battles. Mine is learning how to become someone that can stand their ground when I need to. I think you do a great job with that. I glanced at Iida to see him smile at me. You're calm and calculating. If I had to choose out of everyone to become class rep, I would say you are best suited for that job. I smiled at this while knowing Iida thinks of me in a nice way like this. Thank you. It means a lot. What are friends for? Hearing this made my body glow a navy blue before engines grew out of my calves. It would appear you have obtained my quirk. Allow me to assist you in learning how it works. Iida sat with us explaining how his engines run on orange juice and how to properly maneuver with them to the best of his ability for the rest of lunch. It seemed to work since they were rather detailed instructions. When lunch was done however, I had to say goodbye to Kino, Najire, Yui, and everyone from the other classes before heading inside Class A. Once inside, Aizawa walked in to explain what we were doing today for heroics. Today we will be going off campus to a facility that specializes in rescue training. Myself, All Might, and a third person will be assisting in this training exercise. He pressed a button to reveal our costumes before walking away. Wear your costumes or your PE uniform. Either works and meet me outside by the entrance in 5. He leaves with all of us grabbing our costumes to head out. On the buses. After a failed attempt on Iida's side to have us sit in seat order, we all boarded the buses with Kirishima and Tsu sitting beside me. Hey Izuku, do you mind if I ask you a question? Sure Tsu, what's up? Well, I was wondering why you haven't taken your dragon form while training yet. Everyone looked at me with curiosity. You have a dragon form, man. Kaminari shouted this in amazement with everyone listening kinda close with amazement as well. The only person who wasn't that amazed was Ichako since I explained my relationship with Aunt Ryu to her and Tsu. The main reason I don't use it so much is cause it's not that easy to hide the fact you can turn into a massive dragon and train with it. Whenever I do, Aunt Ryu takes me out in the mountains so I can avoid any significant property damage to the surroundings. Understanding. Sorry my quirk ain't that special, man. If it was better, I'd be willing to have you copy that instead. Kirishima started hardening his arm with thinking it wasn't so special. To be honest, it's hard for quirks to have offensive and defensive traits. Of course quirks like Kachins and Todorokis are more flashy and talked about, but the real thing that makes a quirk amazing is how you use it with this. I pointed my head for him to get it. I see, so I just have to use my head with it more. Think of this. Many people in our class are good at long range, but close range fighters can minimize damage and keep a fight in a specific area to not allow innocent people to get caught in the middle. You can probably handle the most hits and cause the least amount of collateral damage here with that quirk of yours. It isn't flashy, but it can get a job done and help people. That's what really matters. I seemed to get through to Kirishima with him smiling a bit. Thanks man. You really know how to make people feel better about their quirks. I always try to think that a quirk is only as useless as you make it out to be. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, all you need to know is how to enhance and defend against yours. The bus stops for Mr. Aizawa to tell us to get off. While we do, we're met with a giant building with what looked like the Spacer 13 in front of us. Hello, UA. Welcome to the USJ. Achako began to fangirl knowing 13 was our teacher, along with him being one of her all-time heroes. He began to explain how today we will be finding ways for our quirks to be used in rescue, with explaining his quirk a little. 13 also emphasized how easily his quirk can be used to kill, compared to how it can be used to save lives. To help us learn, 13 created this facility he called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint to have us ready for any possible disaster we would be facing. While entering inside, the power started to flicker with a strange portal opening near the bottom of the stairs. Do they have fake villains here? Kirishima asked with both me and the teachers knowing the actual answer. Those aren't fake villains, they're the real deal. Hello UA, we are the League of Villains and we've come to kill All Might. A guy with hands covering him began stating this with Izawa jumping into action. 13, protect the students. He jumped directly down to face them, while 13 looked at both me and Iida. One of you get outside and run for help. I glanced at Iida for him to get what I was going to say. Before we could though, a mist guy came over to block our only way of escape. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We have come here to kill All Might, but it would appear he is not here. Might there have been a change in the curriculum? Kachin and Kirishima charged at him to miss before he surrounded us with some kind of black mist. Seems you all will be more trouble than you are worth. Now, disperse. I grabbed everyone I could to create a giant fist to protect us. In my group was Todoroki, Ajiro, Koda, Tsu, and Aoyama. Everyone other than Achako, Iida, Shiro, Sato, Mina and Shoji was transported somewhere. Thanks for the save. Todoroki thanked me while I looked at the mist man. Don't thank me yet. We still have this guy to deal with. It would appear you will be quite the nuisance. No matter, for you are merely a child. I came at him to kick him in a metal plating to knock him to the wall. You're gonna regret dropping your guard with me. I held his body with Kendo's big fist quirk before looking to Iida. Get out of here. Run. He did this with escaping as fast as he could. What are you going to do now, Mist Man? You're going to fail in this attempt to kill All Might when my classmate gets our teachers. I will not do anything, but he will. Izuku. Look out. I could barely hear Achako as I get a punch to the gut sending me down the stairs and into the water fountain. What was that? I looked up to see a giant beast with its brain on display. Nomu, kill the kid. Third person Pav. Izuku got up and began activating One for All at 5% and Rabbit at the same time. I'm not gonna lose to you. Izuku began to hop up and activate wave motion to add a little more oomph to his hit. Packed move. Luna Cycle. The sound of the impact was heard throughout the facility with the beast known as Nomu seeming unfazed. Nice trick brat, but Nomu has shock absorption. You won't kill him like that. Nomu began to grab Izuku's leg to break it like it was nothing before slamming him around making the pavement crack where he landed. As a way to absorb some of the impact, Izuku used Kirishima's hardening. This did little as he was shown bloodied by the assault. Usagiyama. Aizawa tried to take on the villains he was against before rushing to help his student. I don't think so, Eraser. Nomu, kill him too. Izuku heard this to send an explosion off at Nomu's face to release him. He tried to get up but was met with immense pain from being unable to stand on his broken leg. Damn it, I'm useless like this. What would Mom do? What would Aunt Ryu and Uncle Fat do? What would I do? Nomu, kill the brat now. Izuku began to smirk at the monster before starting wave motion to float just above the ground. Come and get me. The Nomu charged at Izuku with everything it had. Izuku dodged with permeation before using manifest to turn his hands to clam shells while increasing its efficiency with both hardening quirks he had. It seemed as if he was winning before the monster grabbed his hand to break the shell before snapping his hand like a twig. Son of a bitch. He was punched in the face after with this. Izuku was then beaten into the ground consistently. This is pathetic. Nomu, end him. The beast followed his master's orders to attempt to stomp on Izuku's face to crush his skull. This was stopped however by Izuku grabbing it with his arm that wasn't broken. I guess I have no choice in this matter. The small green-haired boy began to grow in size and take the shape of a dragon. It's been a while since I've fought in this form. Congratulations on making me take you this serious. Izuku grabbed the Nomu with his now enlarged hand to slam him into the ground over and over again before throwing him out the facility and miles away. Your next hand, man. You cheater. Shigaraki, we must leave now or else. The blue-haired man known as Shigaraki didn't listen and charged at Izuku. Though Izuku was stronger, he was too big to grab Shigaraki before decaying some of his legs with his hands. In this fight, Izuku had to transform back down to normal size before it became a bigger issue. When he did, he charged at Shigaraki with everything he had in a single punch. But just as the two were going to collide, the doors blew open to show Miruko in front, seeing what's going on with a look that screamed she was ready to kill. Somebody want to tell me why my son looks like he was beaten bloody and is dealing with some asshole with hands on his body? She was ready to attack with 13 answering. The hand guy led a raid here to kill All Might with him trying to hurt the students here. Usagiyama was able to take down some giant monstrosity, but not without being hurt. The man with hands also commanded it to try and kill Usagiyama in that moment. A vein broke on Miruko's forehead while she glared at Shigaraki. "I'm gonna fucking kill you." She jumped down at insane speeds for Shigaraki to barely dodge before getting a roundhouse to the face, sending him a distance. The rabbit hero jumped up and attempted to snap his neck with her foot to just miss due to the Warp Gate villain taking the two away before she could make contact. "Get the fuck back here. Only pussies run." Many were either conflicted to say anything to this comment or scared of the immense damage done to the pavement the second she missed Shigaraki. Miruko's demeanor changed however when she heard Izuku collapse from immense pain. "Izuku." She ran over to the boy to notice the mangled shape he was in. "Mom, is it over?" "Yeah, he's gone." Izuku smiled at this while blacking out. "That's a relief." He fell unconscious with Miruko placing his head on her lap to give the boy some comfort instead of laying on the solid ground until Yue arrived. She was both saddened and proud of her son for holding out how he did, but the most prominent emotion she had was anger. This was not pointed at Izuku, but instead to the sons of bitches as she called who put her son through this. "Whoever you are, hand man, I will find you and shove my foot so far up your ass that they'll need a doctor to surgically remove it. Nobody fucks with my son and gets away with it." Meanwhile with the Bakugus, Mitsuki and Masaru had been spending a pleasant afternoon together with the TV on the news. As it played, a song was heard with the blonde turning it up. "This kid is good. He seems to be." Masaru stopped mid-sentence while spilling his tea on his lap seeing the video. "Mitsuki, can you come in here and see this video?" She walked in to see a boy with scruffy green hair and a scar on his right eye playing a piano. "Holy shit. Izuku Pov. You ready to do this, Izuku?" Define ready. Me and mom got off the train to head into the area I used to live in. Since the incident yesterday with the USJ attack, mom's been kinda uneasy with me after seeing how messed up I was. "So where'd the Bakugus live again?" "If I remember correctly, they live down a street or two to the right when we get to this park. We should be able to see the house on the left when we turn." Hard to believe their faces while realizing you're alive and happy. I started to mess with my hair a bit to hide my scar while agreeing. Flashback to the evening prior once I was released from Recovery Girl's office, Kachin ran up to me and grabbed my shoulders in a panic. "Dude, I think my folks found out you might not be dead." "Wait, you didn't tell them I wasn't?" "No way. I wanted it to be a surprise when you woo-pass in the sports festival." Mom looked at Kachin a little skeptical while asking. "So how do you know they think this?" "They saw that video of Izuku singing and wanted to know who he was." I said I was having a friend over who knew the guy, not saying it was him, so now they're expecting him to come over. I started to panic while trying to back out of this. I think I have a date tomorrow with Mina. "Yeah, I made a deal with her to head to her favorite shop tomorrow, and I'm certain Kino and Yui would want to know I'm safe, so I'm going to." "You ain't chickening out of this, you little pain in the ass." Mom grabbed my shirt while I went white as a ghost. "You've been holding off going to see the Bakugus for years, now you'll see them." Butts are for kicking. "You're going to go there tomorrow and I'm coming with you, so I know you're not gonna be a chicken and sneak away from it." I felt a lump in my throat, scared beyond belief of what would happen. Back to present. So what are the Bakugus like? Well, Aunt Mitsuki is rather nice and caring. She always treated me kindly and made sure to keep Kachin in line the best she could. But she can be kinda strong with her choice of vocabulary. And how she reacts to things she's passionate about. Define strong. You'll understand when you see it. Uncle Masaru on the other hand, he's very calm and happy with how his life is. He's a gentle person who tries to be a voice of reason when he can. He admires heroes and wished to become one when he was younger. But he couldn't, so he had to change his career. He doesn't regret it though since he met Aunt Mitsuki from it and has the comforting family life he has now. He seems like a quiet dude. He is a little on the quiet side, but I didn't mind it since he is the calmest in the family. As we neared the house, I felt very nervous and began to overthink why I was there. What if they don't like me anymore? What if they agreed with my parents' choice of actions later in life? What if they take one look at me right now and are ashamed of what happened? What if you're internally panicking, aren't you? A little. Look, your friend said that they looked for you and was willing to sock your birth parents for what they did. To me, they gave more of a damn about you than your acid of parents before me. That proves they're good people. I smiled at this while mom wrapped an arm around me. Let's go show these people that you're fine and a handsome young man. Alright. We got to the door for it to open to Kachin. Oh yeah, I'd like to see you try, you old hag. He was cut off in an argument by a pan being thrown at his face. You wanna try that again, you brat? Kachin came out of his argument to see me and mom, who was kinda confused on what was going on. Seems you both made it. What are you doing just standing at the door, Katsuki? I'm talking to a friend, you old hag. Get some tea or some shit, he brought some snacks, don't you speak to me like that, you fucking pain in the ass. Try me. Now I see what you meant by strong vocabulary and her reactions. I nod while Kachin let us in. Thank you for allowing us in. We bowed to Kachin while entering into the house. Old man, hag, I got someone for you two to meet. Why are you calling me a hag, you damn brat? Mitsuki, maybe shouting isn't the best first impression for Katsuki's friend. He knows of our family life, old man, don't worry about that. Seems you three are a lively family. Mom states this while Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru walk into the room. Aunt Mitsuki immediately smacks Kachin for his choice of words when addressing her to see Mom first. So it's the pro hero Miruko. Didn't know you had a friend like that, Katsuki. No, I'm friends with her son. The rabbit hero has a son. Uncle Masaru stops mid-sentence while seeing me. Izuku. Hi. It's been quite a while. It's nice to see the two of you again. Both looked at me and went pale as a ghost. Aunt Mitsuki was the first to say something for 5 solid minutes of silence. Why you're alive. Yeah, I owe that to my mom. She found me on the street when I was 6. I started to cover my scar with my hair while Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru run over to hug me. Izuku, we're so sorry we couldn't find you sooner. Sniffle, we even gave up hope you even survived on the streets. We looked for you the best we could. Hick, can you ever forgive us? I patted their backs while crying a bit myself. It's not your fault. You both did nothing wrong. After a few minutes of crying, the Bakugus offered us to sit on the couch while offering us some tea. When did you and Katsuki meet again? We're actually in the same class in UA. Oh, I see. Aunt Mitsuki smiles before hitting Kachin over the head. What was that for, old hag? That's for keeping this from us. You knew just as much as us how much we all wanted to see Izuku again, yet you blatantly hid it from us. Why? Please don't blame Kachin, he wanted to surprise you. I kindle like your spirit lady. Reminds me of me when I was younger. Mom smiled while drinking some tea. Why, thank you. Also, thank you for finding these jalapeno machi. I've always liked them. That we have Izuku to thank. Aunt Mitsuki smiled at this while answering. Thank you, Izuku. Well, I kinda wanted to make sure I brought something you liked. I also found the classic red bean paste ones for Uncle Masaru. And I greatly appreciate it as well. As we continued to talk about things, Uncle Masaru asked a question that's kinda been bothering him for some time. Izuku, I don't want this to come off mean, but what is your quirk? That's rude. I'm sorry if it did sound a little rude. It's not. I'm sure you both are somewhat curious. I cleared my throat while explaining. My quirk is called Pact Leader. It allows me to use the quirks of people who are my friends. In short, it's kinda like how wolves hunt. They may seem to hunt alone to what everyone believes, but they rarely ever do. Mine somewhat falls into that line of thinking. That's amazing. A quirk like that would perhaps even surpass All Might. It's not my quirk that's amazing, it's the quirks of those that are my friends that are. But there are 3 tangents to this working. Both listened carefully as I explained them. The first is the friend part. This is one of the most important aspects of the quirk in general. If I think of someone as a friend and that person thinks of me as a friend, the quirk works. However, it will not work if me or the other person do not think of one of us as a friend. They can be more than a friend, but it won't make the quirk work more than it already does. The second is my body's and the other person's ability to use the quirk. Human beings all have different bodies and they all react slightly different. So let's take Kachin's quirk as an example. If he can shoot off 50 large explosions before feeling a rebound and I can only do 30 until the rebound kicks in, that's what I can do. However, if Kachin could only do 50 and I could do more, then I still can only do 50. I can only do the same or less than the person who has the actual quirk, never more. Seems kinda straightforward. What's the third? The third is this quirk does absolutely nothing to my body to alter it unless it's an aspect of the quirk. So as I mentioned before, Kachin's quirk allows him to have his hands sweat nitroglycerin to make explosions. My sweat glands will be changed to produce that type of sweat, but that's it. His natural immunity to the impact and vibrations the explosions produce was a latent aspect from constantly making them. I don't gain that talent. I could have given a time span of constantly doing what he can, but not off the bat. So your quirk allows you to use a friends, family members, or lovers to the best of their ability, or yours if you can't. It's still an amazing quirk. Uncle Masaru says this as Aunt Mitsuki notices a small case I had. So what's in there? Oh, well, don't laugh, okay? I kinda learned how to play guitar and some other instruments since it helps with anxiety for me. Ooh, can you play something for us? Aunt Mitsuki seems to kinda jump at the question, hoping for me to say yes. Well, I guess I can. She starts to shriek while I take out the guitar to start tuning it. Let's go with this one. While playing, Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru seemed to enjoy it greatly to a point of starting to clap with the rhythm. They were kinda surprised while I started singing with Kachin pulling out his phone to record me. Once I was done, both Kachin's parents looked like their minds were blown with Mom smacking my back in satisfaction. Nice job Izuku, you blew their minds into bits. Uncle Masaru was the first to open his mouth at this. Wow. I'm pretty impressed. Fuck impressed, that was amazing. I blushed at this while hiding my scar behind my hair a bit. Thanks. B, but it's really not that amazing. Oh really? Kachin showed me a HaraTube account with each one of the songs on them. I just put on this video a minute ago with it already over 1,000 likes. I looked at the phone while seeing some of the comments. When did you guys? I asked the idiot to send them to me so I can send them to your girlfriends. You can thank the size chick and little mushroom girl for this. Why didn't you just give him Kino or Yui's number to save a trip? Like I'm giving the idiot your girlfriend's numbers. I mean seriously, would you? I think about it a second before answering. You have a point there. Nothing against Kaminari, but he seems to kinda flirt with anything in a skirt. Both me and Kachin laughed while Mom started to get up. Well it's been fun, but I got a shift tonight for patrolling and I need to get going. I should probably get going too. I spooked a lot of people the other day and I need to repay them. Aunt Mitsuki got up to walk us out while giving me one final hug. If you need anything, tell us. We're here for you Izuku. I know we weren't before, but we want to help if we can. Even if it's just by the sidelines. I smiled at this while seeing Uncle Masaru behind her giving a nod, saying he wanted to help too. In that moment, I started to glow a bit of a yellow and tan color before feeling my face sweat off some strange smelling stuff. I guess I might have gotten your quirk Aunt Mitsuki. My hand immediately started to explode while rubbing the contents on my sweat in my hand. I guess it wasn't just Mitsuki's, but also mine. I held my hands out while rubbing them to produce some smoke. That is cool. Well we gotta go, I apologize if we had intervened at all. Not at all Ms. Miruko, this was a nice visit. You can go ahead and just call me Rumi Mrs. Bakugo. Please, call me Mitsuki, and thank you Rumi. We started heading out with pulling my notebook out of my bag to write down Aunt Mitsuki's and Uncle Masaru's quirks and what I can do with them at the moment. I'll start a detailed analysis on what I can do if I stack them on others later. They seem like nice people. Kinda much on the yelling and cursing, but still good people. They haven't changed a bit. When I used to go over, I'd constantly hear them shouting at each other. It sounds bad on the outside, but it's more like their way of pleasant interacting. We kept walking while I texted the girls if they wanted to come over for a movie and some dinner. They immediately said yes with Mom patting my head. You've got a good friend Izuku. Bakugo's rough around the edges, but he's got your back. That's something most people don't have. Thanks. He really is a good friend. Izuku Pav. A few days had passed with everyone starting to return to normal classes. After obtaining Aunt Mitsuki's and Uncle Masaru's quirks, I started to think of something that got my attention about one of the quirk's natural functions. Thanks to this, I found a way to make something that I wanted to pass on to some of my classmates. Kirishima. Todoroki. I've got something for the two of you. They both walked over to me as I pulled out 2 small travel bottles of clear liquid. What is this stuff? To make it simple, I was able to mix 2 different quirks together and create a special compound I tried on myself that moisturizes skin. I thought since you both have scars like me, the skin around it could get kinda agitated and irritable when it's a dry day. Thanks man. I appreciate it. Kirishima smiles at me, while Todoroki walks away with a small thank you coming from him. Did you use my quirk in that equation? Sue asked with me trying to make a comment. The only thing that I did however was nod for her to get a little grossed out. Wait, where'd the second come from? Aunt Mitsuki's quirk Kachin. He seemed to get it with Sue still not exactly fond of the idea of a side part of her quirk being used. Achako seemed to get it as well with having a bit of a grossed out look as well. Didn't say it was a pleasant thing when you find out how I made it. I sat down waiting for Mr. Izawa, or his sub to walk in with everyone questioning who's going to teach us. We quieted down the second the door opened to our teacher wrapped in bandages looking in our direction. At least I think he was. Are you sure you should be walking around sir? I'm glad to see you're up and about, but this might be a little too soon. Sue states this uneasily with all of us kinda agreeing with her. My health is irrelevant. Anyway, you all have more to worry about. Everyone held their breath thinking this was going to be another fight like the USJ. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. As if on cue, everyone's fear turned to excitement. As UA students, this will be one of 3 opportunities with one being each year. These are some of the key points where you can make yourself known to the world, so don't waste them. We all began thinking of this with the thought of being scouted echoing in Achako's mind, probably the most out of everyone. In the time I've known her, I found out that a reason to become a hero is to help her parents financially. She didn't think it was admirable, but I understand that the desire to help those who helped you grow up. This could be your big opportunity. A chance to show the world you're coming on the scene and gain money for your family. However, there will be an increase of security because of the attack by the villains. Only authorized personnel will be allowed into the event with more background checks being done. This is to show the world that we've got the situation under control. He neared the end of his speech to give one final bit of information to us. Also, all heroics classes are postponed until the end of the festival. Use the next 2 weeks wisely. Mr. Izawa left after this with classes beginning like normal. A chance for us to shine. No doubt I need to do something with this opportunity. Time skipped to lunch. We began getting ready for lunch with Kirishima opening the door to the classroom with a bunch of people blocking the way for us. What's going on here? Isn't it obvious? Shitty hair, they're scouting their competition. Out of the way extras. Can't you be a little nicer to them, Kachin? They're nothing but wimps that'll be fodder when we wipe the floor with them in the sports festival. I didn't know the members of the hero course were this arrogant. A guy with purple hair came over to give us all a plain look. I'm sorry for my friend's rudeness, mister. The man scoffed at me while looking at the class as a whole. That was a little mean. I know we weren't exactly giving the best first impression thanks to Kachin, but that doesn't mean you should be impolite to all of us. Let's make one thing clear, you're not the only ones that wanted to go into the hero course. Many of the people from the other courses wanted to be where you are and could still obtain that role. Wait, what do you mean? I asked the man, completely confused, while he answered. If someone from another course shows enough merit in the sports festival, then they can be put into the hero course. But for that to happen, if the course is full, someone needs to be taken out. This thought worried me, with the fact one of us could be kicked out if more than one person from the other courses want to join and do well. We could get away with one person and not have an issue, since there's 39 in the course, but they'll fill that gap quickly. Yo, Class A. I glanced over to see Tetsu climb over a bunch of students. Tetsu. As of today, Class B declares war on you all. Nothing personal, but that's just how this is gonna go. I started to now worry even more, knowing everyone is working to do their best. Subconsciously, I started to pull my hair over my scar, scared of what's going to happen. This is getting unsettling. Apparently, this didn't go unnoticed by Kachin, who started to blow up from it. Alright, which one of you shit rags messed with him? Fess up now, or I'll fucking murder every last one of you. Everyone started holding Kachin back, with the crowd starting to disperse. Just remember, we're not going to hold back our punches, Class A. The purple-haired guy left with this said. Everyone's going for the top. What's worse is that we can be pulled from the hero course if we don't stand out enough. This is very unsettling. We started heading to lunch with grabbing our food and sitting down. A lot of worry was in me, knowing of the declaration of war from every course and class to us, with some of the girls noticing. Izuku, are you okay? Huh? I glanced up to see Yui and Kino look at me concerned. Yeah, you look really nervous, Room. Well, it's just about the whole declaration thing from everyone. It's got me a little on edge. Don't worry about such things, Mr. Cottontail. We all immediately stopped what we were doing to glance over to Shiozaki. I have faith in you that everything shall be okay. Believe in that faith and you shall be unmatched. This shocked all of us, with the girl being rather straightforward instead of her refined self. You okay there, Shiozaki? Itsuka asked this with her face immediately going red. I mean, I do not believe you should be worried. That is all I mean. I smiled at this before speaking. Thank you, Shiozaki. I appreciate it greatly. She immediately went red before bowing. It is the least I can do for a friend. I could see the red on her face when what she said finally registered with me. She thinks I'm a friend. My body immediately began glowing green before vines started to show up at the edge of the hair on the back of my neck. Hey Izuku, you've got some kind of green vines thing coming out of the back of your neck, ribbit. I pulled whatever it was over to realize it was a vine. So this is your quirk, Shiozaki. Amazing. On instinct, I immediately pulled my notebook out to write down what it was, and a detailed image of Shiozaki as well. So your quirk allows you to make vines grow out of your head. Can you also control them and detach them? If they get cut off, can you regrow them as well? Is there any alterations with them, like how you can negate certain things as well? She looked at me confused as I realized what I was doing. Sorry. I got a little carried away. It's quite alright. I can control them and detach them, but I can't control them while the vines are detached at the moment. They can also grow back if I am given enough sunlight and water as any normal plant. My vines are also able to be used as an insulator for electricity. I started writing this down along with a few possible combinations I could use with it. As I did this, we also went over possible training we could do for the next 2 weeks for the sports festival. 2 weeks later. The day had finally come, with all of us prepared for what would happen the best we could. Since the events weren't told to us until the day of, we had to prepare for whatever. Usagiyama. Can I speak to you for a moment? Todoroki came over with it, confusing me a bit. You're by far the strongest here. I'll beat you today. Count this as my declaration of war to you. These were his only words as he walked away. What was that about? I'm with Achako on this one, did you piss him off or something? Kyoka stated this with it, confusing me even more. As far as I can tell, I didn't. We're going on now, let's put a little hustle in it, people. Iida motioned us to start moving, with Todoroki's words still confusing me. I didn't do anything to anger him, right? Alright folks, time for the annual UA Sports Festival. First off, we have the group that survived a villain attack. Let's hear it for the hero course's own Class 1A. The crowd roared, making me more anxious than I already was. The other classes were called as well, with all of us standing in the center of a massive arena. Even though they pulled a lot of people from being able to be here today, there's still a lot of people. I started to hide a little with my hair covering my eye. And now for the first year referee. Everyone please welcome the R-rated hero, Midnight. We glanced over with the image of what the rather obscene looking hero looked like being engraved into my skull to force my eyes to look somewhere else. Don't look at the sin. Don't look at the sin. Don't look at the sin. And now, we will have the first year representative speak the player's oath for us. Will Izuku Usagiyama please come up on stage? I heard my name with everyone glaring at me. Why am I targeted in this? I started to mentally cry before remembering that mom is somewhere in the city stopping villains. That's right. I need to be strong so I can prove to her I can stand on my own 2 feet. I smacked my cheeks before walking up to the podium, feeling like I was going to throw up from my uneasiness any second. I tried to speak, but felt my tongue tied in knots. It's alright dear, just relax and say what comes to mind. Midnight tries to reassure me as I started to take a deep breath in before speaking. Ahem. Thank you all for coming here today. It is both an honor and a privilege to be on this stadium today. As a member of the school, I wish for all of you to have the greatest time here as we participate today, with hopes of proving something to both you all and us. So as a fellow participant, I wish my fellow student body good luck at each and every event. I bowed at the audience before bowing at everyone behind me. The fact I was willing to bow to them kinda surprised the other courses, with only the Monoma guy laughing before a giant hand karate chopping him quiet. I guess I made a good impression. Third person Pav. Izuku walked down from the podium with Midnight walking in front of the mech. Now that that's over, let's begin the first event. A giant roulette spun with a bit of enthusiasm in the R-rated hero's voice. And the first event shall be obstacle course. The reel fell on the event with the students being told what's going to happen. Players shall race around the outside of the stadium while avoiding obstacles we have put out in place for them and return here as quickly as they can. They are able to use their quirk so long as they remain on the path. The first 42 back here first will move on to the next round. The students got in front of the entrance with Izuku thinking of what he should start with. The group in front is definitely going to be a problem. If I don't do something about getting ahead of them, I'll be behind before I could even get out of the stadium. Izuku then realized the 2 walls between to get a gist on what to do. He began growing his ears to show he activated Rabbit, along with a bit of one for all getting ready. Begin. Everyone had darted off with Izuku jumping to the wall. Thanks to this, he was able to unknowingly avoid the first obstacle of getting out of the stadium. Guess I forgot how we came in. When he was out of the walkway, he realized the floor was frozen thanks to Todoroki, who was in front with a bunch of robots in front of him that were frozen moments prior. Cake. Izuku made small metal rods no bigger than a small piece of pipe before throwing into a bunch of zero-pointers that were still able to move. Usagiyama, what did you do? Just wait Todoroki. Izuku began using size next for the small rods to grow into large poles that ripped the parts of the robots off. Unbelievable folks. Usagiyama and Todoroki has just taken out several zero-pointers with ease. What did you do? I used Yaoi Rozu's creation quirk to make things of metal that I can fit in my fingers and then made them bigger with Yui size quirk. Thanks to just using them one at a time, I was able to avoid doubling the output. But I had to deactivate 2 others I was using before this. Izuku points at his head, making it known that Rabbit wasn't active at the moment. Izuku began running again, activating Rabbit once more with only using brute strength to break the 1, 2, and 3 pointers that got in his way. When he approached the second event, Izuku began to hop from one bit of land at a time, hoping not to fall. This unfortunately made him lose first to Bakugo and Todoroki, who were now in front of him. Unbelievable ladies and gents. Usagiyama has just lost first to Todoroki and Bakugo as they near the final event. Izuku saw that the last event was a minefield with Todoroki and Bakugo fighting up front for first. If I use Kachan's quirk to propel myself to them, they'll only attack me. I need an idea. The boy thought of what he had in his arsenal to gain a smirk, knowing how to deal with this. Thinking of what he already knew, Izuku held his hands behind him using Bakugo's explosion to move near the 2. When he was directly above them, the greenette deactivated the quirk before activating Shiizaki's quirk vines. Hope this works. Izuku detached a few pieces of vine to hit specific areas on the ground near the two for explosions to happen, sending the two back. Now back to explosion. Izuku held his hands back behind him again to force an explosion to propel him out of the minefield and make a run for it. He was able to make it back to the main starting line with ease for the crowd to cheer. And we have our first place winner here, folks. Class 1A's Izuku Usagiyama has claimed first above all in the first event. Izuku looked at the crowd smiling before raising his right arm in the air. I'm going to win and prove to everyone I'm able to become a hero. Meanwhile, in an apartment, two people who were relaxing on a day off from work, rather irritated they can't get out of a crappy apartment complex, turned on their TV to see the sports festival, with an all too familiar boy to them, standing as the winner of the first year's first event. Is that? Can't be Inko. Could be friends with him to make him have their quirks. The two continue to watch, unsure themselves, with a thought in the back of their heads that this boy may be the son they threw out about 10 years ago. Miruko Pav. Erg, so boring. I was walking down the street on patrol with it being practically empty. No villains, no robbers, not even a freaking person running a red light. I would have been bored to tears if this wasn't my last round for the next few hours. And the first to cross the field is Izuku Usagiyama. I crossed a TV store that happened to have the sports festival on. The screen showed Izuku standing as first with his fist raised in the air. Hell yeah. That's my boy. Seems you're in a good mood. I glanced over to see the annoying blonde ass come down from the sky. Sigh. What do you want, you stupid bird? I just was passing by to hear that a certain rabbit son got first in the first round of the UA Sports Festival. I also came to see if you wanted a date, youth. I kick him in the gut while not looking away from the TV. Can't a mother be happy of their son's success? He's worked hard. I gotta admit, he is pretty impressive. A quirk like his isn't exactly easy to use. He began smirking at me with my foot being up ready for another kick. You going anywhere with this? I was just wondering if I should put a request for him after all this. Over my dead body. Last time you spoke to him, you tried getting him to make me go out on a date with you, while making an 8-year-old say your cheesy pickup lines to me. He held his balls, remembering the iron kick of motherly protection I gave him. Anyway, I'll see you around. I gotta finish this and hopefully see Izuku preform in the third round. If he gets in the third round. I have faith he'll get in the third round. Izuku Pav. After the last person came past the finish line, we started the next event almost instantly. And now, time for the second event. The reel spun again with it stopping on our next event. And the next shall be cavalry battle. Players will be put in teams of 2 to 4 with having a headband of point value due to their position in the last event. The headbands will be a combined number of all the horses' points. And here are the points. The screen showed the point value of every place, with last being worth 5 and the place after being worth 10. Every place after that was an addition of 5 from the last until it reached second and stopped. Wait, then how much am I worth? They put everyone else's on, but why not mine? As for first place, they will be worth 10 million points. The second I heard that, everyone looked at me with determination to claim my headband. Oh snap. I started shaking with covering my eye from the nervousness. You have 5 minutes to make a team, so get going. In fear, I frantically went to find someone to pair with for most to avoid me. Since it was almost definite I'd be targeted, many didn't want to join me. Izuku. I glanced back to see Kino, Yui, and Ichako smile. Let's team up, Shroom. I began uncontrollably crying, thinking this was a cruel joke. Are you three sure they'll be after us cause of my 10 million stupid points? We've been through worse. Besides, we'd rather join with you. The three smiled with the act touching my heart. I can't believe I have such kind people like them in my life. Okay, if that's the case, I think I have a plan. They all listened to me as I explained it. It didn't sound like a bad idea, so they were in it completely. Since Kino was rather small compared to all of us, putting her anywhere but the top would hinder us as a whole. Since I've got combat quirks and can avoid being damaged by her mushroom spores, I decided to go in front with Ichako and Yui, being the side parts of the horse to play different parts. 5 minutes were up for us with everyone making groups. Everyone ready? Ready. Let's show them what we've got. Woohoo. I'm the queen of the world, Shroom. Sometimes I think she just likes being small cause she can sit on my shoulders to pretend she's taller than most people. Our age. Begin. We came directly out with rather fast speeds for a couple Class B people to attack us. This'll be easy. One of them was Monoma, who was rather overconfident with himself attacking us. Yui, do you mind throwing that metal piece I gave you? She agreed with using her quirk on it to make us something similar to a metal wave board without waves. Alright, time for the next part. We changed our position with both Yui and Ichako holding Kino on my shoulders while I created explosions out of my hands to act as our forward momentum. How are you holding up, Ichako? She held a thumbs up with both me and her using her zero gravity quirk on each other, while also Ichako used it on Yui. Thanks to this, the only weight we had to worry about was Kino's, who was more keeping us on the ground than anything. Because I couldn't let go of Ichako's quirk though, I needed to be extra careful what quirks I used and for how long. Iceberg shroom. Kino saw a wave of ice come at us for me to adjust our weight to ride on it and turned to see Todoroki. I'm not gonna lie man, that looked awesome. Kaminari stated this as we found ourselves cornered with nothing we could do. Kino, time for obstacle 2. I wrapped Kino in vines to keep her safe while facing Todoroki. You're not going anywhere, Usagi-yama. Todoroki and his group of Yaoi Rozu, Kaminari, and Iida came at us with trying to cut the vines off with shears. Momo made. I stopped them however, with making a few explosions in my hands, feeling the effects of the ribbon more. Damn it, I gotta find a way around him. I glanced around with his left side not creating fire. Maybe that'll work. Ichako, Yui, we gotta head to his left. Both nod for Kaminari to activate his quirk trying to attack us. This was blocked with Shiizaki's vines quirk for it to hardly do anything. Unfortunately, this left us open with Yaoi Rozu cutting the vines a bit protecting Kino. We tried to get away, but Todoroki froze Yui's feet to the ground. Trying to keep our headband safe, I used explosion to blast the shears away and mushroom to keep Todoroki and his group busy. Meanwhile, I started destroying the ice with Mina's acid quirk for us to get a distance away. That was a close one. What's going on out there, Shroom? All I see is a cut in the vines a little. We were in a bit of a jam with Todoroki, but we're okay now. She sighed in relief as we kept heading out of the area. Unfortunately, Todoroki wasn't the only one charging for us. I got you now. Kachin came barreling at us with his explosions making us panic a bit. How am I gonna avoid this? Gotta think. My mind immediately went to Kendo with her quirk with Tamaki's. Could it work? Having no time to think if it would or wouldn't, I activated both Big Fist and Manifest as a form of defense. What the? I smacked Kachin back with a giant fist that had a clamshell cover it. Guess that's something to write down later. Packed. Move. Big game. I smirked as Todoroki sent a barrage of ice at us again to have us only dodge at the last second. Now I gotta think of how to avoid them. Todoroki came at us with shears yet again thanks to Yaoi Rozu. This became an issue now since we were attacked by 2 heavy hitters. It looks like Team Komori is in a bit of a bind. Both teams Todoroki and Bakugo are trying to come at them. We only have less than a minute left, I gotta think of something. Bakugo came at me with only one thought being able to come to my mind to win. Sorry. I used one for all at 5% to smack Kachin into Todoroki to send both off and into the ground. While they tried to get back, we quickly ran away with Yui nearly falling. Ow. What's wrong? I think the ice made me twist my ankle wrong. You think you can keep going? Not right now. I looked back to see the 2 coming after us again. Damn it. Kino, I'm gonna take the vines off so you can keep all your weight on me. Yui, Ichako, hold on to me. I pulled the vines off quick while the girls did what I said. Now what? Hold on tight. I jumped directly over both teams using one for all and Rabbit landing directly behind them and running to the other end of the field. Damn it. Turn around. We found ourselves in a corner with both Kachin and Todoroki surrounding us. Guess we've got no choice. We began holding a fighting stance with all 3 of us starting our attack. Time's up. I stopped midway with Todoroki stopping as well. Unfortunately Kachin was in the air, so he fell face first into the dirt. Alright folks, the winner of the second round is Team Komori, Kadai, Uraraka, and Usagi-yama. Second is Team Todoroki, Yaoi Rozu, Iida, and Kaminari. Third is Team Bakugo, Kirishima, Ashido, and Shiro. And finally Team Shinso, Toga, Ejiro, and Shota in fourth. We'll have a short break for lunch before heading back in for the final round of a one-on-one fight. Me and Ichako released gravity on our team with Yui falling down from the pain in her ankle. I gotcha. I held her arm on my shoulder so she didn't have to put weight on her bad ankle while heading to Recovery Girl to get checked out. After she was dropped off, she said it was a mild sprain that was easy to heal with little issue. Yui was all better in no time with us going to grab lunch. Usagi-yama, can I have a word with you? Todoroki stopped us with me looking at Yui. I'll catch up. She left with it just being the 2 of us heading to an area out of the way. We were silent for a few minutes before I spoke. Do you mind if we hurry this up? I don't mean to be rude, but we won't get anything if we don't grab lunch now. Your eye. You said you got it while on the streets, how? I looked away while answering. I was in some guy's garbage and he wasn't exactly nice. I'm pretty sure he was drunk when he slashed my eye with a broken bottle he had. I was just trying to survive, but he did what he did. I guess we both didn't have The greatest life growing up. He held his scar before I asked a serious question. Todoroki, why don't you use your fire half of your quirk? You could have taken the vines off much easier if you did. He was silent before speaking. Because I refused to use my father's power. He looked at me while explaining. You're aware of quirk marriages, right? Those were back a few generations ago when people would marry others with hopes of a strong hybridized offspring of their powers, right? Yes. My father did something similar to that by buying out my mother's family for her. He always wanted to become number one. So when he realized he couldn't surpass All Might himself, he decided to find some way to do it with his children. So that's where you come in. He nodded while explaining. Ever since I could remember, my father put me through hellish training, along with secluding me and my mother from my siblings. I can barely remember a time when my mother wasn't sad or crying. One night, however, I discovered how deeply her hatred went to a point she broke down and poured scalding hot water over my eye. The fact his own mother did this to him in a broken state scared me to no end. It may have been my mother who gave me the scar, but it would have never happened if it wasn't for my father. Because of that, I refused to use his power. He started walking away with a thought coming to my mind. Hating yourself for what happened in the past won't solve anything, it'll only make things worse. For some time on the streets to when I was just starting to live with my mother, I thought my quirk was despicable and wanted nothing to do with it. I was willing to give up everything I could be today because of that hatred. But because of what my mother said to me, I chose not to. She said that even the most evil quirk could be used for good. It's not where the quirk comes from, it's where the heart of the person using it comes from. Neglecting your quirk is neglecting part of what makes you you. I was sickened by saying this next part, but it had to be said. Like it or not, I come from the Midoriyas as you come from the Todoricas. But we aren't bound by what they are, we're bound by what we are. I choose to be Izuku Usagiyama and use my quirk to make everything my mother did for me mean something. Just because something bad happened to you, you shouldn't forsake who you are for it. You are you, and nothing will change that. I didn't know if my words got to him, but Todoroki began walking away with this in his mind. It's not that simple, Usagiyama. I stood there silently while reassuring myself. It is Todoroki. It is, and I'll prove it to you. I'll make you accept your fire half and prove to you that just because you accept it, you aren't your father. Endeavor is endeavor, and you are you. That's all there is that you should know. I walked into the cafeteria with Yui and Kino saving me a seat, along with grabbing me something to eat. Fortunately for me they did. This when they did, or I'd have to do the rest of the event hungry. That wouldn't end well for me since I'd need all the strength I had. Once we finished, we went to the field with the final matches being decided. However, Ejiro and Shota from Class B asked to withdraw due to them not being aware of anything in the last event and feeling wrong being here. Because of this, Midnight accepted this with Tetsu and Shiozaki who were in 5th place were picked to replace them. Now, here are your brackets. Izuku Usagiyama vs Hitachi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Iida vs Kanoko Komori. Mina Ishido vs Himiko Toga. Momo Yaoi Rozu vs Yui Kadai. Ejiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugu vs Achako Uraraka. So if I win against this Shinso person, I face Todoroki. I glanced at my classmate determined to prove him wrong. I'll make you see the truth. I'll make you use your fire half Todoroki and prove to you that you're not a slave to your father's lineage. Izuku Pav. I started heading for the seating area hoping to get some rest and maybe get some help from Ejiro or Shota. As I was about to leave though, Ejiro grabbed my shoulder. We need to talk. Okay. We went to a room where he started explaining what he thinks Shinso's quirk is. So what you're saying is, you began moving without full consciousness after talking with Shinso. I'm not fully sure on the details either, but that's all I can tell you. When I responded to him, it kinda felt like I was in a trance or something. I only came out of it when someone bumped into me. And the fact it's one-on-one means that it's most likely not going to wear off if you need an outside force to change it. Chances are, he needs someone to speak to him in order to be certain they're under his control. If that's the case, then all I have to do is avoid speaking to him during the entire match. It's simple, but putting this into motion is where it becomes difficult. I continued speaking to myself as Ejiro started to get up. Sorry if it's not much. No, it's more than helpful. Thanks Ejiro. You're my friend, so of course I'm going to help. I smiled at him before my body began glowing yellow with a tail coming out of my back similar to Ejiro's that had some green hair on the tip instead of blonde. Seeing it on someone else is kinda interesting. Sorry if it's weird. Not at all. I just hope my quirk does something for you. I'll find a way. 1 hour later, 3rd person Pav. Alright folks, time for the start of the 3rd event. Mick began shouting into the microphone with Miruko sitting in the back row near Ryukyu. What I miss? Izuku's in the 3rd event with his match being up first. This one's against some guy named Shinso. Sweet. On my left, we've got the man of 1,000 quirks. Class 1A's Izuku Usagiyama. The crowd cheered with many excited over seeing him fight firsthand. And on my right, how did this kid get this far? Class 1C's Hitachi Shinso. Everyone got ready to see what was about to happen with Shinso beginning to play mind games. That tail guy, he was stupid. To think he'd want to be a hero and be willing to give up an opportunity like this, he's the biggest idiot I've ever seen. Begin. Izuku was enraged hearing this. Don't you dare mock him. Izuku stood completely still as everyone panicked seeing this. Usagiyama has stood still, folks. What's going on? Good, now turn around and walk out of the ring. Izuku turned around with a blank stare on him walking to the end of the ring. Izuku. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Miruko jumped up freaking out as Izuku was unable to control his actions. Come on, snap out of it. He kept walking with his mind going nuts inside. Stop. He neared the edge of the ring as he was internally screaming to himself. Stop, damn it. In that moment, he started seeing 8 shadows in the darkness of the doorway. One of which looked a lot like All Might before a strange surge came through his body. As if someone was controlling him, one for all activated in his body, making Izuku flick his fingers on the ground, breaking them and snapping him out of the trance. He was right at the rim of the ring and about to step out if he didn't do this. No way, folks, Usagiyama stopped right before escaping the ring. How did you break my mind control? Izuku was about to speak, but stopped himself knowing he may not get another chance if he screws up again. He made a dash at Shinso, grabbing the purple-haired boy to push him out of the ring. In hopes to get him off guard, Shinso began shouting things he'd hoped to get the green-haired teen to respond to. You don't get it, do you? You have an amazing quirk that you were blessed with while I had a villain's. You don't get what it's like to start at rock bottom with people looking down on you? I know, damn it. I know what it feels like. Izuku was answering him in his head while constantly getting socked in the face by the insomniac-looking boy. Stomping his feet down, Shinso made a final attempt to stop Izuku. This was met unfortunately with him being lifted up and thrown out of the ring on his butt. Shinso is out of bounds, Usagiyama wins. Everyone cheered with Izuku walking over to Shinso to help him up. You almost had me there. He gave a smile while his opponent got up on his own before walking away. You're wrong about me not knowing what it's like to climb from rock bottom. The only reason I'm here today is because of some amazing people in my life. Shinso looked behind him while giving an irritated look. That's all well and good, but I still lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Izuku pointed to the stands where a bunch of pros were talking about how good his quirk would be on the field. Things take time, Shinso. You've opened several doors today, one's bound to lead to what you and the rest of us strive for. But doing it alone isn't gonna get you anywhere. You need to trust people and let them support you. Shinso walked away silent but genuinely happy with what happened. Izuku followed his lead shortly after going right to Recovery Girl's office to heal himself and hopefully talk to All Might for some answers regarding what happened. Izuku Pav. After having Recovery Girl heal my fingers enough where it won't be an issue going forward, Mom walked in with All Might behind her. She seemed a little angry at me before punching the top of my head. You idiot. Do you understand how scared I was seeing you get that close to losing? Ow. Sorry, but I couldn't take the fact someone insulted a friend of mine. Also, I was able to help Shinso a little in return. So I won and helped someone learn to get stronger that wanted to. I don't think that's exactly an issue. He's got a point, Miruko. Sigh. Alright, but what was up with that little thing you did where you subconsciously activated One for All? I glanced at my fingers before answering. That I don't really know. I was hoping to ask All Might about it when I got the chance. Why? I was hesitant to answer before saying it. When I was about to lose, I saw 8 shadows. One looked like All Might with the others new to me. 8 huh? Any chance they were the lingering powers of the 8 users of the quirk? I shrugged at Mom waiting for All Might to answer. A similar thing happened to my master in the past. It's harmless and they don't mean much. Think of them as just something you saw in a moment. Thank you, sir. I bowed to him before hugging Mom to meet up with everyone. Miruko Pav. When Izuku walked out of the room and got some distance away, I glanced at All Might wanting answers. Is it really harmless? I doubt Izuku could use that quirk without consciously choosing to activate it. The blonde remained silent for me to ask another question. Is there more to this quirk than you're letting my son know about? If there is, I need to know. If I knew exactly what it was, I'd tell him. But it truly isn't dangerous. At least, that's what my master knew. And where is she? He held his head down along with Recovery Girl. At the moment, I'm the only holder that's lived past the age of 30. Every other One for All user had died after being found by our arch nemesis. I went pale hearing this before grabbing All Might by the collar. And you chose now to say it. Not before my son accepted it. NNGH. To be honest, I thought I finished him off when I battled him some years back. You thought. So whoever this is might still be around. Miruko, please put him down. I tossed the skeleton man on the bed before sitting down. Right now, we're going to discuss everything you've neglected to tell my son. Relevant or not, I need to know just what he's up against for his safety. And if I think you're choosing to keep something out, I'm kicking you in the skull. I cracked my knuckles, proving I'm not bullshitting for All Might to begin. I guess this should start about when quirks started to appear. Izuku Pav. I had finally gotten to the sitting area in just enough time to see Todoroki win his match. To say it was a landslide victory was an understatement. He won with Zero being frozen in solid ice along with half the stadium. The sheer power was enough to send shivers down everyone's spines. When he was announced the winner, Todoroki thawed Zero out with what looked like a pained look on his face. Did something happen? There was a short break after this for all the ice to be taken out, with Kaminari and Shiizaki's match coming next. So who do you think's gonna win this one, Izuku? Mina asked with some excitement as I explained all I knew of the two. Kaminari can be very powerful, but his limits are going to be an issue since he doesn't let himself cool down between attacks. Meanwhile, Shiizaki's vines are able to tolerate electricity as well as detach. On a sunny day like this as well, she's probably at her best. I don't think Kaminari will win this one. As I predicted, Kaminari fried himself before being sent out of the ring by Shiizaki. Sadly, I'm not surprised. This was just a bad matchup on Kaminari's end. The next match was Kino and Iida. Guess this is my cue to head down to the waiting area. Wish me luck, Shroom. I gave her a kiss good luck before seeing Kino run to where she needed to prepare. If I think about this logically, Kino could win if her spores go in the perfect spots to keep Iida from seeing or using his engines. This one is a who's faster match. I sat down waiting for the announcing of them. Third person Pav. Alright folks, time for the fourth match of the first round. On my left, we've got the little magic mushroom girl herself. Class B's Kanoko Kamiri. Everyone had cheered as Kanoko began making mushroom spores in her uniform to spread prior to the fight. And on my right, we've got the younger brother of Ingenium. Please welcome Class A's Tenya Iida. Iida had gotten in a running stance preparing to end this quickly. Begin. Right off the bat, Iida used his engines to sprint towards Kanoko. AHH. She jumped out of the way with him making a stop right at the line to charge again. AHH. Again she dodged with breathing in her spores to blow them at Iida. He went directly into them while trying to pick up Kanoko to throw her out of the ring. She failed this time, evading with Iida grabbing her jacket. Time for my backup plan. Kanoko slid out of her jacket thanks to the mushrooms growing inside giving her room. As she came out, more spores came at Iida for him to stop and start coughing. Oh no folks, Iida has stopped in his tracks. Is this some kind of trick of Komori's? Wasting no time, Kanoko began blowing more spores at Iida for them to grow all over him and on his engines. Yay. Now I can push you out. Kanoko began pushing Iida the best she could, but unfortunately could barely nudge him. She wasn't weak, but she wasn't strong either. For a solid minute, people watched as she kept trying to push the engine quirk user with no avail. Eventually, Iida put his hand up while coughing out. I cough. Cough. I surrender. Iida couldn't fight the way he was with the mushrooms almost burying him. Iida has surrendered, Komori wins. Everyone cheered as Kanoko brought Iida to the medical area. If we soak your body in water and have you drink some, that should get rid of the spore, Shroom. Cough. Cough. Thank you. Izuku felt bad for Iida, but also happy for Kino in a similar fashion of his conflict about who to root for in the match. Next up was Mina facing off against a girl in general studies called Himiko Toga. Since none of them knew her quirk, they assumed it might be a difficult quirk for her to be in the hero course with. Either way, they were in the dark. Alright boys and girls, next match is a tricky one. On my left, we've got the woman of acid herself. Class A's Mina Shido. And on my right, what's this girl do? Mick looked down before speaking up. Anyway, we've got Class C's Himiko Toga. Toga seemed to not be so proud of how she was introduced, showing an irritated frown on her. Begin. Mina went directly at Toga with some strange goo coming off her. When the goo showed a face, it was Shinso's. So you can slide on the ground. Yeah. Mina stopped in her tracks as the Shinso lookalike smiled. Turn around and leave the ring. Mina did as she was told, with the match being called the second she stepped over the line. Ashido is out of bounds, Toga wins. The crowd cheered as Toga smiled in Shinso's body before jumping for joy. Yay. I win. Immediately after, she started to turn back into her real body with her clothes coming off. She immediately covered herself while shrieking that people saw her naked. What the fuck? This was all Bakugo could say, with Izuku covering his eyes, muttering that he saw nothing in hopes to keep his image to the girl safe and without problems. Toga ran out while keeping her clothes where they were to keep herself from being seen. What was that about? Himiko Toga, her quirk is transform. From what it says, she can transform into a person whose blood she drinks. She can also use their quirk apparently. The amount of blood she ingests depends on how long she can hold the transformation, with a full cup lasting a day. The drawback is, as we saw, her clothes come off when the transformation ends. You heard it here, folks. Not a bad quirk, but a pretty strange drawback. Everyone in the hero corps saw this, with Izuku immediately taking notes on it. If 8 fluid ounces lasts a day, then an ounce should last her 3 hours. If she drinks more than one person's blood, does that mean she can hold 2 transformations? Izuku kept in his rambling, while Bakugo makes something rather clear. She's got a good ass, I'll say that. This was met with a fist on the head by Tokage, who came over with Yui. Ow. I'm the only one you can ogle, Sparky. I was just being honest. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. Yui stated this with Izuku kissing her good luck. Few minutes go by with the next match beginning. Alright, now it's time for the 6th match of the first round. On my left, we've got the woman who can create anything. Please welcome Class A's Momo Yaoirozu. Everyone cheered as she started making a shield for herself. And on my right, a girl that can make even the smallest things a big problem. Class B's Yui Kadai. Yui began pulling off what she could from her PE clothes, such as her zipper and a few buttons on her pants and top. Begin. Yui started throwing what she had for them to become giant objects that had also damaged the ground. The result made rubble she could use. Now's my chance. She charged for the rubble, grabbing whatever small pieces she could. Sadly, Yaoirozu was waiting for this and met her with a shield to the face. This disoriented her enough for the creation user to shove her out of the ring. Kadai is out of bounds, Yaoirozu wins. Yui looked down to see she lost, with a bit of disappointment in herself shown. Sorry about that. It was a good plan though. Yaoirozu gave her a hand up to reassure Yui. Thank you. By the way, could you help me with something later? What is it? Yaoirozu whispered in Yui's ear for her to nod. That shouldn't be a problem. They walked back to the stands, with the next being Kirishima's and Tetsutetsu's match. Though this wasn't the match that had Izuku worried. The match after theirs was one where he feared. That was where one of his girlfriends was facing off against his childhood friend. Needless to say, Achako wasn't exactly happy about it either. Third person POV. After a brutal draw between both Kirishima and Tetsutetsu, the match between Bakugo and Achako had come. Alright, ladies and germs. Time for the final match of the first round. On my left, we've got the girl who can make anything float. Class A's Achako Uraraka. And on my right, the man with a quirk that's as explosive as him. Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo wasn't rather content with what was happening to make it known. Round face. If you're gonna back out, do it now. Cause backing out halfway isn't gonna fly with me. Achako was nervous, but didn't want to make it known. I'm not backing down. I'm gonna win against you, Bakugo. The ash blonde clicked his tongue before speaking under his breath. Rather had ended this right here. Don't feel right doing this to one of Izuku's girls. Begin. Achako came at Bakugo with him holding his right hand out. Die. He sent a right hook at Achako, causing an explosion to happen. She saw this coming, but couldn't physically get out of the way in time. I'm not done. She charged back at Bakugo, keeping low to the ground. Too slow. She got another blast to the face, sending her back near the edge of the ring. A dust cloud covered the field, with everyone watching this feeling a bit of unease. How unsettling. The kid knows that holding back isn't a good option. But going this violently at someone doesn't make him look good either. Miruko pointed this out as Ryukyu was opposed to Bakugo's constant attacks. In the smoke, Bakugo noticed a tint of blue, indicating it was Achako's uniform. You're not gonna beat me, so give up on thinking. He blasted it, realizing it was only the top of her uniform with Achako behind him, hoping to touch him to activate her quirk. In retaliation, the ash blonde sent an explosion, causing Achako to be flown through the air before hitting the ground and rolling a bit. This isn't good. Is she gonna be okay? The girls of Class A and B were worried for the brunette's safety, with Izuku being the more worried. Between the two, this match is easier on Kachin's side. It's an open field, so he doesn't have to worry so much about causing destruction or Achako having much to use as tactical use. Even if this wasn't the case, her and Kachin are in 2 different leagues. Izuku's hands clenched his knees with irritation, seeing Achako be smacked around like a rag doll. Blast after blast, Achako kept getting hit, with the scene being one-sided. Eventually, a pro couldn't take this anymore to make his voice heard. What are you doing? If you're this much stronger than her, then finish her and stop this. This caused a number of people in the audience to start booing Bakugo, with Mick somewhat agreeing. This was stopped, however, when Izawa grabbed the microphone to speak. Who started this? If you're a pro, then leave now. If Bakugo being violent with Uraraka is all you're getting out of this, you better think of a new career. In the real world, there is no room for carelessness or weakness. He's giving it his all and taking her as a threat because he wants to win. If he didn't think her a serious threat, he would have knocked her out of the ring already. The hobo's got a point. Excuse me? Miruko points up for Ryukyu to notice. Meanwhile, Izuku began to realize the lack of debris, considering the amount of damage on the stadium to understand as well. There's more to this. Ochako stood up holding her fingertips inches from each other. Thank you Bakugo for not holding back. Because of that, I've won. I'm disappointed in that one pro's lack of acknowledgement. As heroes, we need to keep an eye on our surroundings. The constant blasts were just Ochako's way of gaining ammunition for a final attack. Everyone looked up to see an immense amount of debris held up in the air by Ochako's quirk. Bakugo never realized that he was just playing the part he had to in this. Miruko smirked as Ochako released her quirk's effects to send all the debris falling. Now's my chance. I'll win. I'll win and be just like Izuku. Bakugo held his arm up to release one final blast above him to destroy everything. The act sent Ochako flying and gave a massive amount of force for everyone in the stadium to feel. Seeing her final effort fail, Ochako went pale seeing all her hard work go away in one blast. I'll admit that was pretty badass of an idea on your end. Unfortunately, that failed. He got into a stance before smirking. Let's keep this going Uraraka. Ochako was beginning to feel the drawbacks of her quirk losing the ability to stand upright. That was all I had. Her mind started to remember the promise she made to her family about growing up and gaining financial support for them. This was her drive and she wanted nothing more than to help her family live an easy life. Years of hard work spent leading to this goal would mean nothing if she gave up now. I can't give up. I gotta keep going. She struggled to get on her feet while keeping a determined look. I won't lose. If I do, I can't help my family. I'm gonna win for them. I'm gonna win to prove myself. She began running with Bakugo preparing for another attack. But as he was going to, he noticed something about Ochako to stop. She lost her ability to fight and fell to the ground. Struggling to stand up, she began fighting with all her might to face Bakugo again. This ended with her passing out and Midnight running over to check on her. Uraraka is unable to continue, Bakugo is the winner. The crowd was silent with the ash blonde not too thrilled of how he won either. To him, this victory tasted bitter to not enjoy it in the slightest. Izuku began to get out of his seat to make sure Ochako was alright. Kinoko, Yui, Mina, Tsu, Yaoirozu, Shiozaki, and Kendo joined him to only pass Bakugo, clearly pissed off walking up the stairs. Izuku, did you put that crazy idea in her head? Izuku didn't answer to only irritate Bakugo more. He grabbed the hem of his collar to pick him up. Did you? I didn't. If you're this ticked off, then it's because of Ochako and her plan alone. I might have thought a similar plan with her quirk in mind, but I didn't give her that idea. She came up with it all on her own. Bakugo let out a sigh before letting Izuku go. I didn't like doing that. Might as well let you know. He walked away with Izuku smiling a bit. They continued to walk towards the infirmary to see Ochako sitting down smiling. Ochako, you're okay. Yeah. Recovery girl patched me up enough so I can still watch. She said this with a bandage on her cheek pointing it out. You seem a little. Not what I'd expect from losing. Yeah. I guess I wasn't ready to beat Bakugo. I didn't have anything after that move. I was so close too. She stated this by punching the air in frustration. Izuku noticed she was holding back sadness to hug her. Izu. It's okay. You don't need to be strong right now. Nobody understood before hearing Ochako silently sob into Izuku's chest. Sniffle. I was so close. I couldn't win and be scouted. Hick. I failed my parents. It's okay Ochako. You did everything you could. This also isn't the last chance you have. There's 2 more times you can show what you are to everyone. Even now, you proved you had the will to not back down even against Kachin. To me, that's proof you're strong. She continued to cry into Izuku for a few more minutes before slowly stopping to hug Izuku. Once she calmed down, Izuku was called out to the stadium to have his match with Todoroki. When he walked to the field, the flame hero Endeavor stood in his way making him panic a bit. Endeavor. Huh, it's the rabbit son. He seemed to be rather unamused with Izuku before grabbing him. Listen here kid, you're going to help my son out of this little rebellious phase of his. Izuku was appalled at how blatant of a comment was made by his classmate's father. You will be a perfect test subject to see how far he has left to become my successor. Izuku held his tongue through most of this, but spoke after hearing the last bit. Todoroki isn't you. He's his own person sir. If he wants to become your successor, then that's fine. But he doesn't, so please don't force this upon him. He walked away with Endeavor slightly irritated at the comment. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On my left, we've got the boy who believes in the power of friendship. Class A's Izuku Usagiyama. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he entered the stadium. And on my right, he's the son of the number 2 pro hero. Class A's Shoto Todoroki. Both prepared for their fight with Izuku activating only one for all. Begin. Todoroki sent a barrage of ice at Izuku for him to use his leg to shatter it and send a small shock wave. This pushed Todoroki back a little, but not significantly. At max in a given time, 20% can only be done for a few seconds before I feel the side effects. If I'm gonna do what I need to for Todoroki, I'll need to keep cautious of that. Todoroki sent another wave of ice at Izuku again for it to be countered once more by another kick. I gotta think and keep my focus. As the blasts from Todoroki and Izuku kept going, Miruko watched carefully to try and find a reason Izuku's only using one quirk. That boy is quite the rebellious one. I don't understand how you can put up with it. She looked over to see Endeavor take a seat next to both her and Ryukyu. What did Izuku do? The brat dared make a mockery of my masterpiece and his purpose. You mean your son? Endeavor only nods for Miruko to get an idea now. So you're doing this to help the Todoroki kid? I can see why with how Endeavor stated what the boy was in his eyes. Izuku kept the attacks up before feeling muscles in his legs cramp up. Why aren't you fighting me with all your quirks? Because you won't do the same. It isn't fair if I fight you for real and you don't. Someone could get hurt. This comment angered Todoroki for him to send more ice at Izuku. He changed up his game to use his fist instead of his leg to shatter the ice. This however was a diversion to get beside Izuku. Unknown to Todoroki, Izuku had 8% one for all in his foot to kick him back. I'm not going to be knocked down so easily. To beat me, I want you to use all you've got. Izuku came at Todoroki with him trying to freeze Izuku on impact. This ended with Izuku going to Todoroki's left side to knee him at distance. I understand wanting to have the people who hurt your ability to trust people punished, but doing this is only hurting yourself. We're all here because we're giving it our all. So when you're only giving it half what you can, it makes us all seem worthless as a group. My father put you up to this, didn't he? If he did, I'd tell him to piss off. I'm doing this to help you. I'm fighting Shoto Todoroki, not Endeavor. Izuku ran up before kneeing the bicolored teen in the gut, getting his attention. Unless you give me everything you've got, I refuse to show you everything I have. The act seemed to get everyone rattled, with the members of the hero course confused beyond belief. Why isn't Izuku using his full power shroom? Knowing him, there's got to be a good reason. Yui and Kanoko began questioning this. Something tells me it's something revolving around Isahid. Bakugu's comment made them question before Ida explained. From what Todoroki had explained, he never uses his fire half in combat. It is a personal issue. From what Bakugu is saying, I believe Usagiyama is trying to force Todoroki to use his fire half. Why though? I don't understand why Izuku would be so willing to force Todoroki to use it. Knowing him, it's gotta be something good. Bakugu watched closely, noticing Todoroki become significantly slower. Is his body slowing down because of the frost on him? Maybe it's like a video game where your MP gauge determines how much you can use. As they saw this, Izuku kept kicking Todoroki, forcing him to use his fire half. One kick in particular hit with a solid thud after being frozen in ice. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. We all have dreams we want to come true, but not all of us could succeed today to make it. It's because of this that I'm going to win against you. Todoroki started to remember a talk he had with his mother about his lineage and what he wanted to be. In that moment, his left side began to burst into flames. The stadium saw a raging inferno come off the boy, with Endeavor shouting in satisfaction. Yes, Shoto. Have you finally accepted your purpose of becoming my successor? The flaming hero walked down for both heroes he was sitting beside to roll their eyes at him. I can't believe I'm under such a douche. The frost on Todoroki began to melt, with a smile being on Izuku's face. You must be crazy. Smiling like that in this situation. Don't blame me for what comes next. You aren't a slave to your lineage. His mother's words echoed inside his mind, making the bicolored teen smile. I guess it would only be fair for me to take you seriously. Izuku activated One for All, Rabbit, Harden, Explosion, and Wave Motion together to create one final move. Packed move. Luna Stampede. Izuku used Wave Motion and Explosion to propel him forward, with One for All and Harden keeping his foot as solid as a rock. Meanwhile, Todoroki sent a barrage of ice with his one hand going supernova. Midnight, stop the match. One of them could get hurt. Cementos and Midnight attempted to stop them, with it being in vain. Both attacks collided, with a massive explosion happening. This is crazy. What's happening? Damn Izuku, you and that Todoroki kid are freaking awesome. Miruko started laughing at the marvel in front of her, with Ryukyu thinking her friend was nuts. As the smoke began clearing, Midnight looked around to try and get an understanding of what the aftermath had done. She noticed Todoroki in the wall with a noticeable impact. Todoroki is out of bounds. Usagiyama wins. Izuku stood up with a broken leg before collapsing to the ground. As he did, a smile was on his face, knowing he helped his friend get over his mental hurdle. I did it. I helped Todoroki. Shoto Pav. What happened? I started waking up with a splitting headache smelling disinfectants. Did I get sent to the nurse's office? Let's see, I was fighting Usagiyama with my left half activating and Usagiyama. I sat up immediately seeing over to notice the 6th pro hero Miruko and the 9th pro hero Ryukyu in the recovery room. The earlier however was strangling Usagiyama for some reason. You idiot. Do you understand how reckless that was? You could have gotten hurt. Mom, you're choking me. I can't breathe. Usagiyama began saying this through a shortage of breath before Miruko dropped him. Serves you right. Do you understand how scared me and Ryuko were? We saw you break your leg and freaked at the sight. To be fair, Rumi did most of the freaking out in the stands when she saw you with a broken leg. Aren't you supposed to back me up on this? I'll back you up if you show reason for me to. I couldn't hold the urge to stifle a laugh anymore and began snorting to gain their attention. Todoroki, are you okay? Yeah, just a bit sore. Better than this idiot. Recovery girl has him put a brace on his foot and wrap his leg just so he can continue the matches. The rabbit hero points this out while Usagiyama gets out of bed to walk over to me. I'm sorry if I pushed you a little too far, Todoroki. I just wanted to help you understand that you aren't trapped in the cycle you think you are. He seemed to be concerned about me with the understanding that Usagiyama truly worried about my well-being. It's fine. I think I needed that push. Miruko walked over to smack my back with a smirk. You're a good kid. Izuku worried about you enough to only use one quirk against you to prove you're not helping yourself. Idiotic in my point of view, but I get where he was coming from. When I first met him, he was ashamed of his quirk like you. I think seeing that inside you made Izuku want to help you more. Miruko gave one solid punch to Usagiyama's head before continuing. Though, being reckless isn't something I like from him and he knows that. Sorry. The small family started laughing a bit, making me realize just how nice they truly were. Usagiyama, I'm sorry if I came off very cold to you since we've met. I shouldn't have been and I apologize for it. I bowed to him with my classmate seeming rather uneasy of something. Todoroki. Would it be a problem if we became friends? I started to look at him confused before asking. I thought we were already friends. He stopped to look at me seriously before asking. Why you thought of me as a friend already? I nodded with his body glowing 2 different colors. His left half glowed red and his right glowed silver. What was that? Immediately after, Usagiyama's left side started catching fire and his right was beginning to freeze. It burns and it's cold. He fell to the ground attempting to stop, drop, and roll, making all of us laugh a little. Try focusing on your normal body temp, you'll get better control over it like that. He followed my advice to stop freezing and initiating a spontaneous combustion. Cool. Todoroki, your quirk is amazing. I smirked hearing this as we continued watching the matches on the screen. Time skipped to the final round, third person POV. After the second round of matches, Izuku found himself facing Shiozaki who won against Kanoko who just couldn't get near her with vines blocking her path. Alright folks, time for the first semi-final match. On my left, we've got the boy who believes in the power of friendship. Class A's Izuku Usagiyama. The crowd cheered for Izuku as he activated Rabbit showing off his ears to Shiozaki. And on my right, the woman of the Holy Vine herself. Class B's Ibara Shiozaki. She got into the ring with Izuku not feeling so comfortable facing her. Just letting you know, I'd rather not fight you. Shiozaki started praying and speaking to herself as the sound to start the fight rang. Begin. Izuku saw the vines on her hair go down into the ground to force Izuku to glide through the air with wave motion before activating half hot, half cold to freeze the ground below him and Shiozaki. Her feet couldn't move and her only defense on the vines on her head. Seems Usagiyama has the ability of his former opponent Todoroki. Is this the end of the line for Shiozaki? Give up and we can let this end without an issue. I really don't want to hurt you. Shiozaki refused to start attacking Izuku with the vines she had left. They were quickly stopped by Izuku producing some rope from Yaoi Rozu's creation ability before tying Shiozaki up and making her unable to fight anymore. Shiozaki is unable to continue, Usagiyama wins. Midnight shouts this as the crowd cheers at the fact Izuku won the match. He quickly thawed out Shiozaki's legs before apologizing and saying he didn't mean to freeze her legs in a mean fashion. She accepted this on the condition that she'd be able to go on a date with him when the sports festival finished. Izuku said that he had to make sure it was okay with all the other girls before agreeing. Knowing where this is coming from, the Vine Maiden didn't cause problems, knowing she wasn't the first to want to be with Izuku. Because of this, Izuku had obtained a kiss from Shiozaki, making his face blush in embarrassment. The two walked back to the stands with the crowd hooting at them after the little display of affection they had witnessed. Once they returned to the stands, Izuku was tackled by both Kanoko and Yui, who start punishing him for his recklessness. Yui was grabbing his shirt collar to shake him around, while Kanoko started punching his stomach. You idiot. This is what you get, Shroom. Everyone was rather surprised seeing the relatively calm and happy duo attacking and acting in a violent nature to Izuku. The next time you want to do something so reckless, don't think that you'll get away with just a broken leg. Kinoko began to cannonball on Izuku's stomach in agreement. Yeah, shroom. We were scared for your safety. Feeling them punch and shake the greenette around didn't exactly hurt, but he understood where they were coming from. He glanced over to see others worried for him like Achako, Tsu, Kendo, even Bakugo who tried to hide it but was genuinely worried for his childhood friend. I'm sorry. I didn't think that through enough and made you all worry. I'll make sure to avoid that happening again. He got back up to sit down near the front looking at Yaoyorozu and Bakugo. Seems you two are next. Yaoyorozu had achieved a victory over the girl in general called Toga, who couldn't exactly win against her, even though she had above average reflexes. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima's match went as Izuku expected. Since Bakugo would gain more momentum as the match went on, and Kirishima would slowly have his stamina drained until he couldn't harden anymore, it was unfortunately bad planning on the latter's part, having only defense to rely on. Guess we gotta get heading down there. Bakugo left with Yaoyorozu awkwardly sitting near Izuku. If you want to have Izuku notice you as a woman, show him that you're interested. Yaoyorozu thought of Yui's suggestion before quickly hugging Izuku for a few seconds and running to the waiting room. What was that about? Jiru questioned until she noticed Izuku beat red with steam coming off his head. Dude. He collapsed after this with Yui watching over the wall. Good thing she took my suggestion to heart. She high-fives Kinoko before sitting back down to watch. On the field. Alright folks, time for the second semi-finals match. On my left, we've got the woman that can make anything. Class A's Momo Yaoyorozu. And on my right, the explosive boy himself, Kitsuki Bakugo. Momo started making a staff while Bakugo stretched his arms out holding them in a pose to send him forward when he was able to. Begin. Right off the bat, Bakugo came at Yaoyorozu sending a blast with his right hook. Unlike Achako, she was able to dodge it and give the ash blonde a smack to the side. This was not as strong as she'd wish it to be however, since Bakugo used his explosions at the last minute to propel him back enough where it would only do about half the damage it would where it connected. And we're off to a strong start. Looks like Bakugo won't be getting near Yaoyorozu anytime soon. Feeling confident, Yaoyorozu began running in with Bakugo slamming his hand on the ground to cause a massive explosion destroying the ground and forcing the dark-haired girl to pull back. I guess long distance is the only way to handle him. She noticed a shadow in the dust cloud that was made when the ash blonde attacked to strike at it. This was a ploy unfortunately with it being the top half of his uniform. Yaoyorozu was pulled into the smoke after by the metal pole she had to see the explosive teen with a smile on his face. This match is mine ponytail. No hard feelings. She braced herself for the attack that was coming with two shields she made as Bakugo shot an explosion off at her in point-blank range. Die. The impact made Yaoyorozu be sent some distance before roiling on the stadium ground until she passed the line of bounds. Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, Bakugo wins. Yaoyorozu heard this to begin punching the ground under her in agitation, knowing she fell for such a simple diversion. If it makes you feel any better, I fell for the same lame-ass trick with Uraraka. Also, those reflexes of yours pissed me off. I had to think around them. The young creation user thought of this before smiling. That is the best of a compliment I can get out of you, is it? Screw off ponytail. She started to laugh as Bakugo gave a hand to help her up still a bit irritated. I get why Usagiyama likes him. He isn't a bad person at heart but just can't show it so well. After witnessing the match, Izuku walked down to the waiting room to prepare for his match against Bakugo. When he was called, his mother was waiting near the entrance to the stadium to give a final pep talk. This is it Izuku. Time to get the gold. He smiled at her before nodding. Miruko walked to Izuku's side to pat his head. Even if you don't win, you're still a winner in my book if you give it the best you've got. The young greenette knew this and wanted to still win for both his and his mother's sake. I'll see you later. Rooting for ya. Izuku walked out to the stadium with Rabbit active. Alright folks, time for the final match in the sports festival. On my left, we've got the man who's sporting quite the pair of green rabbit ears. Class A's Izuku Usagiyama. And on my right, we've got the walking detonator himself. Class A's Kitsuki Bakugo. So what's with activating that quirk first off? Bakugo asked this while preparing to fight. My journey started when my mother found me and proved I wasn't alone. It's only right I show where my roots began. Bakugo smirked before. They got the all clear to start. Begin. Izuku bounced up high to send a stomp down on the ash blonde. He dodges last second to create an explosion keeping Izuku away from him. And we're off to an explosive start with Usagiyama keeping Bakugo on edge. What's gonna happen next? Bakugo came charging at Izuku for him to dodge before giving Bakugo a kick to the side and adjusting his direction to send another kick to his stomach. This was caught however by the ash blonde who went to throw Izuku out of the ring but knocked Bakugo's jaw to force him to let go. Both take a stance back before charging at one another again. The cycle continues with hand to hand, this time with Izuku using feet though instead. This just turned into an all-out brawl. Both are neck and neck, not wanting the other to get the better of them. This match is going to the dogs. Or dare I say rabbits in this case. Bakugo landed a solid punch on Izuku's weak side, where his leg wasn't fully healed from the match against Todoroki, making the greenette wince in pain. This gave him the opportunity to flip Izuku and slam him into the ground. As he tried to recover from the pain, Bakugo tried to send an explosion at Izuku's face, forcing him to roll out of the way. Both stood up on their feet as Izuku put himself in a fighting stance again, while Bakugo cracked his neck waiting for the next move. Izuku, let's give a final push, okay? I wanna see what you can do with what you've got. Sorta like a, you give your best move, and I give mine situation. Fuck yeah. Bakugo began jumping up and creating a massive whirlwind of smoke and explosions. Izuku had begun hardening his hand with Kirishima's quirk before using Tetsutetsu's hardening to create a double dose of endurance, along with growing his hand with Kendo's big fist quirk. He then added wave motion to force a wave of energy behind to add a little more forward momentum. Once that was done, Izuku added Todoroki's half hot, half cold to make the area ridged and impede Bakugo's explosions a little. To add the final touch to it, Izuku used one for all at 67%, which was the highest percentage he could with electrification, causing more damage when it impacted. Howitzer. Packed move. Impact. Strong arm. Both connected, causing a massive explosion almost double the intensity as the one from Izuku and Todoroki's fight. Smoke covered the arena with both shadows of Izuku and Bakugo standing. One had bent over with the other still standing straight. As the dust settled, Izuku was barely able to stand with Bakugo motionless while he stood. Something seemed off and caused Midnight to walk over. When she realized what it was, she called the match. Bakugo has lost consciousness. Usagiyama is the winner of the first-year sports festival. Izuku held his fist up as the crowd cheered for him. Some time later, with the Midoriyas. As the two watched the awards be given out, they took note of the first-place winner and freeze the frame when it was a close-up to his face. Is that Izuku? Hisashi looked closer before smiling. So the kid's alive after all. He's also rather strong. Inko leaned over a little disappointed in herself as her husband began smiling and laughing, knowing he may have a chance for an easier life. I wonder if we can get in on the glory if we're the parents of the sports festival winner. Inko wasn't fully paying attention since she had grown a bit of guilt over the years kicking Izuku out at the age of 4. Because of this selfish decision, she lost her friend Mitsuki, she was threatened by a pro who found him, she even fell into depression and lost her job having to take a convenience store, one just to help make ends meet. Unlike Hisashi, she realized how selfish their actions were and felt disgusted with herself for it. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Izuku Pav. The day after the sports festival, Yui told me that her and a few of the girls wanted to hang out. Apparently, one of them asked her if she could during the festival as she says, and another asked shortly after. Keeping myself from looking a little mean, I asked Yui if it would be fine if Shiozaki tagged along as well. She didn't have an issue since Najire wanted to join as well. To be honest, I'm a little happy she did since I haven't gotten the chance to really talk to her during the time before the sports festival. I'm heading out, mom. I called my mom who was training a bit in the indoor gym we had on a punching bag. Awesome. What are you gonna do with your dates today? Well, Shiozaki likes bookstores and bakeries, so I thought of going and trying that new bread shop and heading to the library. After, I was thinking of doing that tea shop Yui and Najira liked and going from there depending on who the other two she invited were. Mom punched the bag one last time, sending it a distance before smirking at me. Look at you, making plans for your little harem, haha. I started to blush a bit as mom kept laughing at me. To be honest, I didn't feel as bad when the punching bag came to hit her in the face. Well, I guess karma won with this one. Anyway, later. I went out of the house to walk towards the train station. There, I met Yui and two of our classmates who were dressed in rather nice attire. Yayoi Rozu. Kendo. I glanced at them seeing Yayoi Rozu on a nice dress shirt and some black skin tight pants, while Kendo had a white dress that went down to her knees and a biker's jacket on. Hey Usagiyama. Nice job yesterday winning the sports festival. It's nice to see you as well, Usagiyama. I glanced both down a bit, realizing that both were wearing outfits that really emphasized their already womanly charm to the point I couldn't help but turn beet red. Is it weird what I'm wearing? I'm pulled out of my thought process to hear Kendo ask this. And no. You both look very pretty. I tried averting my eyes to see Yui in a yellow top that covered down to her belly button and some red shorts to begin getting a nosebleed. Seems Izuku likes our attire. Now let's go get Najire and Shiozaki. The train started to pull in for us to begin boarding. This is going to be a tough day for me. Miruko Pav. After Izuku left and I finished my workout, I decided to grab some grub before getting a call from the stupid bird. Dude, get the message. I'm not interested in dating a wuss like you. Oh come on Miruko, just lighten up a little. If you don't, your son's gonna look like he's got more game than you. I rolled my eyes at this before answering. The last thing you said to my son was what you wanted to do sexually to me. As far as I care, you can lose your dick to a rabid dog for all I care. Ouch. I started to hear a knock on the door to walk over. And another thing Hawks, stop sending me lingerie, that's fucking creepy. I thought the black suited you nicely. I'm hanging up now. I dropped the call to open the door. Hell. Once I opened it, I saw two faces that I wished I'd never see again for as long as I lived. Fuck. Hello there Miruko, is Izuku around? Midoriya. I remained silent while watching both of them for any form of action. The asshole father was holding a cocky grin on his face, while the woman was rather self-restraining for some reason. What do you want? We just want to see our son. Right Inko? He jabbed the bitch's arm for her to slowly nod. Well that sucks for you, Izuku's out right now on a date with a couple hot chicks. That's okay, we can wait. These two didn't go anywhere for a solid minute and just lingered by my front door. You haven't seen Izuku for years and didn't give a shit that he was in the ICU. Why do you care now? Because we wished to make amends with Izuku as his parents. I stopped for a minute before shouting at them for using the word parent to describe them. I'm not having this argument here. I listened to what you gotta say inside, but it better be good. I opened the door for them with the jackass father walking in with pride. Pompous prick. For some reason though, the woman seemed a little hesitant to come in. Sorry for intruding. And here I thought my biggest issue was dealing with the idiot that has his brain between his legs today. What else can make this day become a shit show? After shutting the door, I walked to the kitchen table where they were sitting. So, why come into his life now? I sat with one leg over the other as the prick started to speak. We feel absolutely horrible for what we did to Izuku and wish to make it right. If you allow us to take him back, I can tell you that we will do right. For who? Excuse me? I corrected myself as I pointed out the obvious. You want to do right, but is it for you too or Izuku? Please let me explain, we only want to take Izuku back and help with pulling the issue of taking care of a teenager off of you. The same teenager that you didn't have a problem with throwing on the streets at the age of 4. That had a weak quirk as you call it. But things will be different now. How? The prick was searching for words to explain before coming up with an argumentative point. He's our son. That means we should decide what is best for him. You lost that privilege when you kicked Izuku out. I couldn't hold my anger in anymore to stand up in anger. Do you even realize how many issues you gave him for just throwing him away like garbage? I found him crying in a pile of trash trying to hide from the world. He was lucky he still had his eye at the end of this. The amount of emotional issues he has is so messed up that he feels as if people are judging him on his scar whenever he walks out to the public. Yet after all the issues you've given him, all the pain, you still think you have the fucking right to call yourselves his parents. That's bullshit. Oh yeah, well we're his parents by blood. All you are is just a cheap imitation of us that the kid made when he had nothing. I'd rather be the imitation if you're the best example of a biological parent. I wasn't losing my ground on this matter and wanted nothing more than to kick the guy in the face. Only thing stopping me was the negative backlash that would happen for Izuku. Izuku is happy and healthy right now, no thanks to either one of you, and I plan to keep it that way if I can help it. And if you dare think for a second that I let you both take away his happiness, you better hope I missed leg day that day. I stomped on my seat to have it shatter in a million pieces. Now get out. The prick looked at me in anger before leaving in a huff. This isn't over. Izuku is our son and we'll fight for him if we have to. Funny that you only do that now when he's got everything going for him. Later you piece of shit. I slammed the door in their faces before seeing my phone go off again. Hello? I answered in anger before hearing Ryuko on the other side. I didn't know you were this angry right now. Is everything alright? Why yeah. Sorry Ryuko. What's up? I was going to ask if you wanted to grab lunch, but if it's too much of an issue then I won't push it. I remembered what Izuku said about his plans to agree. I don't see why not. I want to make sure something doesn't happen also. I'm not letting those bastards mess with Izuku's head. Izuku Pav. After meeting up with Shiozaki and Najire, we decided to head into town to stop at a bookstore that had quite the selection. Inside, Shiozaki and Yaoirozu found a book or two they liked and decided to get it. Since we were technically on a date, I paid for them as well as carried them. The next stop on our little journey was a motorcycle expo that Kendo seemed to enjoy. From what she explained, she's always enjoyed them and was sorta picked on for being a bit tomboyish. I honestly found this rather interesting about her. Even though she was judged for it, Kendo never let what others say bring her down. To some degree, I found it a little. Inspiring to say the least. After this, we decided to check what movies were playing to only find that none of the good ones were going to start until later. With this, we decided to stop at the tea shop I planned to bring the girls to, as somewhere that I knew Najira and Yui would like. As we entered inside, the cashier remembered us to smile. "It's nice to see you three again. Where's your smaller friend? She said she had a family thing today and couldn't hang out with us." Yui answered the cashier as she led us to our table. While there, a waitress came to give us menus before giving us time to look at them. "They seem to have a nice selection of tea here." "Yeah, it's a really nice shop." Najira answered with her natural bubbly attitude before the waitress came back. "What can I get you 6? "I'll take a black coffee. Jasmine tea for me. Some Earl Grey would be lovely. "I'll get a sweet tea. "I'll have green tea. "Can I get a green tea as well?" The waitress had our orders placed down before something caught my eye. "You have a special going on?" "Why yes, you can opt to get a small set of mochi or a small muffin with your tea for a little extra." I glanced at everyone who nodded. "Can we all do that?" "Sure." Once she got our order finished, she left to give it to the back to handle. "So Midoriya, could you play something for us?" Yaoirozu seemed a little uneasy about answering. Actually, I suggested this place for that is one of 2 reasons why. I was a little happy before pulling my guitar out of my case. "So what do you girls wanna hear?" OHH. "Maybe something from the West." "Western huh? I think I have something." I started to tune my guitar before starting to strum. As the song began to reach the vocals, Kendo and Yaoirozu started to go wide-eyed watching me play. People around us started to tap their feet to the rhythm a bit in satisfaction with what they were hearing. When I was singing, I glanced at Yui and Najira with it being almost as if I wanted to have them answer the lyrics. Eventually, the song came to its end with everyone in the shop clapping. "That was awesome. The shop owners let you do this?" "Sorta. It's more like they want people to enjoy their time here and are willing to let me play for it." "Could you sing something else? Perhaps something unique?" Yaoirozu had stars in her eyes as she questioned me. Sure. Let's see. What's unique?" I began remembering a song that I found online to sing. This one's a little embarrassing to sing, but I'll try to do it the best I can. When I began to strum, everyone listened carefully as I started to sing. The first verse wasn't that hard since it wasn't exactly strange. Once the second verse came, let's just say I felt very uncomfortable singing since it was kinda sensible. I tried to ignore this and shut my eyes, so I didn't have to see anyone that might be unsettled for me to sing it. Once the end came, I opened my eyes again to see the girls a little flushed from what they heard. Sorry. That one was kinda stuck in my head and I'm sorry for having you hear that." I couldn't say anything else other than that before seeing some people I wish I didn't walk into the shop. Oh no. I started to shake a little seeing my old parents in the shop. "Izuku. Are you okay?" Yui tried to help me, but I was starting to feel bad memories crawl inside my head. "Do you mind if I sing something a little personal?" None of the girls argued as I started playing. As I played, my mind went to the days before I was kicked out of my parents' house. For the most part, they weren't bad with them seeming to act like any other parent would to my knowledge. When the memory of my diagnosis with my quirk came, the image of them kicking me out came in. While singing, I started to feel something fall on my hand to notice it was a tear. I was unintentionally crying. When the second verse came, my memories on the streets came with the images of how cruel some people were. I'd try and get help from people that passed by, but none wanted to. When I began trying to rummage through garbage just so I could eat, the thought of the cut I had came in with all the pain and red I would see. My mind finally came to the night I could barely move anymore to the point I laid down and was prepared to die. When I stopped strumming, everyone looked at me amazed I played what I did. "Izuku. Are you okay?" Najira looked at me with sympathetic eyes as I tried to convince her and myself that I was. "Why yeah. Just a bad memory in me. That was kinda deep. Didn't know you had something like that in you." I nodded at Kendo not realizing I had that in me either. I started to feel arms wrap around me to notice Yui and Shiozaki hugging me. "If it's something you want to talk about, we're here. It's okay to tell us what you feel, Mr. Cottontail. We won't judge." I tried to not bring them into this, but one of the 2 people I'd rather not deal with right now walked directly up to our table to smile. "Well, if it isn't Izuku. How have you been, son?" I glanced up to give a weak smile. Hey dad. Long time no see." Yui and Najira glanced at dad with an evil stare to realize now where that came from. Why did this have to happen? I didn't want to do anything but enjoy a nice day out with everyone and not cause problems for anyone. Meanwhile, Miruko Pav. After finally finding the tea shop that Izuku and everyone likes, me and Ryuko walked in to hear him play some kind of deep music. Oh, crap. Who fucking ruined his good time? Heading inside, I noticed the pieces of shit in the shop to understand why Izuku was playing a MIDI song. Rumi, should we intervene? I noticed the prick walk up to Izuku's table to begin speaking. We go in now, it'll blow up in our faces. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This was the exact thing I wanted to avoid. Izuku Pav. What, not gonna give your old man a hug? Ad said this in a joking manner with sweat coming off of me. Sorry. It's just a little. I mean, why are you here? His smirk went to a face of remorse. I'll be honest Izuku, me and your mom are sorry for what we did and want you back. Please come back son. My hand started to shake afraid of what I say thinking he might be sincere. I don't know. It's a lot to take in. I was on edge. I didn't know what to do, so I did the only thing I physically knew I could do. I'm sorry girls. I need to go. I paid for what I had and walked out the door with my guitar on my back. Before I got far, my father grabbed my shoulder. Izuku, say yes and we'll be a family together. I was on the verge of tears before going into a full-fledged run as far as I could. Nijire Pav. After seeing Izuku leave, I went right up to Mr. Midoriya and socked him in the face. He fell to the ground before noticing me in front of him. What the hell's your problem skank? Are you trying to screw with Izuku's life more than you already did? He tried getting up before Yui did a charging kick to his stomach. That was for nearly putting Izuku in a panic attack just now. Shiozaki, Kendo, and Yaoi Rozu came out to see us drawing a crowd. Heido, why are you doing this? Kadai, relax. Both Yaoi Rozu and Kendo held us back the best they could, while the son of a bitch got up. Who exactly is this guy and why are you two so worked up? This bastard is Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku's biological father and the same piece of garbage that abandoned Izuku. The two realized immediately who he was with Kendo cracking her knuckles. You're the people who threw Mr. Cottontail out on the streets. Everyone turned to see Shiozaki with a face redder than red. How dare such filth like you tamper with such a kind and caring kindred soul as his? The fact that such a blessing was given to you and you threw him away is enough that I wish for the likes of you to fall into the deepest depths of hell and suffer for eternity as you groom the charred remains out of Lucifer's beard. Shiozaki began panting with everyone looking at the normally calm woman. Another solid punch would have been good for me. Way to go the extra mile girl. A woman left that looked like Izuku's mother, while his dirtbag father continued to argue with us. What makes you kids understand anything? Izuku is my son, so that means I decide what is right and best. If you don't like what I deem is right for him, then you don't have a son you piece of shit. Out of nowhere, Miruko and Ryukyu walked over to interrupt the jerk's conversation. The boy that you think is your son was abandoned at the age of 4, with you officially losing the right to call him that. If anything, you're no different than a stranger to Izuku now. You have no right to call him that, and I'll be damned if you ever get that opportunity. Izuku is happy now and is better off if you and that bitch you call a wife are out of his life permanently. Now I need to go find my son. He's probably in absolute hell right now because you wanted to screw with his brain. Miruko walked away while Ryukyu came over to talk to us. I'm sorry this had to happen, but can you all help us find Izuku? Both his mother and myself are very worried about him and want to know that he is safe. Sure. I'm kinda worried for him too. As am I. Kadai, would you know any places where Mr. Cottontail would go if he's depressed? Yui thought before saying a couple. We split into 2 teams with me having Yaoi Rozu and Shiozaki. If you see him, call someone. We began heading out with me asking Tamaki if he'd keep an eye out saying something happened to Izuku and he disappeared in the city. He agreed with us keeping our eyes up in hopes to find him. Meanwhile, Izuku Pav. I found myself running aimlessly to anywhere I could. I didn't want to be bothered by anyone. All I wanted to do was just be alone. Eventually, I found myself at a pond in front of a bench. I didn't know where I was, but I honestly didn't care at that moment. I sat down to think of what my father said. He wants us to be a family again. My head was running in circles right now. He looked like he wanted to truly apologize and reconnect, but something seemed off. I thought it was true, but it could just as easily be a lie. I don't know. I just don't know. My head was in shambles right now. I didn't want to leave mom, but I also want to believe in the people that are my real parents. Do I believe that my real parents do want to be my family again? Sigh. I hate this. Why did he have to show up? I curled up in a ball on the bench before feeling a hand on my head. I glanced up to see Tamaki there. How you doing little man? Hey Tamaki. I glanced down after seeing who it was. Nijire told me what happened. How are you holding up? I didn't answer for him to understand what's going on. It's that rough on you, huh? Can't blame you to say the least. I finally broke my silence when I began asking a question that's on my mind. Should I? He glanced down at me before asking. Excuse me? Should I try and reconcile with my birth parents? I mean, they did kick me out and I can't forgive them for that. But they're still my only biological family I have. If I refuse them, it's like I'm refusing myself. I held my knees tighter to my chest before Tamaki spoke up. Let me ask you something, Izuku. You remember when Miruko was mad at you for nearly burning the house down? I was hungry, so I was trying to make something on the stove. When she found out that you did something like that, she got mad at you for not asking her or Fat to help you. I began remembering the fact she gave me one hell of an earful during that. Fat said that when you left to your room, she was scared she was too hard on you. You were hungry and you weren't exactly adjusted to normal life yet again. She was scared out of her mind more that you'd get hurt above anything else that day. I began to recall the moments when my mom would scold me for my mistakes, reflecting on how things could have turned out much worse. I also remembered times when she praised me for my achievements. The point I'm trying to make is, who has always been in your corner since you were 6? Mom. Who genuinely cares whether you do right or wrong, knowing it will benefit you in the long run? Mom. And who truly cares enough about you to help you instead of complicating your life further? Mom. Tamaki wrapped his arms around me, prompting me to hug him back. I know they're your own family, and I shouldn't interfere, but Miruko sees you as family too, and wants what's best for you. I buried my face deeper into his chest as I tightened my embrace. They came to your house earlier today, the Midoriyas. Wait, how do you know that? Nijire heard it from your mom, who was trying to prevent the situation from escalating. She chose not to intervene because she believed it would only make things worse. I was at a loss for words until Tamaki pulled away just enough to look me in the eye. I can't decide for you whether to give the Midoriyas a second chance, but know that I'm here for you, along with everyone else. We only want what's best for you. I started wiping away my tears and managed a smile. Thank you, Tamaki. He ruffled my hair, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Why you look so much brighter when you smile. It's a little hard to talk to you, though. I couldn't help but chuckle, grateful that Tamaki was still the same quirky friend I'd always known. In that moment, I remembered a song I had learned to play. Hey Tamaki, do you mind if I play something? He smiled and nodded. Go for it. Yui's Pav. We all reconvened at the park to discuss our search efforts. Any luck? Someone asked. Sorry. Our spirits began to wane until we heard the sound of guitar strings. What's that? Curious, we followed the music and found Izuku and Amajiki sitting on a bench. What's he doing? One of us whispered. SHH. I urged Yaoi Rozu to quiet down as I listened to Izuku play. With each note, I felt his emotions resonate within us. He seemed torn between wanting to believe his parents might change for the better and fearing they would only hurt him again. Just then, I spotted a woman approaching, visibly affected by the lyrics. Isn't that Izuku's biological mother? Nijire asked, prompting me to look more closely. I noticed the resemblance in their features. It must be. As Izuku finished his song, Amajiki gently patted his head, eliciting a smile from him. You're a good kid, Izuku. Even those who might not deserve it, you believe deserve a second chance. Yeah, Izuku replied. Izuku. The woman stepped closer, concern written all over Izuku's face. Hey. Mom. She looked away, correcting him. I think I've lost that right to be called that. By you. There was a silence in the air before she spoke up. Izuku, are you happy with the life you have? Izuku thought for a second before answering. Yeah. I have a lot of people who care about me who I care for just as much. He smiled, saying this to make Mrs. Midoriya feel even more guilt. Izuku, I know this doesn't make it up to you after everything that your father and I put you through, but I'm really sorry. I let myself be blinded by the vanity of possibly having a son with a strong quirk that I never saw you as anything more than someone who could benefit me. I was a horrible mother if at all one, and I don't deserve to be one anymore. Nijire and Shiozaki were about to storm in there to beat the crap out of Mrs. Midoriya, with me stopping them, so I can see where this goes. Look. No matter what your father says, do not come back to us. This comment surprised everyone as she continued. Your father wants you back just for the fact he can hold some gain in life from you. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I've realized after meeting Miruko and Ryukyu slowly just what I missed and failed to do. From the moment you came into this world, I had one job regarding you. Help you grow into a man that is able to stand on his own 2 feet. In a greedy desire, I treated that trust you had in me as nothing of significant value. Now you're a strong-willed boy that can stand on his own thanks to who raised you and being raised right. Because of this, me and the man who should have been your father are now strangers to you. For your own good, you should remain with the people that truly care for you and want the best for you before any gain for themselves. This is the closest I can do to the right thing for you, so please say no to Hisashi. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. From what I thought, Inko was a bitch that deserved a few solid punches to the face. But now I see that she actually feels bad for what she did. If you want to yell at me, scream, say any type of insult to me, you have every right to. She held her head down with Izuku's fist shaking in anger. Why? She didn't flinch as Izuku asked his question in more detail. Why did you agree to abandon me? I was your son just as much as his, so why? I could see some tears falling off Izuku's face as she answered. I have no excuse for what I did. I honestly don't know why I gave into my own greed as opposed to my own son. But this is where we stand and now we've come to this crossroad. I couldn't believe how angry I was seeing Izuku. I've seen him mad, but right now he was fueled with nothing but rage with just a hairline of composure keeping him from letting it all loose. I'm sorry that I came back into your life. I'll leave and you'll never see me again. Mrs. Midoriya started to leave before Izuku said one final thing. I truly hate what you both did. No matter what, I will never forgive you for that. But if I hold on to this rage, it'll only hurt me even more. If I gave you a chance, would you be more than willing to at least try to have some kind of relationship that can start for me trusting you again? I don't deserve it. But if you do, I will do everything in my power to be someone worth your trust. I began to see Izuku glow green before a smile grew on his face. That's all the proof I need to know you're sincere. He walked over to Mrs. Midoriya to hug her. I saw tears in her eyes as she hugged back. Izuku, I'm sorry for what I did. I'm so sorry. She couldn't stop crying as they embraced for a bit of time. So she really does feel bad for what she did. Kendo smiled a bit before leaning on a tree. Guess even the people we think don't sometimes deserve a second chance. Izuku Pav. After hugging my former mother, Mom and Aunt Ryu found us. Izuku. You okay? They seemed a little tired with a man we would rather not see behind them. They're your son. Did you think it over enough? He smiled at me before I answered. Yes, and I can't go back with you. What? You and Mom hurt me too much for us to have a normal family again. But I will give you one chance to become someone worthy of being in my life again. I don't know if you are or aren't yet, but I want to know if you'd be willing to try to have some kind of relationship where I can trust you again. He was silent before answering. Yeah, sure. There was a silence in the air with nothing happening. I know that's a lie. Excuse me? I gave a similar question to Mrs. Midoriya before with my quirk activating after. I genuinely wanted to give you both chances to at least remaining in my life. She wanted to at least be something to me, well you don't. The only way I know is my quirk needs mutual friendship. If you don't desire for something minimal like that, it doesn't work. He began to become fumed with this before shouting. I don't need some stupid ass quirk telling me what you should and shouldn't do. You're my son and you're coming with me. Mom immediately gave him a kick to the gut to level him. That was for yelling at my son and making him upset today. Mrs. Midoriya walked over to drag her husband away while bowing. I'm sorry if he caused any issues. We'll be on our way now. She started to walk away before Mom spoke up. Hey. Mrs. Midoriya turned around to see a smile on Mom's face. If you want to see Izuku again, feel free to come over on Saturdays. She smiled at this before thanking us and walking away with a semi-conscious Hisashi. You did good, Izuku. Mom came over to pat my head with a frown on her face. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I tried to keep you out of this, but it backfired. I shook my head before smiling. It's not your fault. I had to do this eventually. She smiled at me before I was hugged by the girls. From what I could tell, they all were listening and happy that I was able to come out of this without issues. One thing I knew for a fact though, I'm happy my life turned out the way it did. Izuku Pav. After the days off we had, school started back up for me and everyone. Wish it didn't rain the first day back. Yeah, shroom. It's so dreary out. Yui and Kino had a conversation about the weather while my mind was in another place. Please pick up the pace you three. We are UA students, so being early is our objective. Iida came running past us and made a wave past him. He's fast. Yeah, like a car shroom. The girls started laughing while I remembered something bad that happened. Upon my time talking with Iida, I learned that he was Ingenium's younger brother. I also found out the other day about the attack on the Turbo Hero and that he's not in the best condition right now. Izuku. Huh? I'm pulled out of my thought process when I noticed we were at school. You okay? I'm fine, Yui. I was just lost in thought for a few minutes. You seem to be doing that a lot lately, shroom. I smiled and laughed it off. I guess my mind has been a bit preoccupied lately. Let's go before we're late. We walked into the building to get to our lockers to change our shoes and get to class. Once in the classroom, Iida seemed a bit out of it and not his normal stiff of a self. I personally thought he could dial it back a bit, but this was weird. Iida. You okay? I decided to talk to him with my friend putting on a fake smile. Why yes. I apologize if I may have seemed a tad strange. I knew he was lying, but I didn't want to call him out on it, afraid to touch a sore spot. If you need to talk, know I'm here for you. I appreciate the offer, Yasagiyama. I walked back to my desk with Mr. Azawa walking in shortly after. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Izawa. Walking in, our teacher had a lack of bandages which relieved us a bit. It's good to see you without any bandages on, Sir Ribbit. Yeah, the old lady did a larger amount during the break. Not proud of the fact I was out cold for a large amount of time. He gave some emphasis on some scar on his lower eye. Anyway, we have a special class for hero informatics. Everyone held their breaths thinking we were getting a pop quiz. You all need to think of hero names. Everyone's fear went to joy. Shut up. Mr. Izawa showed his quirk to force everyone to remain quiet. These hero names will be important for a work study you all will be doing a week from now. In this, you will be learning on the field with a pro. Mr. Izawa turned to the side to present a board of names and numbers beside them. The people on this board are those who had obtained picks from agencies due to them finding interest in them. Looking at the board, I noticed I had quite a few to make me rather happy that I'm doing something right. Shoto Todoroki. 4123. Izuku Sagayama. 3901. Katsuki Bakugo. 3556. Fumikage Tokoyami. 390. Tenya Ida. 301. Denki Kaminari. 272. Momoyoi Rozu. 108. Ijiro Kirishima. 68. Achako Uraraka. 20. Hantasiro. 14. The picks are normally more diverse, but our top. Bree took most of them. I'm surprised you didn't get the most votes, Izuku. Yeah. You got first and beat Todoroki, yet you didn't get as many as him. It's not an issue, Zero. Besides, it all depends on who scouted me. Regardless of how many offers you got, you all will still be performing in this work study. Also, don't get too disappointed in this. An agency can give you an offer or retract it during your time here. I smiled at this, knowing everyone wouldn't have to worry about coming up with nothing. For those that didn't get any offers, you'll be picking from a list of 40 agencies with a respected history with us. Now for the second half. We have a guest here to help with coming up with names. Hero names can be something for life. So it's best to choose something that isn't indecent, or they will be hell to pay. On cue, Midnight walked in to stand at the front. When thinking of hero names, it is sometimes best to think of one that's specified around who you are, your quirk. As Midnight said, hero names can be permanent from here onward. So as to prevent any future issues, Midnight will tell you if they're alright or not. Once this was said, Izawa pulled his sleeping bag up to pass out on the floor. I gotta find out how he can be so relaxed enough to sleep in front of his class. Midnight passed out dry erase boards and markers for us to begin writing down ideas for names. Once 15 minutes were up, we were allowed to begin presenting what we had. Aoyama went first with his being well. I cannot stop twinkling. That's a whole sentence. This guy is literally a man that takes the word flamboyant a bit too far. If you change the can not to can't and take out the I, it works. Midnight made a small correction for our French classmate to agree with it. Mercy, madam. When he stepped down, Mina went next with hers. Oh, me next. My hero name will be the Alien Queen. As in that monster from the second movie. Rejected. Midnight immediately said this for Mina's demeanor to crumble. Dang it. After her, some others went to have their names accepted. Some went with ideas similar to their quirks, while others went with names to honor some. Todoroki on the other hand used his own name. It was accepted, but I personally thought it was him still trying to get over his personal issues. Finally it came to some of the last few people with Kachin going first. King Explosion Murder. That's too violent. Fine. Lord Explosion Murder. Again, too violent. Kachin seemed to have an issue finding his own name, with my searching coming up useless as well. Since it's hard for someone like me to think of a name that describes my quirk, I didn't put as much thought into it growing up. I thought of going with something like copycat, but that's kinda incorrect since I use the other person's quirk in my own way. What should I choose? I'm pulled out of my thought process when I noticed Achako walk up to the podium. The gravity. Hero. Uravity. Hers was accepted with Iida, me, and Kachin being the only ones without a name. Eventually, Iida went to the podium to show his first name. You're using your first name as well? Alright, accepted. Now the tension is on. Everyone's thought of a name, but I can't at all. At that moment, I remembered a name that my mother said that I was like to write down. Once I finished, I walked up to the podium to reveal it. Why that one man? The way wolves hunt is never alone. Each wolf has the backing of the entire pack when facing someone kinda like me. My power comes from those that have my back, so I decided to make a name similar to this. The Friendship Hero. Akamur, a shortened version of Akami no Mura wolf pack in Japanese. Midnight gave a thumbs up for me to smile. At least that's over. Later that evening for the last 2 hours, I've been sitting on the couch organizing my offers to try and think of what I should do for my work study. If I think about this rationally, I have the ability to do combat, support, and ground control. When that's in the mix, my options are linked to ones that can give me the chance to do all three. Only issue is, rarely does a pro hero agency offer things like that. I was so focused on my work that I completely missed the door opening and mom charging me. Look out. I look to see her tackle me to the ground and put me in a chokehold. You give. Gah. I give. I give. She let go shortly after for me to catch my breath. Can't you just say hello like a normal person? Not my fault you're so caught up in your stuff that you can't see an obvious attack coming, says the woman attacking me. We started laughing a bit before getting up to recompose ourselves. So what you up to? I'm trying to think of a good offer I can take for a work study I'm doing. I was thinking of doing one where I can train in all three positions of heroics, but not many specify like that. After that, I was thinking of someone that could maybe think outside the box for fighting, so I can help get into that area of thinking more. But again, that's a bit of a shot in the dark. Mom started looking through the offers a bit to smirk. You got a lot of offers here. Not bad. Doesn't make going through them any easier. I started to sigh a bit with mom noticing it. What's wrong? It's nothing. Izuku, don't lie to me. I know when you lie. I glanced away a bit before mom grabbed my neck to put me in a chokehold. What's the problem? Jaya. I can't breathe. Tell me what is you looking like a mopey sack of crap. I started to have difficulties breathing to admit defeat. Okay. I'll tell you, so just let me breathe. Mom let go for me to point out my issue. You remember what happened to Ingenium, right? He got attacked by the hero killer. What about it? Iida might be thinking to go after Stain. Mom stayed quiet before beginning again. You realize I may have to report this now that you said. Someone is willing to act on vigilante acts, right? I know you have to, but can you please just let this play out as is for now? You go and stop Iida now, that'll only push him to go after him more with right now me being physically scared he might get hurt. If he does and I could have stopped though, I don't think I can live with myself. Unfortunately, I can't jump right into this issue since his brother meant the world to Iida. So you're saying that you want to help but don't want to get involved in something bad. I nod for mom to think about this. Then why don't you try and go with an agency near Hosu that's on the case? Great idea, except for one problem. Who's on the case? Mom went through her phone on the Pro Hero page to write a couple of names on the piece of paper. Most were big names that everyone knew. These guys are the ones on the hero killer case with them going into Hosu. If you want to help your friend, going with one of these is your most likely best bet. I glanced at the names to find any that offered me an offer to circle about 10. This alone dropped my amount of offers amazingly. So you've got an idea for one yet? Looking at the 10, I figured 4 of the 10 would be kinda pointless since they weren't high-ranking names. Native wasn't exactly a hero I could take much on, but one in particular stood out for me. I think I did. For my work study, I'll put in a request for Gang Orca. With the way you act around other people, that's probably the best offer. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get some grub. I made a plate for you in the oven, should still be warm. Thanks. I began to clean up and put everything into a folder that I can come back to later. If I was given them as offers, there's gotta be something down the road that these can help with 1 week later. The time of the work study had begun with all of us preparing to leave. Make sure to be on your best behaviors for the pros you're doing this with. Also you do not have authority to wear your costumes unless you're told it's alright. Yes, sir. We started heading our separate ways before I stopped Iida for a second. Iida. I don't know what you're going to do exactly, but please be careful. It's alright Usagiyama. I'll be fine. He walked away with my gut not exactly calmer. Guess I have to trust him. I got on my train to notice Jiro on it as well. Hey. What's up man? I sat by her as we talked a bit. So where are you doing your work study? Death Arms. I figured learning a bit of combat from a pro like him could work well. Yourself. Gang Orca. He's pretty dependent and throws an aura of leadership with him. If I can gain some form of motivation like that, I can be pretty strong on my feet. I think you're strong on your feet already though. You're really cool and awesome with how you throw your weight around. I smiled a bit at this before hearing someone speak. Check out that kid's eye. Sheesh, bet that must have stung. I immediately regressed hearing them talk about my eye to hide it with my hand. And just like that your confidence drops. Not surprised though. We continued talking a bit until my stop came to say goodbye. Jiro gave me a fist bump before I went off to walk towards Gang Orca's agency. Once outside, I started to feel a bit nervous. Just relax Izuku. He's not a villain. I opened the door to see a receptionist. Excuse me, but my name is Izuku Usagiyama and I had spoken to Gang Orca about a work study with him. Is there a chance you could help me with where to go? Oh yes. Follow the hall down and Gang Orca's office will be the one at the end. You can't miss it. I thanked the woman before walking down the hall. When I got to the door, I knocked a few times for someone to answer. Enter. When I walked inside, I noticed the whale-looking pro-hero behind his desk. So you're my work-study student for the week? Why yes, sir. My name is Izuku Isajiyama. And my hero name is Akamura Miruko's son, huh? I heard you're quite the little spitfire from what she said. Gang Orca got out of his seat to walk towards me. He seemed to look really mad before being directly in front of me and looking down. My anxiety was starting to go through the roof, seeing the hulking killer whale stare me down. Nice to have you on board. Gang Orca gave his hand out for me to shake. Thanks. Now that we've got introductions out of the way, we can get down to business. Sit. I sat in the chair across from him as he sat back behind his desk. Your mother told me that you have a friend you want to help and that the main reason you chose my agency is to try and help him. I turned away and nodded. The hero killer hurt my friend Ida really badly by attacking his brother. He prided himself to be just like Ingenium to the point I'm afraid he may do something he'll regret. I don't know what I can do, but as a hero in training. No. As his friend, I need to do something to help him. Gang Orca stared at me before answering. You don't need to hide the fact you're scared out of your mind. Anyone who'd be worried about possibly facing the hero killer is. However, you aren't a hero and saying this to me is grounds for me to bring in the boy you're talking about. I started going pale hearing this. Though your worry for your friend overwhelms your fear of what'll happen. Your heart's in the right place with you wanting to help someone because you deem it right. For us heroes, courage and our self-morals go hand in hand. Now I will say going against a hero killer is foolish on both your parts, but diving into hell just to save someone who could die is the exact example of what heroes do on a daily basis. Gang Orca went into his desk to pull out a form. He passed it to me with the name of Chizumakaguro on it. That's all the information on who your friend is targeting. Learn what you can before we go out tomorrow to Hosu. I nodded my head as he led me through the agency for a tour. Ida Pav. For my work study, I had decided to do it with a local hero in Hosu City called Manuel. We had been patrolling the streets with little happening. From what I have gathered, hero patrols had gone up to decrease chances of crime happening. However, I came here with a goal in mind, and I am not going to let the hero killer walk away after what he did to Tensei. Sorry to ask this, but you're here to go after the hero killer, aren't you? I stopped for a moment with Manuel hitting the nail on the head as to why I had chosen his agency. It only makes sense. Look, I understand that you have your reasons too, but going after someone the way you're trying isn't a good option. Heroism isn't like when it first started. If you walk down the path of vigilantism, there will be repercussions. We have the privilege to use our quirks as heroes, but we aren't the law itself. We need to abide by it just as much as anyone else. I felt nothing but frustration knowing that the hero killer could do what he did and I couldn't legally do a thing to stop him. Sorry. I didn't mean that in a bad way. It's just that you seem like a straight-laced person and I'd hate to see you ruin your chances at being a hero for something like this. Yes, the hero killer isn't an exception, but we need to take care of him through legal means and not by our own measures. It's fine. I appreciate your concern. Manuel continued to walk away with the anger inside me not quelling at all. This is infuriating. I know I shouldn't, but after what he did to Tensei. I had clenched my fist in absolute anger. This isn't right. Few days later, Izuku Pav. Get moving, Akamura. You won't be able to help anyone if you need it. Since the first day, Gang Orca had taken it upon himself to prepare me to head out to Hosu. He said the clearance to start the case would take at least 3 days before we could even think of leaving for the city, however, to give us that time to do nothing but prepare for whatever we'd encounter. I've got you now. I began to jump up to prepare an axe kick. When I was about to, Gang Orca glared at me with intent to shake me up a bit. He noticed this to grab my leg and throw me into a wall. The act made me react to harden my body with Kirishima's hardening to go right into a wall and get stuck. You okay? I tried to pull myself out to have no luck at all. Yeah, NGH. Just a little stuck. I kept pulling as much as I could before the pro came over to grab my shirt. In one go, he yanked me out of the wall to stand me up. Thanks. Why did you hesitate? I was going to say something, but couldn't find a good enough excuse. I just got spooked. In a real fight, you can't hesitate. You do, and you or someone else could pay the consequences. This is why every move you make, you must steel your nerves, or you will cause someone to get hurt or die. I held my head down, realizing that strength and quirk-wise I may be on the right track, but I still had a long way for skill and will. I came out of this, however, when I felt a pat on my head. Even though you've still got a long way, you're doing everything to limit that flaw you have. Confidence and steeled nerves don't come overnight, they're things that grow gradually. Just learn how to get stronger and you'll soon be free of that burden. Orca went to a bench to pass me a water bottle before pouring one on himself. To be honest though, kid, you remind me of your mother back when she started. She was a stubborn one that didn't take anything from anyone. She still kinda is. I could tell. We both shared a bit of a laugh about mom's stubbornness before gang orcas started to walk towards the door. Get ready. We have permission today to start the Stain case. We'll arrive at Hosu tonight around 8. Gather whatever you need for a fight and we'll head out in an hour. I drank from my water before walking to where I was sleeping to get some gear to help. Iida. Don't do something that'll hurt you. When I was ready, I walked near Gang Orca's office where he was filling out some final bits of paperwork. You ready? I took a deep breath before showing a determined face. Yeah. Let's go find the hero killer. 8 p.m. at Hosu. Gang Orca and I had arrived at Hosu City with it being dusk. Right off the bat, we began our search on the streets. You've done some intel on the hero killer, right Akamir? Yes. He normally attacks near hero agencies and alleys that are normally used by heroes. This is to make sure, in my opinion, the ones he wants alive stay alive and the ones that die to be discovered to prove his point. Interesting. Let's start surveying the alleys near the agencies by the station, then work our way from there. We had gotten to an agency of one of the local pros to walk into some alleys. Once there, I activated earphone jack to listen through the walls. What are you doing? It's my friend's quirk. It can be used to listen to sound waves and such. Smart. Even if he's on a roof, we should be able to find him. We didn't have any luck in the alley for us to continue on for a couple more. Once we hit the 5th or 6th, we began to hear explosions and notice smoke. What is that? Don't know, but let's check it out. We both ran to the area to see the monsters that looked like that thing from the USJ. Wait, is that the thing they called Nomu? You know these things? I shook my head slightly. No. Not exactly. This thing that they called Nomu attacked us at the USJ. I thought it was taken in. Maybe their relatives or something. The monsters started to beat around the heroes of the city for Gang Orca to run in to help. We can discuss this later. Akamir, find your friend now. But sir, how am I gonna? If he's going after the hero killer, he'll think the same as you. Use your judgment right now. If things go bad, I trust you. I heard these final words before Gang Orca took a punch to the gut to send him into a building. Sir. Get moving. I glanced around to notice that I wasn't needed here before running into an alley. Those Nomu guys are here in Hosu. But they're with the League, why are they here? I kept having thoughts run through my head as to why the creatures led by the League of Villains would be in Hosu where the hero killer should be. In that moment, I thought a horrid thought to forcibly run as fast as I could to find both Iida and Stain before it was too late. Third person POV. In a dark alley, Iida was seen on the ground with a hero killer Stain above him and a pro by the name of Native beside them. You bastard. I'll take you down for what you've done to my brother. Stain seemed to be agitated with the young engine quirk user. You wish to take me down? If you even held a thread of what you should be as a hero, you would have saved the man who is hurt over there first. To attack someone out of blind rage is the most unheroic thing someone could do. You're nothing but a fake that the world will take great pride in knowing you will never exist after this. Stain pulled his blade out of Iida's arm to point towards his neck. Rest assured, boy, your death will show a bright future for this world. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Iida was blinded by his own anger for the villain, realizing that he was correct. As a hero and as Ingenium's brother, Iida felt he failed at what he should have done. As Stain came down with his blade, Izuku jumped to the rescue with a hardened kick to the villain's face. Luna turd. The hit forced the hero killer back as the young boy landed between him and Iida. Iida, you okay? The engine quirk user looked up to see his friend in front of him. Usagiyama, what are you doing here? I figured you'd try to do something like this, so I was able to get permission to come here and help you. Good thing I did when I did, or you could have seriously gotten hurt. Izuku grew his hands to about twice his body size with big fists to grab Native and Iida. He also created wings for himself thanks to Manifest to place the two injured on the roof. I won't let you go anywhere. Stain had begun jumping from wall to wall before nearing Izuku with his katana in hand. He slashed at Izuku's wing, hoping to hit him before the wing held an iron coating on it to echo the sound of metal hitting metal. Trying to avoid it, Stain jumped on the wing before getting a tongue to grab and send the villain back to the ground. You both should be safe here. Izuku placed the two down on the ground before turning to the alley where Stain was. He won't quit just from that. I'll need to stall him until help arrives. Izuku sent a message to the group chat asking anyone to send help to his location before noticing Stain coming back up again. I'll be back. The greenet jumped down before using explosion to force Stain back down to the ground. I don't need to defeat Stain, I only have to hold him off until help arrives. So long as he stays here, those two will be safe. Just stay focused and keep him here. Izuku raised his fists as Stain came charging at him. The young boy used Frog to jump off the ground to the wall before attacking Stain with a right fist covered in both his hardening quirks. Stain deflected this with his katana and narrowly hit Izuku in the jaw with his knee that had a metal spike brace where it would have impacted. The boy then thought of using a few pebbles that he had in his pocket as weapons to throw and increase their size. Stain jumped over these to not notice Izuku on the back of one to give him a blast from wave motion, which sent the hero killer to the wall. He recovered to come charging back at Izuku. He's not giving up. Izuku acted as fast as he could to create a form of defense with vines to slow down the hero killer. This didn't work for long as the was hacking the newly grown vines to bits. This did however give enough time for Izuku to create 2 speakers from his body with creation to plug an earphone jack. Packed move. Rockin' creation. Izuku hit Stain with a blast of strong vibrations thanks to creating a speaker of similar magnitude to Jiru's on her hero costume. Now let's wrap this up. Izuku used Manifest to create tentacles from his fingers to incapacitate the hero killer. Unfortunately, the villain wasn't giving up just yet to slash the octopus appendages up. I won't fall that easily. Stain charged at Izuku for him to panic a bit. Everything I throw at him won't work. Not only that, but I'm starting to run on fumes. The attack would have landed if it wasn't for Izuku being protected by a giant glacier. Wait a second. You should really be more precise instead of just putting a random location on Usagi. A second later, and I might have not been able to help. Thanks. I owe you. Don't worry about it. What's the situation? Iida and the pro hero native are up there. For now, we need to keep Stain down here until more help from pro heroes arrive. I'll cover the top and you keep him down below. Izuku nodded before activating One for All to increase his speed and reduce the amount of drawback on himself. Izuku then activated Rabbit to increase his jumping mobility. I will rid this world of false heroes. Now out of my way boy before I must kill you and your friend there. I won't. Izuku used One for All in his foot to attack Stain who blocked him with his blade. Unlike before however, Izuku was able to turn his body to punch Stain in the face. This forced the villain back a bit before taking a small knife to stab Izuku's bicep. The sharp pain came though the young boy. Damn, I was careless. Izuku needed the hand with the blade to allow him to pull away from the hero killer. Todoroki, I need you to sear the opening shut. Won't that hurt? We need to keep him down here. Stain began going back up to the rooftop, cutting the ice Todoroki made with ease. Okay then. Todoroki put his left hand on the cut to sear it shut and give Izuku an unbearable shot of pain inside him. He then used Rabbit and One for All to jump up to Stain to tackle him back towards the ground. I'm not letting you hurt anyone else. Izuku was forcing himself to move on adrenaline. Both were falling with the hero killer trying to shove Izuku off. Get off me kid. If you don't, we could both die. If I can save my friend and native, I'm content with that. Stain started kneeing Izuku in the stomach with his spikes to leave a few holes in the boy as they both neared the pavement faster. During the last minute however, Todoroki was able to make a slide of ice to avoid both from hitting the pavement head-on. Izuku and Stain slid down and went right into some trash cans. Pant. You brat. Are you suicidal or something? Izuku slowly got up to prepare for another fight. No. I'm trying to help people who need it. Izuku started smiling to make Stain realize something. This kid is willing to risk everything just to stop me. If more people like him existed in this world, maybe things would be better. Stain prepared for another attack to charge at Izuku. The young boy was losing a large amount of blood and his consciousness to focus solely on the senses he had. I gotta focus. Holding his hand out, Izuku activated Explosion, half hot, half cold, and wave motion in his left hand. Packed move. Spiraling cannon. The blast came at Stain to submerge him in a spiraling fire, with explosions coming from the center getting a straightaway to the hero killer. The impact sent him right into a wall to make an indent in it. Iida slowly regained his ability to move again to witness the final attack from above. With a shaking fist, Izuku raised his right arm up to signal he won. Immediately after however, Izuku fell backwards, blacking out from the pain and injuries he had. Usagi. Izuku turned his head to see Todoroki run towards him to smile. I stopped him. Iida and native are safe. Izuku Pav. I started to wake up with bright lights shining on my face and the smell of disinfectant in my nose. MNNN. 5 more minutes mom. I grumbled this before turning to my side and feeling unbearable pain. Ow. I shot up to see Todoroki and Iida in the room alongside me. Iida was in a hospital bed while Todoroki was sitting in a chair beside him. Nice to see you're up Usagi. Yeah. I hurt like hell though. What happened? To make a long story short Akamir, you defeated the hero killer and ended up in the hospital for a few days. Thanks to the help of some pros, we were able to avoid any significant casualties with you getting hurt the most in the battle with Stain. Gang Orca walked into the room explaining what happened around the time I blacked out. I looked down to see a bunch of gauze on my torso and remembered that the hero killer stabbed me. The doctor said you were lucky it wasn't closer to the left or it could have caused damage bad enough where you'd be stuck in here for a few months if you're lucky. Gang Orca said this with some irritation for some reason, with my mind coming toward something I needed to find out. Did my mom find out about this? Well, it's kinda funny you'd ask that. The sound of someone running down the hall was heard before what sounded like someone shouting. "You bastard." Mom came charging in to give me a running kick to the face. I fell to the ground before being wrapped in a chokehold. "What have I told you about being careful? I get a call 3 nights ago that you're admitted to a hospital because you go against a hero killer as well as Kanoko and Yui freaking over a text message you sent them. Where the fuck was your brain during the time?" I was starting to lose oxygen before Mom let go. "Sorry kid. She already gave me my lumps when we met up at the hospital the first night." Gang Orca turned to reveal a swollen cheek and his one eye closed, probably due to the pain. "Now as for you glasses boy." Mom walked over to Iida before giving him a solid kick to the head with her heel. He covered his head where she hit with Mom's glare not going away. "That was for doing something fucking stupid. Do you know how worried my son was for your well-being?" Iida winced in pain before looking up to her. "I don't blame you for wanting to do right for what happened to your brother, but you went about it all wrong. Unlike you, Izuku asked for help knowing that the anger you have isn't going away anytime soon and was afraid you'd do something that could have ended with you being seriously hurt or killed." Mom patted Iida's head before smiling at him. "From what Izuku said, you're a good kid. Though your brother's hero career might be over, his legacy won't die if you take what he wanted to do for people to heart." He smiled at this as I got off the floor to sit back on the bed. "Seems motherhood made you a tad bit softer, Miruko." Mom's head whipped to Gang Orca before cracking her knuckles. "Who's soft, Shamu?" All the color in the pro went away at this, with Todoroki moving over to speak to me. "Your mom is really scary when she wants to be. You should see her when she's really pissed off. I doubt even All Might could hold her back, she can be that scary." Both of us shivered at the thought that even the #1 pro hero couldn't handle Mom on her worst day. "Well, either way, you did a good job all things considered." Mom came over to pat my head before smiling. "Oh, and by the way, brace yourself." "Brace myself for what? You dumbus." I was cut short by Yui tackling me and strangling my neck with Kino biting my leg for some reason. "Are you trying to give us a heart attack? Do you realize how worried we were about you?" Apwood-wise as Wakwu. Normally Yui is rather calm even when things get serious. So when she shows any significant emotions are shown on her face, I know for a fact she's very heated by what it is. And right now she literally has a face that says she wants to kill me. "When we saw you lying on the bed like that, we were so scared for you." I felt tears on my face and leg to see both of them crying. "You're someone we care about, Izuku. Please don't do this to us. You have no idea how much it hurts us to see when you're so hurt like this and we can't do a thing to help. Hick. Please take better care of yourself, if not for you, then for us at least." I hate seeing them cry. I got up before pulling both Kino and Yui into a hug. "I'm sorry I did this. I didn't think with my head when I was fighting and got hurt because of it. I promise I'll try a lot harder next time and won't end up like this if I can avoid it." Sniffle. "You better. If you don't, I'll bite you again, Shroom. And I deserve it at that point." Both girls laugh a bit and slowly stop crying. Whenever I see them sad, it makes me feel like garbage and wanna try and cheer them up. Mom said it was just in my nature when someone's sad to wanna make them happy. Before anyone could say anything, the sound of the door sliding open was heard with a man that had a face like a Doberman walking in. "Hello. It's nice to see you're finally up and about, young man." Thanks mister. "Excuse my rudeness, my name is Kenji Tsurigam, the chief of police force." "My apologies, sir." I bowed at the dogman before he continued. "If it wouldn't be so much trouble, would those that weren't part of the Hosu incident please leave the room?" Mom, Kino, and Yui got up to leave as to the chief's order. When they shut the door, he waited a few minutes before speaking. "First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you on defeating the hero killer. Thanks to you, Akamir, the threat he plagued upon our society is no longer an issue. However, doing so did break a law or two on your end." I went pale when he explained this. "As I explained with your classmates prior to right now, what you did was technically illegal. Heroism without a proper license to do so is no different than a villain using their quirk on a civilian." Things weren't looking good for me as the chief was hitting the nail on the head. From what Mom told me, there isn't many tangents to the law as of yet, since quirk laws are still in all technicality really new compared to other laws. This is where my job is difficult. As far as the law is concerned, you should be arrested as well as your 2 friends who were in a similar boat. That is, if we used the exact story. Wait, what? When you separated from Gang Orca, his words to you were use your judgment and that he trusted you if things went bad. Now this can be taken 2 ways due to the vagueness of what he could have meant. In one way, he could have meant use your best judgment to how the law handles you at this point in time. This meant you could be arrested right now. But the second way is that he could mean that if things go wrong, you'd use your judgment to use your quirk accordingly. This would mean you could be taken off the chopping block with these two still being on it. I was afraid for Todoroki and Iida as this was set to panic. Sir, please don't blame them. Iida was just trying to do right for his brother, and Todoroki backed me up because I asked him. I already understand what exactly happened prior. You don't need to explain. No matter how we look at it though, we're in a rough spot. Did he just bark? Now here's what I suggest since we can maneuver this in a way because of so little people knowing this. The hero killer attacked native. In a form of defense, you and Iida tried to stop him with Iida being injured due to this. He didn't use his quirk due to not having the authorization. You on the other hand had it and took on the hero killer alone while backup was coming. This backup was Todoroki and Gang Orca along with a few pros. They showed up after the hero killer was defeated to assist you, Iida, and native to the hospital. We can argue that all the damage done was from you because of your quirk's unique trait. If we go with this, the secret of what really happened will stay between us in this room and the small handful of people that knew the actual thing from start to finish. It's either we hide the secret or you all go to jail. I understood this enough to see where I stand and where I could easily be sent to jail. Personally speaking, I'd rather not put any of you in jail. It would be a waste of heroes in training if this were to happen. He gave us a thumbs up before leaving. The records will say you did everything legally unless you say something. So try to keep it to yourselves so I don't have to discuss possibly arresting any of you. He walked out for me to turn towards Iida and Todoroki. He told us what was going to happen when he first met us. We got lucky. I agreed with Todoroki before laying back in my hospital bed exhausted from everything coming at me one after the other. Usagiyama. I'm sorry for putting you through everything. If I had been wiser, then maybe you would not have had to hurt yourself. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for helping me. I held my hand up to give Iida a thumbs up. We're friends, so don't worry about it. I noticed him smile before letting out a sigh. So did anything else happen when I was out? Only your phone going off because of your message. I glanced at the stand beside me to see my phone to grab and look at the messages. I'm going to have a lot of explaining to do. Few hours later. After having all the explanations of what happened out of the way and practically being screamed at by almost every one of the girls, me, Todoroki, and Iida began to chat a bit before Todoroki had to leave, and Iida was able to leave the hospital with a final checkup. I unfortunately had to stay for a few more days with nobody to keep me company. I could have talked to Kachin or one of the girls, but I didn't know if they were busy and didn't want to bother them if they were. Well, might as well take a walk so I don't get lazy sitting around all day. I moved my legs to the side before hitting something beside the bed. What the? Looking down, I noticed it was my guitar case with a note attached to it. Made sure to bring this along since you'd probably be bored waiting around the hospital. Brighten someone's day up, would ya? Mom. P.S. Next time you end up like this, you'll be put in a hospital because of me beating your ass. She really got pissed off because of that fight. I glanced at the guitar though and smiled knowing my mom at least cared about me enough to get mad at me for doing something stupid and was caring enough to give me something to do what I like to do best. Make people happy. Now where's the section with the kids? I'm sure they'd enjoy someone coming inside the room to play for them. Or maybe go to a spot where the elderly are since they normally would enjoy someone just to talk to. I walked down the hall a bit before I found the children's ward. I found a room with a bunch of kids inside to knock before opening. Hi. Everyone looked at me confused before I spoke again. I was kinda wondering if any of you would like to hear a song. I know that staying in a hospital isn't fun, but maybe I could help you make the most of it. The kids looked at me confused before smiling. Well, I'll take the smiles as an okay. I grabbed a seat to pull up before tuning my guitar. This one is gonna start out a little weird. But please bear with it. The kids looked at me a bit strangely before I started to strum. When I got past the strange half, they began to smile hearing me rap rather fast. Some that weren't paying attention much looked over to watch my mouth go and be really impressed. When the second verse came, the ones that were really paying attention listened closely to feel some form of empathy for me because of how the song went. I just simply kept playing before spitting out a few more rhymes to make them extremely impressed and start smiling from ear to ear. Eventually the song came to its end with me laughing a bit as if I was arrogant to embody the image of Eskener. When I finished, the kids smiled and clapped wanting me to play a little more. Okay, let's see. What else can I do? I looked over to the side to see a small keyboard. Can I use that if it's somebody's here? The kids nodded fast for me to set the keyboard up in front of me. Okay. I think you'd all enjoy this one. When I started playing, those who knew the song began to shout for joy. Once it got to the end of the first half, everyone began dancing around. I didn't know offhand, but some of the nurses were watching and videotaping me playing for the kids. I didn't pay much attention to this since I was focused on making the kids happy. As I entered the final verse, everyone looked at me to see my head holding down, prepared for the intense uplift of the song. In the final parts of the chorus, the kids started shouting natural to sing along. At the end, I had the claps of the kids and the nurses before thinking of one final song to play. Okay, I think it's only fair I do one more before calling it a night so the nurses don't have any trouble. I pulled my guitar out to start strumming. The kids and the nurses started to clap along for everyone to smile. As I played the first verse, everyone was beginning to sing the chorus to increase the feel for everyone. When the second verse came, the kids started to circle around me and clapped along. Eventually, the song ended with me standing up to bow at everyone. They clapped as I started putting everything back where I found it. Please don't go, mister. One more song. A small girl with purple hair tried to plead one last song out before I patted her head. Sorry sweetie, but I think I should end it there so the nurses don't have any trouble with me being out of my room after when I should be inside. But I'll be back again tomorrow if you all want. The kids cheered as I began to leave for my room. This was nice. Izuku Pav. On the way home from the hospital, mom had been kinda uneasy for some reason. The whole trip, she seemed really off in a way to the point she seemed to space out a bit. Mom? I tried to get her to come out of it before we came to our stop. Mom. This is our stop. Huh? She seemed to not comprehend where we were since she looked around completely confused. What's wrong? This is our stop. Let's go home. Alright. We got off with what happened in the taxi, still not fully off her mind. Mom. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm perfectly fine. She smiled before I noticed a few bags under her eyes. Are you sleeping okay? You're not looking so well. I'm still well enough to kick your ass, you little runt. She kept her facade going, with it now obvious what most likely is the case. I'm sorry if I made you worry. I promise I won't let something bad like that happen again. Mom looked down at me and smiled. You're really a pain in the ass, you know that. I know you were trying to help a friend during the Hosu fight. But next time, could you please at least try to hold your own life with some consideration? People worry for you. I nodded before hugging mom with her ruffling my hair. We headed towards the door where we were met by most of my female classmates, Kino and Yui, with some of the girls from Class B and Najira inside. Izuku. How are you feeling? Kendo got up to walk over to look me over for any injuries for some reason. I'm fine. Just a little worn out from everything that's happened to me. You better do what the doctors told you about taking it kinda easy for another day or two before doing anything dangerous. I nodded before mom went towards the door to head out. I gotta handle a shift at my agency. I take it you all will help make sure Izuku doesn't do something dumb like try to push himself and train while he's supposed to be resting still. Trust me. The sooner I'm healed, the less issues we all have. Besides, I don't want to make people worry. For me more than they already are. Good. Mom started to walk out before I shouted to her. Try not to overdo it yourself. If you can, take a little time to get some rest. I don't need a little pain in the ass like you to tell me what to do. Mom smiled at me after this before jumping away. Your mom is like the most baddest person I know. Jiru said this for me to nod. Anyone that pisses her off has hell to pay. I honestly think you'd rather Endeavor's hellfire burning you alive or All Might's most powerful smash compared to her rage. I walked back inside to begin moving towards the kitchen for a glass of water. Coming back, I sat on the couches and with Tsunatori next to me. So why exactly did you all come here? Well we kinda wanted to make sure you weren't badly hurt and Echako tried to say something before Mina spoke up. We all just wanted to nurse you back to health. I glanced around the room to see the girls hold a bit of blush on their faces. Except for Tsu, who just had a look of unease, most likely due to the fact she doesn't show much emotion. Well, I'm kinda all healed so there isn't as much of an issue for Tha. Lift your shirt up then. Jiru said this rather bluntly for everyone to look towards me. I'm sorry. If you're at full health, then lift your shirt up so we can see the stabs in your gut fully healed. I looked around with the girls waiting patiently before I slowly pulled my stomach up. The injuries still had some stitches in them that I'd have pulled from Recovery Girl in 2 days when we returned to school, with 4 deep stabs on the right side of me that just narrowly missed major arteries and needed me to be rushed into immediate surgery from Stain's knee spikes. The knife wound he had was probably the worst though, since it was extreme. The knife just missed the under part of my left lung, as well as just missed a vital organ. The girls looked at my torso extremely amazed before Shiozaki spoke up. Why have you allowed such a painful act to be done to you? I'm with Shiozaki on this one. Do not let this get worse than it already is. I'm sorry Tsunatori, but I didn't fully understand that. I said, don't let this get worse than it already is. I'm scared you'll get scars from this. She spoke in Japanese again for us all to understand her. Since you don't look like you'll be doing much for now, we'll be staying here until your mother comes back. Izuku. Momo, please. I don't need you all here. Too bad. They all shouted for me to let out a deep sigh. Alright. I give. Everyone smiled with my mind telling me that this was going to be a long day for me. Itsuka Pav. After Izuku accepted us to help him, he decided to head towards his room to work on some ideas he had for possible combinations. Me and Pony walked over to watch him in his room while the others managed lunch. When we opened the room, it looked like a hero otaku's paradise. Geez, there's a lot of heroes in here. Wall to wall, there. There's some kind of hero merch of almost every hero. Is that the limited edition Hawks figurine? Pony walked over toward his dresser where there were like 30 different figures. Yeah. Hawks gave that to me after my mom kicked the crap out of him for asking me about what type of underwear my mom wears. Damn pervert. I wanted to say something, but chose not to, considering the mental image of Hawks asking this and Miruko, maybe kicking him hard enough for a tooth to fly out being kinda realistic in my head. I was 8 at the time to not fully understand why, if that also helps. Not in the slightest. I sat down on Izuku's bed while Pony kept marveling at his hero collection. As I sat, I looked towards his desk to see a few notebooks on it. I grabbed one to see what it was about. Hero analysis. Vol 5. Wonder what's in here. I started flipping through the book to see it was a bunch of pro heroes and their quirks. Whoa, these are pretty spot on. I kept flipping before I got to the last page that said Izuku's name and a costume idea on it. The costume looked practically just like Miruko's, except with the base being green and the side colors being red like Ryukyu's costume. So this was an idea for his costume. Now even more curious, I grabbed another notebook to see it was a 6th volume to go through and find more heroes that weren't in the first, as well as a more revamped costume idea at the end. This time, it had gauntlets on the wrists for some reason. I kept this cycle up each time seeing the change of the costume or the support gear. Though they kept changing, the baseline of it being like Miruko's never changed. The last volume held a costume idea that was the one Izuku uses today. Eep. I glanced up to see Izuku panicking to grab the notebooks. Give those back. Easy. I was only looking. Please just give them back. They're not supposed to be looked at by other people. He reaches for the one in my arms for me to panic a bit as he started reaching out for it. On instinct, I jumped back to have Izuku fall on top of me with his face directly in front of mine. Ow. Sorry about that. Izuku stopped when he saw where he was to go, completely red. In that moment, I noticed his scar to find it gave Kinda a cute look to his puppy dog image before he jumped right off. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. I kinda went into something I shouldn't have. I felt my face get a little red knowing Izuku was literally on top of I'm not a pervert. I hid my face while Pony watched the whole thing go down with a blank stare. So do you like Izuku? She blurts this out for both me and Izuku to go entirely red. I smack my head on his pillow as Izuku walks down to the kitchen. Great. Now he thinks I'm some kind of weirdo. If you want to confess to him, I'm willing to join you. Why are Americans so calm with this? Kyoka Pav. While Izuku went upstairs to handle whatever he was with Kendo and Tsunatori watching him, me, Tsu, Yui, Najire, and Ichako handled making lunch for everyone. Dang. Can they have any more carrots? I asked this while opening a cupboard with literally a dozen bunches of them inside. Well, we are talking about the rabbit hero here. Ichako pointed this out while she began cutting some potatoes for curry. Miruko eats a lot of carrots. She also has Izuku in fear his eye may cause him problems in the future. He always had a couple to munch on when we'd be in school together. Shroom. Kinoko and Yui clarifies for us a bit for the thought of having them as a snack kinda disgusting me. Not a fan of carrots, ribbit, hate em. My mom and dad tried to get me to eat them growing up and they just tasted like dirt to me. I get you. Lettuce isn't something I'm into personally. Just tastes like I'm eating a leaf. I at least had some comfort knowing Najira understood where I was coming from. She eventually finished cutting the meat to pre-cook it before dropping it in the pan with the other vegetables. As this went on, Yamomo decided to make tea for everyone with the only tea in the house being green. None of us had a problem with it, so we just simply went with it. So why did you come over, Kyoka? Mina asked for me to go kinda red. The fact Izuku could go from confident to meek like night and day kinda made him a little cute to me, but I'd never say that to everyone. I think someone likes Mr. Cottontail. I do not. I just was scared for Izuku after what he did is all. Then why are you calling him by his first name? Kinoko smirked at me while I tried to think of a reason. Well, I mean we're friends, so. Alright, fine, maybe I do like Izuku. Everyone laughed at me while I grabbed some instant stock and cream from the fridge to start the base. You don't have to hide it from us, we're all in the same boat. Most of us are already kinda dating him in this room, or at least went on a date or two. Ichako said this for my head to go a mile a minute. At least Izuku isn't here. I turn around to see the one person I'd rather not be right behind us. How long were you there? Long enough. I smack my face realizing I may have just admitted to liking Izuku with him hearing me. Goddamn my life. Few hours later, Izuku Pav. As we all sat in the living room, the thought of what Jiru said came to my mind. I looked over the room with Mina being the first to speak up. Alright. I'm clearing the air. Everyone here has the hots for Izuku. Now what do we do about it? Thank you for addressing the elephant in the room, Mina. So, what do you all want to do? I tried asking for everyone to think. I guess we can do what we've been doing, except with more people. Shroom. I feel a little annoyed that we have to share, but there's honestly no other choice, is there? Achako pointed this out for me to let out a sigh. So how would this work per se? There's 11 of us, so doing it one person gets a day of the week won't work exactly. Perhaps a day with 2 a day would. Work with the person that has a day alone alternating to make it fair. That could work, Shiozaki. Nijira says this with everyone nodding in agreement. Wait. So we all are okay with this relationship? Everyone nodded before Yui speaks up. So it's settled. We all will have a polygamy relationship. Let's call US Izuku's pact. Can we make it seem like something that doesn't make us sound like we're a bunch of animals? Okay then, we're all in agreement. As of right now, we're all going to start dating Izuku. Everyone nodded at Momo as she started to pull out some popsicle sticks that she made with her quirk. She then put numbers on them to give to me. Alright. This is how we'll begin. The numbers on the sticks will start where we are right now. If you have the number 1, you will be paired with the number 2. If you have a number 3, you're paired with number 4 and so on. If you have the number 11, then you'll have the first day alone with Izuku. Everything is fair and impartial, with the chances of someone getting the number you want is just as fair as everyone else. Nobody argued for everyone to start pulling the numbered sticks. The numbers were as followed. 1. Tsu. 2. Kinoko. 3. Itsuka. 4. Mina. 5. Kyoka. 6. Achako. 7. Yui. 8. Ibara. 9. Nijire. 10. Momo. 11. Pony. Yay. I get the first solo date. Again, I can't fully understand her. I really need to learn English when I get the chance. I sighed to myself before we went over the basics. So 1 and 2 will have Monday. 3 and 4 Tuesday, 5 and 6 Wednesday, 7 and 8 Thursday, 9 and 10 Friday, and 11 for Saturday. On Sunday, we let Izuku have the day to himself since he at least deserves that. Kendo pointed this out for us to acknowledge how this was going to happen. So you've got a nice-sized harem, huh? We look over to see Mom hanging out by the door with Aunt Raya next to her. Nicely done, Izuku. It appears you have quite the batch of women beside you that adores you. I go red at this before Mom starts to laugh. Alright ladies. I'm gonna need you all to head home before it gets too dark. I'll lead you all home. Aunt Ryu said this for every girl to give me a kiss on the cheek or on the lips, depending on who it was. I smiled at this before getting my hair ruffled. Alright Mr. Playboy, I got delivery coming. So why don't we sit down and you can tell me everything about your little harem now? Can we not? I don't like talking about this stuff to you. Hey. Don't give me lip or I'll remind you what you kiss when you do. I cover my mouth remembering that Mom kicks me when I complain to the point she says I kiss her foot. Can someone tell me why I have to talk to my mom about my relationships? Izuku Pav. The next day of class finally came with everyone kinda happy to get back into the school. Personally, I was at least happy avoiding Mom's constant arguing that I need to take it slow. The only thing I could think was that this was coming from the woman that literally lives every day. Like it was her last. As I walked into the classroom, I noticed Achako start making some kind of strange fighting stance with a killer aura around her normally bubbly attitude. Is Achako okay? I walked up to Tsu as she was piecing together what she knew. Apparently her work study opened martial arts to her and she's become a very skilled wielder of gunhead martial arts ribbit. That makes sense. Everyone around looked at me confused. Martial arts can go to some people and change their demeanor if given the chance. I kept watching her pose before sighing to come up and hug her. Almost instantaneously, the aura around her vanished and she became red as a tomato. Izuku. You're scaring everyone. Not that I blame you for wanting to show your excitement, but maybe taking it into moderation would be better. Oh okay. Everyone started to stare for me to let go and sit in my seat with my face completely red. A few minutes passed with Mr. Izawa walking inside. Good morning class. Good morning Mr. Izawa. Our teacher got to the podium where he began to speak. Starting next week, all hero classes will be cut in half for end-of-term finals. If you've been paying attention to the course up till now and took decent notes, you should be fine. His comment was rather blunt with Kaminari and Mina wincing. Granted, I don't blame them for being at the bottom of the class for grades. Maybe I can ask Momo about making a study session. Since we began officially dating, I asked the girls if they'd rather me use their first names, with none of them having anything against it. It's a little difficult for some, but it's definitely harder because I'm used to using their last names. Classes continued after Mr. Azawa's announcement like normal, with the classes being mainly reviewing classes and self-study. When I had the chance, I talked to Momo about maybe doing a group study session. When given the offer, she couldn't say yes fast enough for some difficulty for our friends being almost gone completely. During lunch. Aw man. I can't even fill in the answers in a normal test. I'm so screwed for the end of term final. Mina held her head down in frustration for me and Momo to speak up. You know, we could do a group study session. Me and Momo were talking about it during the break today to think maybe it's a good idea. Agreed. It will also give us time together since we most likely will not have that privilege when we begin studying for the finals. Mina jumped up to hold both our hands with stars in her eyes. You really mean it. You're both the best. She kept a smile from ear to ear before giving me a kiss on the lips to make me go red. Well, it's only fair. I mean we're all in this together. And we can make it a big study session with the girls from Class B. I was trying to finish my sentence when something hit the back of my head. Ow. That hurt. I looked back to see none other than Manama with his regular laughing face that, to be honest, was starting to get on my nerves. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into your arrogant head. It seems that your ego was just so big that I couldn't avoid it. I let a sigh out before turning to finish eating. Just don't say anything, Izuku. He's only mean if you acknowledge him. I tried to remember Aunt Ryu's saying of not saying anything to a person if you don't have anything nice to say. Unfortunately, he didn't get the memo and kept bothering me. With people like you always around, no wonder you rely on my class for everything. I mean you wouldn't be able to do anything if you didn't have any of your Class A scum friends or my class's quirks to help you. Face it, you're just some weakling that has to rely on other people's po. He was cut off by a karate chop to the back of the neck. Courtesy of Itsuka. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, Manama? Leave Izuku out of your rants. She seemed more angry than normal to toss Manama to one of her male classmates and sit on the other side of me. I'm so sorry for him. If he did anything to hurt you, it's fine. Aunt Ryu always told me that if you don't have anything nice to say to someone, don't say anything at all. Words of wisdom. We continued eating with Pony, Kino, Yui, and Abara joining our table. So does anyone know what the final exams will be for the physical part? Sue asked for Itsuka to give us some relief. I talked to an upperclassman before, he said it was robots. Why didn't I think to ask Najira or Tamaki? You seriously had that slip your mind? Everyone looked at me amazed for me to sigh. Granted, he must have quite a bit on his plate for something like this to slip his mind. At least Abara is avoiding the fact I was kinda dumb during this. I kept thinking of the robot part to kinda fall into the retrospect that it would be too easy for some of us, since the fear they give would be worn off. I'll see everyone in class. If you girls in Class B wanna join, we're going to do a group study session for finals if you wanna join. That sounds awesome. Sweet. Yeah. No worries for finals. I wonder if someone in the school has a mind-reading quirk that would make when she does this easier. I take my leave so I can head towards Recovery Girl's office to finally get the stitches out. As I sat in the office, she used a pair of tweezers to pull them out one at a time. The feeling of them leaving my body literally felt awkward as anything before she finished and placed a gauze on my stomach. Let that be a lesson to you and don't do something so reckless again. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I held my head down for her to sigh. I did hear that you helped a pro hero at the time, as well as protect one of your own classmates. Though your heart was in the right place, young man. That doesn't mean you did the smartest thing you could do. Then again, your mother is always the type to jump head first and ask questions later, so I shouldn't be surprised. I start putting my uniform's top half back on before Recovery Girl stopped me. One last thing. All Might is looking for you. He's in the faculty lounge. Thank you, ma'am. I bowed before heading out and towards the faculty lounge to talk with one of my idols. Teachers. All Might, sir, I heard you were looking for Mom. I stopped my sentence when I noticed Mom in the faculty lounge eating a carrot while talking to All Might. Sup, Izuku. Why are you here? Want to make sure you didn't neglect going to Recovery Girl's office to take those stitches out. So did you? Yes. I actually just came from there. Good. Now the second is to be around this idiot when he tells you what he should have off the bat. Mom points at All Might for him to sigh. The room is clear from onlookers over there. Let's use that to explain. We moved to the inside of the vacant room where I sat on a chair across from my mom and teacher who were sitting on a sofa. So are you gonna tell him what you neglected or should I? Mom stated this with a little aggravation for All Might to stiffen. What is she talking about, All Might? Sigh. I wasn't telling you the entire truth when I talked about One for All. Before going into detail, do you remember what I told you when you first inherited the quirk? I thought back to do my All Might impersonation to add to the emphasis. Now, eat this. Ahahaha. Mom began laughing uncontrollably while holding her ribs at my act. Not exactly what I was meaning. I was referring to the part about acquiring my DNA to transfer the quirk. I remembered this before going completely pale. Wait, so was I unintentionally giving one for all to the girls I'm dating and them giving it back to me? Wait, but to do that your tongue or theirs would have to. Mom smirked before commenting. You cheeky devil. I guess those condoms I gave you were coming in hand. It's not like that. I panicked a bit before trying to explain. I mean some of the girls slipped their tongues in my mouth. Sure, it's just them. She kept snickering at me before All Might clarified for me. I could honestly question you farther about your relationship situation in regardless to a teacher, but that's not the issue here. Let me just clarify that one for all has to be willingly passed on to someone with the holder accepting the power transfer. It can't be taken away. But it can be forced upon. This comment piqued my interest for All Might to continue. You see, this all started around the start of the quirk era. There was a man whose name was lost to time. However, his quirk was known and has gone by the name for up to today. All for one. A quirk that can steal quirks from people and place them in a vegetative state after as well as use or give them to other people. This however could cause the people who obtained the quirks to become brain dead. My blood went cold when I heard what the side effects of the quirk is. You won't hear this in history books, but this man had nearly taken control of all of Japan at one point in the past. But he's gone, right? All Might went silent with no form of relief in my question. What happened to him then? Also, what does this have to do with one for all? The man had a younger brother. He believed he was quirkless. Whether it was out of pity or out of spite is unknown, but the older brother had given his younger brother a stockpiling quirk. But unknown to both, the younger brother had a quirk to pass down quirks. These two combined in order to become one for all. I looked down at my hand to realize just what this was about. So the quirk I have from you is the younger brother's? Yes. Though the younger brother couldn't beat his brother in person, he gave his quirk to the next generation to hopefully defeat his brother. Unfortunately, none have been able to do this until myself. My mind went back to his injury to realize what it was from. You fought him. The older brother, didn't you? I did. A few years back. But I believed he was gone due to the fact he didn't show any form of activity for up to 5 years. Though the Nomu or whatever that was at the USJ is proof enough, as well as the being similar to the one from before are more than enough to say he isn't gone. This means one day you might have to face All for One. I understood to clench my fist in determination. I'll face him when the time comes. And we'll do that together. This seemed to worry both Mom and All Might for a moment before I glanced at the clock. I'm sorry sir, but I need to go to class. No worries. I'm here to help if you need it. I left the room to run towards my class. All for one. Whoever he is, he's gotta be tough to beat. All Might. Miruko Pav. I waited a few minutes to make sure Izuku was long gone before I spoke up. So you didn't tell him the entire truth? Why? It's not worth not telling him the unnecessary parts right now. What part of Izuku now knowing you might die in the year is unnecessary? The boy idolizes you. He sighed before answering. It's not in his best interest to find this out. The less he knows about that, the less he'll worry about me. And what do you think he'll say when he finds out you kept this from him? He looks at you like an icon for what he wants to be. A man that everyone loves and respects. That's exactly why I don't want to tell him. If I were to, then that would make every little fight I get into until the actual one force him to fear I die. I held my tongue for the time as he explained the best he could. Young Isagayama has already learned of the man he may have to face one day. Now unlike me, you know everything about the past users and myself from start to finish and are most likely able to fill in the gaps if I may no longer be around to do so. Counting you, there are only 5 others who know of the truth behind the secrets of One for All and my life expectancy. 2 being in this school, 1 being an old friend, another being an old mentor, and the last being Night Eye. If the unimaginable were without a doubt to happen, then that would mean he would have to be guided by someone in order to properly become what I failed to be. Unfortunately, you are the only one close enough among all 6 that can help. I know you hate keeping secrets like these that you deem your son needs to learn important, but understand that I need him to learn these things within time, with now not being the right. I mulled it over in my head before answering. Fine. But if this All for One asshole or you bite the dust, I'm not going to keep this from Izuku. As your successor and as someone that wants to try and fit your shoes to most likely do so, he deserves to learn of this whether from you or from me. I walked out of the faculty lounge to start walking away. As I did, I went over everything All Might said about his quirk and what Izuku may face. A man who's lived over 100 years. Monsters that can hold more than 1 quirk and be mindless killing machines. A power that even to this day is unpredictable to even the 8th user's knowledge. All Might's unspeakable death this year or the next. Sigh. If I would have known this was the issue that Izuku would face with this quirk from the beginning, I'd tell the idiot blonde to take Night Eye's suggestion instead to avoid any problems for Izuku. My phone started vibrating to see the name being the fucking flying chicken. Jackass. Yo Miruko. Wanna hang out tonight? I got an awesome reservation to that downtown restaurant that opened up lately, oh for the love of fucking god. Does he never take a hint? I was about to answer no, but the fact my time at UA has been down the crapper somewhat made me know I need some time to myself. Me. You know what, fine. But you're the one picking up the bill. Got it. He answered back, agreeing for a sigh to come out of me. He better not be doing something stupid in order to get me in the same bed. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.